キャンドル片手に螺旋を登ったハンガリーの森の奥深い城の片隅の塔に潜んでいるのは生き地を求め永遠をさまよう青ざめた肌の愛しのヴァンパイア悪魔の企みと気づいていてなお生贄求めて螺旋を下った傷つく翼で空に見放され開かぬ瞳の色を知りたくて君が望むなら君のためになら神に背いても世界を売ってもだから差し伸べるこの手離さずにどうか死なないで僕のヴァンパイアもちろん夢なのは分かりきっていてそれでも夢中になり我を忘れてゆく口移しに渡す滴る赤い血やまる唇でどうか飲み下して君が望むなら君のためになら神に背いても世界を売ってもだから差し伸べるこの手拒まずにどうか死なないで僕のヴァンパイア君が望むなら君のためになら僕は何だってやってみせるからもちろん夢なはずだってこんなの夢のはずでもダバダバラってたんでダバダバラってたんでダバダバラってたんでてたんでてたんでダバダバラってたんでダバダバラってたんでダバダバラって
I updated OBS, and it's not that bad. It's a little bit more familiar because I'm used to volume bars being vertical, so now it's just kind of following suit with how things typically go, but it's just a little bit weird. I'm not used to it. And one thing that actually sucks about it that I just realized is I'm not a big fan of short volume bars. It's really hard to get things really precise when the bar itself is so small, and when it's really small, it's very easy to oops, accidentally went too far, oops, accidentally went too small. Kind of, I mean, you are able to type, I think, unless they took that away. Properties. Wait, if you just go to yeah, if you go to the advanced audio properties, you can technically type it in directly, which is not too bad. But hi everybody. I saw some of you guys earlier. I'm in a weird schedule because I'm trying to shift it even more. I'm in a weird schedule where I can wake up and stream, and then I can just stay up and keep streaming. Never mind. I don't know how to explain it. But today, apparently, the creator of Sadako actually passed away. And I didn't pick this costume because of that. I was already planning to wear this anyway, but of course, gotta honor them. Let me see if I can give you guys the post. But kind of crazy. Like, here's one of the posts. Koji Suzuki. Very, very surprising, but I guess he was an old gentleman. But it's kind of crazy the impact this character has had in horror. She's very iconic. I'm gonna sound very ignorant, but is there anything else that creator should be known for? Anything else that he's done? Out of curiosity? I haven't actually dived too much into Japanese horror. Just a little bit. I've always meant to watch more Asian films in general, just haven't gotten around to it. But when I especially get into Korean stuff, seems like it's got a lot of cool stuff out there. Yeah, Requiem has a new video game, a new minigame called Leon Must Die. I've actually mostly heard that people think it's kind of lame. I don't know how I'll feel about it, but I'll probably agree, to be honest. But this morning, I was trying to play Mud Runner, and suddenly my PC completely died. It froze. I couldn't get any input. Like, you know when your computer freezes and you click and then your mouse will turn into the hourglass, or you could kind of tell, like, oh, it's loading. It wouldn't even do that. It's like I had no control over anything. So I walked away, came back, and then everything was a black screen, and in the top left-hand corner, some kind of, like, small interface popped up. Yeah, graphics driver. I have never had this many PC issues before. This computer that I have right now, I've had it for more than a year at this point. I have had no issues until the last couple months. Not even like until this year, not even the beginning of this year or anything. It's just strictly been limited to, I would say, the past 2 months. So something new happens, and I guess it was like a driver just screwing things up. But had this problem with Requiem, and we also had it with the bird game, the bird watching game. Right, it was the bird watching game where the stream completely froze. OBS like completely froze, and it was still streaming my voice, but it wasn't streaming any video. So it's been annoying. Augmented, hi, Augmented. I saw Mina watching you. You were playing the Stalker mod, right? Gamma, I think it's called. How did that go? I do believe that I have NVIDIA. We did like a fresh clean install of it. And unfortunately, whenever I updated OBS finally, because I've been delaying it, it broke a lot of things. It broke my Stream Deck connection. It broke several plugins that I had, and so I had to redo that. And then it broke all of my audio mixing stuff, so I had to kind of redo that. Oh no! Wait a minute. What about, did it reset the filters that we set to my voice? How do I go to check that? Yeah, like remember how we have audio drivers and compressors, and how do I check how that's doing? Audio. Audio sounds normal. Where do I go to see the plugins though? Filters on mic. Okay. Advanced audio properties. How do you get to filters? I don't see that. How do you get to it? Oh, here it is. Okay, it looks like it still has noise suppression, VST, comp limiter, and then something else. I was like worried for a second because I didn't even think about it. But luckily, it seems that the only thing that's changed with this OBS update is just that the bars are now vertical. I was worried that a lot more things would be overhauled, and I didn't really want to learn a whole new program, essentially, but not too bad. But I've just been scared updating, because every time people update, they say, hey, everybody, don't update. It'll break everything. So it's like, all right, I guess I'll just never update it. But honestly, I'm almost convinced that maybe I should go the duo computer setup that a lot of people do, to where they have one PC that does the streaming and one PC that does the streaming end, and then one PC that does the gaming end. I can convert my TV section of my room and just make that a PC section, but what I think I'll do is, I don't want to buy a new PC, so I'll use the current one that I have that's only like a year old. I'll use this until its lifespan is like not good enough, and then I'll make this the second PC, and then when I get a new PC, I'll have that be my dominant. Maybe that can help things a little bit, but I just don't know if it's going to cause any problems regarding the internet. Like, our internet's like alright, but it's not perfect. So if I have two pretty decent computers trying to connect to the internet and do stuff, like, well, wait, no, right, because one PC is going to be handling all the streaming stuff. That's the online connectivity. But it has to broadcast my game, so I don't know. One PC is just doing it locally? Okay. Actually, I'll be right back. I've been chewing so much gum that it's making my tongue taste weird. Diz, hi. Diz, I've been seeing you streaming a lot more lately. Hi. And pinched my skin. I have a really weird setup to try to get my armrest to be even remotely decent. It's like, you know what it is? Maybe? Man, I think what my issue is that I should have gotten a desk that has the under desk, if that makes sense. Because then the armrest of your chair can go underneath it and you can rest your arm on something. But the way I currently have it, I swear I've been having wrist issues ever since it. There's nothing I could do to fix it. Under desk, huh? What are you talking about? Augmented. What are you doing? Augmented, are you excited for Requiem? I kind of went through my rundown of how I've been feeling about Requiem lately, but I should have done it for the actual Requiem. Requiem, I do hate it. I have to finish it though. I bought it twice after all, so I have to finish it, which I'm really mad about, because the more I play this game, the more I dislike this game, and the more that I hate myself for having to buy it twice. But yeah, I'm very close to the end. I'm in the last section, the last 25% of the game. I'm at the labs. Just a tax ride. So true. But I would also like my money back right now. But I had this like brief honeymoon period with the game, because I was such a hater early on, because I knew that this game would not be great. but it convinced me for a little bit. Despite doing a lot of things that irritated me, it convinced me when I got to the gray stuff. Like, I'm like, oh, this isn't too bad. This is, like, actually pretty cool. And then as the game keeps going on and on, it's like, oh, you're losing me. Oh, you're losing me. Oh, okay. I'm at a point where I'm very confident in saying I don't like the game. I don't like the game. It's basically my new Revelations. Revelations made me feel the same way. Revelations almost got things decent, but it drops the ball and it drops it really hard, which makes me resent it even more because it just came so close. I wanted to be proven wrong. And I thought I was at first, but I wasn't proven wrong. I was right. This game kind of blows, which sucks because most people seem to like it, and it did financially very well. And so I worry that it gives the wrong message to Capcom, that Capcom will think, oh, there's nothing to course correct on, nothing that we need to improve on, let's just keep doing as is. And it's like, no. There's like issues, like, please make the next game better. Like, am I gonna end up just buying Resident Evil 10? Am I ever gonna learn my lesson? I don't know. I wanted to eat my words. I wanted to feel embarrassed for doubting the game so hard. I think the game would have been better if they just kept with how they were doing it at first, to where it's a Grace game, but then it gives you little Leon segments. I thought that's what it was gonna do, and I'm like, you know what? Actually, this is kind of working better than I thought it would. It's like Revelations, but what if Revelations was a little bit better? Hello, Ark. Hi. Guys, support this game so they do it better next time. So true. Also, thank you so much for the sub. And I got a sub, I believe, when I was on the Start and Soon screen. Thank you so much for that, by the way. But, it's tricky because, what was the context for that argument, Mina? The whole, like, I think it was us watching a Star Fox video, and it was talking about the dilemma of, if you don't support the game, like Star Fox hasn't had a new game in a long time, right? If you don't support the new Star Fox, you might give the message to Nintendo that, oh, we're just not interested in this IP. I guess you don't care about it, we won't make another one. But a lot of people would want to boycott it to try to tell Nintendo, we don't want another remake again. We want like a full, like, real new sequel. So that would be a lot of people's motivation for not buying it. But Capcom and their corporate brain is going to take it as, oh, I guess you just don't want this IP. I guess we won't invest in it again. It's like, it's very frustrating because it's like, what do? Does that mean you have to buy, like, what you kind of, I don't know, I don't want to say morally disagree with, but it just feels like you can't really win, huh? I will say, as somebody who's, like, neutral to that IP, it looks nice. Not the character models, but the environments and everything. But I do get a little bit bummed, when cartoony styles do a bit of a hard lean into, like, semi-realism, and it doesn't have that stylization as much anymore. But again, I'm not the target demographic of that IP. Hi, Saya. Hello. From that angle, that's basically the same thing as Capcom holding IPs hostage behind re-release compilations. True. Like, I always wondered, because the Darkstalkers port, they did like a really nice port of the Darkstalkers games years ago. I think it was called Resurrection, which is a shame because Resurrection would have been a great title for a real sequel, but it didn't sell that well. But they also didn't market it that well. But even if they did market it that, even if they did market it that well, it's not gonna do numbers the way like a new fighting game would, unfortunately. So, they should just make a new Darkstalkers anyway. Just make a new one. 2 streams in one day. This will be a real stream, though. The first stream was more of the catching up and the no game, but hopefully this will be less of the catching up and more game. Oh, Darkstalkers, awesome. I can't wait for my Boletta figure. From the angle that's... Oh, wait. Especially considering the game seems to be another Star Fox 64 remake. Apparently, it is. Now, my question is, the other Star Fox 64 remakes, how are they as remakes? Are they just one for one? Do they just... Because apparently 64 is a really short game. So are the remakes really short games as well, or are they expansive remakes? Is it possible that this will be the ultimate remake? But it's kind of funny, I've been seeing all the memes and everybody kind of like struggling because it's like, I guess it's a cycle. Nintendo drops Star Fox 64 again to gauge interest, and then they do nothing. Years later, they come up with another Star Fox 64 to gauge interest, and then they do nothing after, and then years later they do it again. It's like, what's going on? I mean, the fact that they keep remaking it seems to imply that Nintendo is interested in the Star Fox IP, so why aren't they going all out? Even Yoshi's getting a new game. You want an alternate hair? I got you. Okay, how about this? Nintendo did that with F-Zero too. Isn't the last F-Zero game GameCube? I don't want to play that. Like I asked in another chat, which Switch game have you gotten more than a month of gameplay out of? There are $60 to $70 games, and I've hardly gotten a week or two out of them. What about Kirby Air Ride? I would say Mario Kart, but apparently people aren't vibing with that. But hey, wait. Are they doing anything else for Switch too? Did anything else get announced? Like, what about Pokepia? I would get, how much time would I get out of Pokepia? I would get a whole 3 weeks out of Pokepia if I had a Switch 2. Be hypnotized. Diz, if they ever make a new Darkstalkers, we gotta get on that, dude. I'll pre-order it. I won't pre-order the super special edition they'll probably do, though, because it'll probably be a low-grade statue and acrylic stands. Last mainline F-Zero was on the GameCube. It's on Switch 2 and SO, if I recall correctly. Damn, so I was right. GameCube only. They should redo it. No, I'm just joking. Pokepia, I think, is very good for a specific target demographic, but I think not most, but a lot of people who play those kind of games, they play it for a little bit and they move on, or at least I'm thinking of myself. The Star Fox artist said the new designs are exactly what he envisioned. Cool. Unfortunately, though, the fan base probably got used to a different idea of how the characters look, so it's going to be a bit difficult for them to adapt to the new one. Oh, the girl cat looks a little bit like a crackhead, which is kind of cool, I guess. But I admit I kind of like her old design. But again, I have no stake in things. If I get a Switch 2, maybe I'll get the new Star Fox. I don't know, but I probably should actually play the real Star Fox 64. I've only rented it one time when I was young, and I played it for a little bit. They look perfect in Star Fox Zero. Which is Zero? Which is the one that was on Wii U? Star Fox Zero. Oh, is that a GameCube one? Oh, that's Wii U. Okay, it is the one remake. Yeah, they look good. It's like a good mixture of... It's very cartoony looking, and they have like a little bit of realism to them, I guess. And Falco looks like a Chad, but in the new one, I guess they're trying to make him more bird-like, so he loses some of that badassery. What do they look like on GameCube? Was the GameCube one a remake as well? I know that there's lots of like roaming on a planet and not actually flying in a spaceship, which bothered people. That's what I heard, that they tried to force the gamepad of the Wii U, and that it's just not that much fun. Wait a minute, it's coming back to me. This is gonna sound stupid. Did Platinum have anything to do with it? It didn't, right? Why am I thinking Platinum had something to do with it? Because I know Platinum gets commissioned. Yeah, I was right. It is Platinum. Producer is Shigeru Miyamoto. I didn't know he produced it. When is he gonna retire anyway? God, he's really getting up there in age. If I recall correctly, Capcom made a remaster of Darkstalkers long ago, but Capcom didn't promote it much. Yeah, that's what we were talking about earlier. It was called Darkstalkers Resurrection, and it was a really good way to play. Like, I think it had all of the Darkstalkers games in it, or at least 3 of them. And it had online, and you had the, I guess, turbo. You can make your characters be fast and not like as slow and stuff like that. But they didn't really market it at all. Like at all. They just kind of dropped it. No physical version. Just purely digital. And I remember I was like, I was part of a forum a long time ago, and we had like a little tournament where we played. It was like fun. But yeah, they didn't market it very well. But again, like I said, even if they did market it well, I just don't think that you're gonna grab enough new players to pick it up, because they would rather play the newest fighting game. Not that no young person will play a retro fighter, but I just think that they're not gonna make like millions and millions and millions, whatever their desired income would be. Profit, my bad, profit. If Capcom has reasonable expectations, though, and gauge the interest on the series that way, but I just don't know if they would have reasonable expectations. Star Fox designs were based off of the Thunderbirds, which were puppets. The OG creators envisioned them this way. Yeah, I mean, I've heard about that, and people made comparisons to the puppets, but I don't think that necessarily means that, like, fans can't have issue with it, because they get used to the IP looking a certain way for how long now? And so when you radically alter the look again, people might, you know, have trouble adjusting. Because, What are you talking about? Do you actually like my vibe? What's your favorite thing about it? How come you don't have a profile picture? Can you come back when you have a profile picture? I don't talk to fellas without profile pictures. It is cool though, like when you're able to kind of dig into the logic of like why such a radical departure, and find out that it has like roots in the origin. Kind of similar to finding out that Ada in the RE2 remake, like her trench coat outfit is based off of a scrapped concept or something from the original RE2. Same with like Claire, apparently that was based off a scrapped concept. Do you have to leave? No. Well, you didn't lie to me and pretend to like my vibe. What? Smart detection. So it thinks you're a bot because you're mimicking the bot for comedic effect. Wait, why you deleted the bot? Hey, bot, tell me what you like about my vibe, or I'm not gonna add you on Discord. Hello? Speaking of Discord, we have to I have to finish House and Ultimate if my site will work again. Now, where are we going? Where are we going with this? Okay, we're talking about Requiem. So, I stopped caring. I don't think that there's much integrity with this game. I'm sad to say that I just was not impressed. And I'm gaslighting myself into thinking that I like 7 more than I do. I've been fixating on 7. And I tried to say that it might not be the fairest comparison, in that 7 has very contextual importance of when it came out, the context and state of the IP when it came out, and what good it did for the IP when it came out. So I have a little bit more affection for it, possibly due to that. But also, I like its vibe more. I like its cast more. I like its story more, I guess. Like, even though it has its flaws, I feel like it has really high highs. Requiem, it's not that it doesn't have highs. I just don't think that it's enough compared to like how 7 had. I don't know. When I replay 7, I'm gonna probably be like, you know what, never mind, both of these games suck. But Requiem, I really did like its zombies that retain some of their personality. You could tell they were having fun, having like pretty zombies in dresses, singing and shit. The chef zombie, it's like, that was really cool. I would love for Capcom to do that kind of thing more often. I think that some moments were really cool, like whenever you go and open the dining room in the hospital, and suddenly it's like this lavish red room with zombies on top of the table eating corpses. It's very visceral and like kind of like, oh shit, whoa, but it's actually not even a difficult room because 2 of the zombies just stay on the table forever and then you just kind of like weave around. It's not really that difficult. I felt like not that classic Resident Evil never did things like this, but something about Requiem felt very funnily, where you enter an area and you have 2 paths you could go. One path has like 10 zombies guarding it, and then the other path is a door that's cracked open with no enemies nearby, making it kind of obvious where you need to go. I felt like Grace's part did that a bit, maybe? I don't know. Just leave me alone about the 6-7, you stupid zoomer! This is my ghost hand dance. What is your problem? Why do you hate me, man? I'm trying to have an intelligent conversation, and you're undermining me with your stupid, childish memes. You need to abandon childish folly. RE9 had to suck for you that you finally appreciate how God tier. Hey! 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 Who the fuck do you think you are? I'm Resident Evil 9's, Resident Evil 8's biggest batter. I love Resident Evil Village, despite having issues with it. But 7, I do like it. I do like it. I think that the fantasy of playing 7 is better than the reality. I do hate all the new games. I just don't hate them as much as I could. Like, I hate all modern Resident Evil. It's just, you know, they're pretty decent. If I had to pick games that I hate of modern Resident Evil, obviously 3 Remake. I would say outright hate it. I hate 3 Remake. Requiem, I don't think I really hate it. I think if you give me a year to cool off and kind of come to terms with what the game is and what it is good at and what I think I'll eventually say Requiem's fine. Requiem's fine. I just don't ever want to replay Requiem. I do want to replay 7. Even though I know 7 sucks in a lot of regards, I would never say I'm never going to replay 7 again. Requiem, I almost want to say I never want to replay it again. Shut up. You're such a hater. You're a bigger hater than me. Oh, Resident Evil 6. I hate Resident Evil 6, but I can laugh at it. So I don't have that charged emotion towards it anymore. Aside that, though, Resident Evils I hate. I'll joke and say that I hate RE4 Remake, and I really don't. But the problem with RE4 Remake is its biggest issue is that it's a remake of a game. And it's so weird. It feels so close and so radically different from the original RE4. And because of that closeness, when I think, what do I want to play right now? Do I want to play RE4 or do I want to play the remake of RE4? And unfortunately, I always want to just play the original RE4 because they're similar, but they're different, and ultimately I like one more than the other. With Resident Evil 2 and the Resident Evil 2 remake, something about Resident Evil 2 remake feels very different. Like, I want to almost say it's unrecognizable in a way from the original RE2. So with that, it kind of feels like a different game, more so, which makes me more compelled to want to revisit 2 remake because it feels like such a different game. You don't even need to call it Resident Evil 2. You could just call it something else. Hello, Space Marine. I love Operation Raccoon City. Operation Raccoon City is my baby. When the hell are we gonna get service for it back? Why do I have to be cursed with liking a bad game? And if they ever bring it back, Mina, augmented me and Kubra could play it. And you're not allowed to bitch or complain about it. And you're not allowed to bitch or complain about it either, Mina Crow. You're such a hater. You need some more gentle love in your heart. Pumpkin finally getting with the zoomer humor. No! No way! I don't like laughter. I hate laughter and I hate fun. The movies is the reason RE6 exists, probably. It's pretty clear that the movies did have an influence. You could say that's why Resident Evil 4 has the lasers, and then the rail shooter games, mainly Umbrella Chronicles, had like the Red Queen and other stuff that kind of resembled the movies a bit. I like it though. I like the first movie. I like the games, the rail shooter games, but I want to wrap up Requiem because I want to play Pragmata. That's the reason why I want to finish it, so I can play Pragmata. How did this happen? How is the better game the game that looked generic and mediocre? But then again, Requiem always looked generic and mediocre, and it is. But I feel alone in ways because I know most people think it's great. But a lot of you guys, you understand what I'm talking about, right? I mean, I'm not going to be able to convince you that it's a terrible game, but I'm sure that you guys can kind of see that there's, like, issues with it. So I think I have my people here, hopefully. It's not 6-7! I didn't even know 6-7 had, like, a visual. I thought it was just the numbers. How much sleep? Not enough. Pragmata recently. Dude, what if they do a sequel? Dude, I'm so happy. That's great. Like, a new IP that's a single player, like, campaign that does really well. That's awesome. Now we have a new IP, and Capcom seems like they're having a lot of fun. They're doing, like, social media PR shit with Diana, whatever her name is. They had, like, a little collab with her having a VTuber model, and Pecora, I believe. It's like, they were smart. If Pragmata didn't have little girl mascot character, not to say that Pragmata couldn't do well. Like, it's a guy in a mech armor. It's like, looks kind of cool, but having that, like, distinguishing trait, I think really does help it. Because I remember when they first showed it, I did always think, oh, this looks kind of generic, I guess. It looks like modern sci-fi, like everything else, but it has, like, a little girl. So you'd always remember, oh, right, the little girl game. So it's ingenious, really. And her outfit and her hair design, oh, it's so cute. I love that bleach blonde with that shade of blue. It's so cool. Pragmata 2 Mommy Slop Edition. I don't know what the end of Pragmata is, but how can we have a sequel? I didn't crash out over Mudrunner. My game and my computer froze. Like, I kept having tech issues, and whenever I was able to go live again, I started running into even more issues because all of my plugins on OBS were breaking. My Stream Deck wasn't working anymore. It was it was so much issue that I would have been on BRB for an hour trying to fix everything, so I just had to end the stream. But when I played Mudrunner, I played on hardcore, and my issue is I couldn't figure out what I was supposed to do. Like, I thought I was supposed to go to the log mill, collect logs, and then bring them to the place. And I thought I did that, but I didn't have any option to pick up the logs. So I was about to really get started in the game by switching to casual so I can kind of figure out how I'm supposed to play properly. And then I was going to switch back to hardcore, but I never really got to do that. So first time we tried to play Mudrunner, I crashed out because Menhera. And now I tried to play it, and I crashed out because my computer crashed out. It's a cursed game. No, you're fine. Don't worry. Don't worry. Well, I mean, I guess I understand being worried because sometimes I do crash out because my feelings get hurt. But nah, I was actually I was in such a good mood that it kind of counterbalanced the Menhera that tech issues would normally cause. Like, I wasn't, like, freaking out or panicking. I was just kind of like, smoke cigarette. All right, whatever. See you guys. I believe they made the extra mode for the true engine way too hard, considering lowering to journal mode. Oh, for Pragmata? Easy delivery code. Yeah, but with the encoding issues, which I don't even know what encoded means, but with the encoding issues, it would have crashed for that too, I'm sure. But Mina also is like glaring I wanted to say, how can I blame Windows 11? I've had it for a year. And it's like, yeah, well, Windows 11 has updates, so maybe that's why. Do you smoke, or was that just for the imagery? It's just for the imagery. I've never smoked cigarettes. I'm actually I'm a clean and good girl. My addiction is coffee and VTuber shit and, like, stuffed animals and anime figures. Not so much smoking or drinking. I just don't like the taste of alcohol, which is good because really somebody like me should not be drinking. And I've never been drunk before. I worry that I would be like a sad crying drunk. So, or worse, what if I'm like obnoxious, like flirty, like crawls on top of you? It's like, hi. What if I did that? Oh my god, that's horrifying. I don't ever want to do that. What if I try to seduce somebody and they reject me? And then I get sober and then I get told that I was rejected? I can't. Cleany, no. Get it on, drunk. Not cleany, drunk. Probably be falling asleep drunk? Really? Well, I do get sleepy when I eat pasta. Hi, Riot. Pumpkin is 15 years sober from heroin. I'm really proud of her. Thank you. Thank you so much. The heroin was making it difficult to buy Husband Hotel acrylic stands, so I had to pick. Hold on. Saya said something evil. Oh, Saya, you bad girl. Oh my god. I'm gonna spank you. Drunk spank. I would not reject you, but I don't want you on top of me. What the fuck? Why not? Why? Why are you rejecting me? Nobody wants drunk pumpkin. What if nothing changed? Ugh. I feel so, like, not loved here. Augmented, do you drink? Are you a big boy? Silly, whimsical drunk? Oh my god, what if I become TikTok musical lover drunk? I just start singing. What if suddenly I know lyrics to Disney songs? Shit-faced blacked out pumpkin, yeah. Good. I used to, but ever since I got on to Lexa Pro, I can't anymore. You used to drink? That's no good. You should drink acidic slop. Like coffee. Nothing lubricates the vocal cords like alcohol. Maybe if I had done alcohol, I wouldn't have fucked up my throat as much like the coffee. Also, hi, Dodge. I drink one coffee per... I love coffee so much. Karaoke, I would never sing. I would never sing. I would never sing. I would never sing. I'm worried, what if I got drunk and then I became confessional? Like, forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. And Saya's like, I'm not a priest. Please don't tell me everything. And then I just, like, crack my knuckles. I'm like, all right, Father. It all started when I was 5. And she would be trapped there for about a week. Forgive me, Daddy. I've been so bad. If I go to the pearly gates, Jesus is going to be like, so you have like a evil nun character? What's up with that? I'd be like, oh, it's just the aesthetics, me lord. I really like pure nuns too. And the Lord. Can I come in? Found Yahweh. To be honest, that's about the age I would say that I found that shit. Yahweh, Dojins. It was like life opening. It's like, wait, there's like this kind of, there's like goon material for like characters that I'm attached to. Unfortunately, when you have an IP that doesn't have a ton of content, you sometimes have to like stomach art styles that really are so detached from the source material that it doesn't even feel like it. But I was so desperate I would read whatever Shaman King had going for it. It's awesome. I remember I felt bad. My grandma had a printer and I would just print like 500 images of like all of the Shaman King like fan art that I liked and like dojins, so I'd have it physical. I was so stupid. There are some really good older dojins, but very stylized, very stylized. And then every fandom will have a select few artists that are like, this is the best. They are the best of the fandom. Evil Dead and Urutsuki Doji? Which I think it was Oni NG or Psychic Pebbles. Apparently their parents got them like a Rutsuki Doji or got them some hentai, not knowing like what hentai was. Just thought it was regular anime, and like they ended up seeing it as like a kid. Get drunk, get dizzy. Get drunk, get dizzy. It just lowers your inhibition, so you would just start doing all to stuff you usually stop yourself from doing. Okay, that's the problem though, is I am a computer that is constantly on the verge of having a data leak. No, not data leak. I'm trying to say it all Reddit and cute. What do you call it when memory leak? Yeah. I'm constantly on the verge of a memory leak. So I cannot afford to not have my mental barriers keeping me in check. Hello, Kelly. Hi. How do I say it again? My friend and me met up with girls when we were 12, and we watched Rutsuki Doji and Evil Dead at someone's home when parents were out. Bro, that sounds like a party. I never had parties much or went to one. I went to one once, but I left because I didn't know anybody, and I don't know. It was alright. I'm happy I was invited. I don't really do well at parties. I have to kind of know the people. Hello, Shibi. Honestly, Saya, it's kind of like the same for me. Like, I think I was invited to 2, and they're not really that fun, because for parties to be fun, you need to be somewhat of a social bee. You use those events to meet new people. But if you go to a party because one person invited you, and that one person obviously has to tend to like 10 guests, you're gonna understandably back burner. You're gonna be on the back burner, and you're gonna be fine with that. You're trying to respect that it's not about you. But it also is just a little bit awkward because you don't know what to do with yourself. So social skill check. We've failed. I remember I met some of my in real life friends through a party though. It's like I kind of knew them through Discord, but not too well. It was Mina's friends, and I would just like say like jokey elitist things and bully them because I was like tsundere. And then when we all met in person, I was just like really shy and in the corner, and they called me the Hot Topic girl. And then usually I'm like pretty like lame and basic old hag lady, so I know how to break the ice by going, haha, let's look at funny DeviantArt stuff, and that's how I opened up with them. Hello, Faultier. I'm doing pretty good, actually. What do you even do at parties? Or just want a video game? It was boring parties. They had karaoke at one of them, and then the other party that I went to, there was nothing really going on. There was like a pool, and I didn't have a bathing suit, so I just like sat in the pool in my clothes, just kind of vibing, just kind of chilling. I was the Hot Topic girl. They called me Hot Topic girl, and everything I was wearing was from Hot Topic, so they weren't wrong. I remember though, it really, man, I have bad luck talking to girls in general, but I remember 2 parties that I went to. One, it wasn't a party, it was just hanging out with a friend. I just remember I was better at socializing a little bit, and so I asked one of my friends, gals, like, so what do you think of the food? Like, how is it? And she's like, it's like fine. I'm like, oh, okay. She was nice. She was nice. I guess maybe I just don't have the charisma to bring out the energy in people. And then the other party, like a real party I went to, I did kind of the same thing. Like, we had curry, and there was like one other girl there. There's like 2 girls. But the one I tried to talk to, I'm like, oh yeah, like, how'd you like the curry? And she had more of a response that was very like, okay, you don't want to talk to me, okay. But I'm just like, oh, what do you think of the curry? And she's like, it was like fine. And then she like didn't want to make eye contact with me. And she also sucked anyway, in general. Yeah, I'm still kind of mad about that. I just didn't understand. It hurt a little bit, like, because I'm just like, is it me? Who's the problem? Is it me or is it you? Because just because you get met with a bad response doesn't necessarily mean you did anything wrong. It could just be the other person's problem. Maybe they're in a bad mood, or maybe their social skills are actually worse than yours. And I know, especially when I was younger, I might have even seemed that way to people. Like, she's not really friendly. I guess she hates me. It's like, no, I'm just poker faced. But nah, that girl sucked ass. 100%, it was her. I'm perfect compared to her. And she's a streamer. Well, I guess she was. Fleshy. Oh shit, we actually had a pool in our garden and met one of my best friends through. I love pools. I feel like the oddball now because I'd end up being the life of the party whenever I'm DJing and getting the party going or organizing. People do fun things. Hosted a lot of parties when I was in the city. Whether we were doing cooking parties, gaming parties, karaoke, board games, whatever. I think that's cool though. I really like extrovert people. I like extroverts, and I like people with high social skills because they'll actually have a lot more in common with you than you would assume, right? Some of the people that I've gotten close to are people that I never would have thought that I would get close to. Like, they're like kind of jockish, or they have a little bit of like normie DNA to them almost, but they're not. They seem like they're normies, but they're not normies at all. They're just kind of like hybrids. And I don't know, I feel like chilling with people that are very different than you can be cool. Especially if they have a little bit in common with you. If a normie has nothing in common with me, it's not that I dislike them, but I don't know how to communicate with them at all. I don't know what to say at all. And then I just kind of, my energy fizzles out, I guess. Because I remember I had a childhood friend that reached out to me, and honestly, I was a weirdo, so we don't talk anymore, but she invited me to watch a movie with her, like at the theater, and I just remember the entire time being like, what do I say? I don't know what to say. But it's for the best. It's for the best. I feel like the relations and friendships that are meant to happen, the people that you're meant to vibe with and will vibe with, they'll come in due time. Deal with similar, right? I feel like, Mina, you're pretty good at like being professional and what's the term? You're able to come across as like a friendly person, and you can mingle with people. I'm kind of like I'm gonna go upstairs and hide now, cause like I'm not contributing anything by being downstairs, by being around people, because I'm not good at, I'm just not really good socially compared to others, and it's probably better if I'm not around, I guess. So that way I don't bring down the mood. But I'll say over the past few years, it's kind of like a roller coaster. Sometimes I can force myself to socialize, and it works out kind of good, actually. But other times I kind of fall back to old habits, and I'm like, I'm too tired to try today. I think I could go run away. I remember coming across this Lucky Star Dojin where they're drawn in a more traditional style, so they look their actual age. Don't remember the dialogue, but I think it starts out cute with Kunada and Tsukasa chatting, but then Miyuki, acting like an evil anime villain, says something that angers Tsukasa, probably did something to Kagami, and they have an actually really well done fight, and Kunada is just watching like what the heck is going on. Oh, like kind of like gag dojins. I've always thought those are cute, but I admit that I usually seek out like raunchy, like hot stuff. I don't want wholesome, and I don't want fluff. I just want like the hardcore, because I want that payoff. The only real party I've been to as an adult was a New Year's. Only party I've been to was an adult New Year's Eve party when I was like, that my aunt brought me to. Only thing is she didn't tell my dad, and he thought I was kidnapped. Oh shit. Well, I'm glad that got cleared up, I hope. I like extroverts. I can't handle introverts, especially when they are too reserved. It feels like I'm talking to a wall. Then you would hate me in real life. But a lot of it can be, I guess, confidence issues. Depends on like how you grew up, I suppose. Like for me, I didn't feel like I had a lot of luck when I had a period where I was extroverted, possibly due to like I mean, I'm sure I came across as annoying or frustrating to people, so I'm sure that they shunned me for a good reason. But unfortunately, when you're 5, you're 5. So if you grow up being kind of shunned, even if you, quote, deserved it or whatever, unfortunately, you kind of carry those burns with you when you get older, and it kind of affects you, and your brain has been kind of sculpted into feeling, oh, I shouldn't talk. People don't like me. I shouldn't talk. I shouldn't open up. I should be quiet. So it really sucks for introverts. Not that all introverts have to have, like, Lee trauma past. I think some introverts, they just roll differently. They just kind of don't really want to chat it up too much. They kind of like more chill environments, I guess. Also, hello, Gig. Hi. I'm better at socializing if I'm around men and women I'm comfortable with, which isn't many. I'm not friends with many women. I can only really talk to you and 2 other girls consistently. It's funny how it feels like that's a very common issue for girls, is that a lot of us kind of say the same thing, that we struggle to make friends with girls or talk to girls. And we can have similar reasons or maybe possibly different reasons, but I always feel embarrassed to talk about it because I feel like I'm surrounded by girls who don't have that problem. So whenever I verbalize or vent or respond to somebody who's dealing with the same thing, I always feel like I come across as like a loser incel. Like, oh, she's so weird. She wants to connect with girls and she can't. What a creepy loser. Like, I always assume that's how I come across. And it just sucks. It's like, whatever. But it's always been that way. Like, what's weird is my consistency is if I do make a girlfriend, we get really, really close. But for the most part, like, if I have a bunch of people added on Discord or Skype or Facebook or this and that, it's usually like 95% dudes. And then 5% chicks. I've always noticed that, but I don't know. But it's always been weird because I'll find girls that I have things in common with, but things don't really ever take off. Almost ever. Like there's been cases to where it's like, wow, we have like way too much in common. But I think some of it usually becomes like a one-sided feeling. Like if I don't reach out, then we're never gonna talk. So I think that's usually what happens, is either they don't like me or they're always waiting on me to reach out to them first. And I'm kind of over that, which unfortunately causes problems with new friends. But I don't like to reach out anymore. I've just gone way too long doing that, and it being one-sided, that I'm just too tired. Pick me girl? No? Wait, who's a pick me girl? I don't really feel like I run into pick-me girls much, and pick-me girl kind of is a very specific genre of chick. For us, I don't think like I'm not sure if you're trying to imply it or just talking in general, but I would say that a lot of us girls that mostly connect with men, it's not by choice per se, it just happens to always work out that way, you know? Like with you now, it's like I'm attached, but at the same time I feel like a creep for feeling that way because my excitement gets very intense, right? I think girls just like to bond with each other. Because like I think ideally it's good to have healthy relations with all genders. Like I do really like dudes. I think my dude friends have been really cool and have helped me not feel alone. But there's still dudes. There's still differences between us, even though there's lots of similarities. So there's always nice to like have that that balance of genders, if you can. Probably what the other girls are thinking. Oh, yeah. Like I think in general that not just girls but people in general, I think we're very quick to assume things about other people. Assume like, oh, they're not talking to me because they think they're too good for me, or oh, I guess they only hang out with this gender because they just think they're better than us. Like, I'm sure that that's like a thing. I never had trouble with women. I bet if I would stop being sitting at home and actually go out, I might have luck, but breaking from the habit of not actively seeking seems impossible. It is hard to self-motivate to go outside unless you have a friend group or like a friend to go with. Like if my friends lived nearby, I would definitely keep focusing on being a streamer, but I think I would actually like try to go out more. But because it's just me and family and everything's kind of the same old, like it's hard to like why go out? Why can't we just like eat at home? Like we eat at home, we could be on the computer, and then I could pet my cat. And you have to kind of like teach yourself to not think that way. And I've been talking about like this subject before. I was like, you have to teach yourself to enjoy the little things in life. Why should you go out to the Mexican restaurant? Because it's so much fun, Jan. Because the computer sucks, Jan. Go to the damn Mexican restaurant and be near people and listen to the ambience of other people. I try to do that a little bit more lately. Granted, unfortunately, eating out does raise price, but you don't have to eat like expensive food. You don't have to get like, you get a little salad or whatever, or get like a drink. You could pet my cat, absolutely. Would you want your life to be like an RE game? Man, they would have like a bioterrorism kind of thing every single like other month. That seems like a horrible universe. But then again, if I was a Resident Evil villain, things would definitely go well for me. I could become like a giant mutant character, and then I would be able to go back into like a sexy tyrant form when I don't feel like being mutated. And I would just, if Leon pointed a magnum at me, I just would not get hit. I think that's the problem with all the villains, is that they keep letting themselves get hit by all the bullets. I would hide my weak points way better. Apparently there's a new virus that's going on. It's like with the rats in a cruise or something, and apparently it's pretty deadly, but I don't have all the facts or details. I've been seeing some people say that it's not as bad as like it seems. Crazy though. I've never been on a cruise, but damn, rat infestation. Rats love boats. They love boats. Yes, it's the hentai virus. Give me some of that. No, I already got it. I'm a carrier. The hentai virus. Put style on Pumpkin in real life by running from her. You'll never meet me in real life. I'm never going to Off-Kai. I'll never go to Off-Kai. I'm gonna keep the illusion forever. I'm an anime girl. Hentai virus is henta virus is very serious, but it's not nearly as infectious as other diseases. I heard something like you have to like cough in somebody's mouth and this and that. Like it's got to be like a little bit more like that. Something I did when I first moved to the city, I would just find a group or a bar to go to and have a goal to meet 1 to 2 people. I would with mindset that I would fail, but that's okay. Expect the worst, but you never get the worst, and things got better and better. Yeah, like it's kind of scary, but people are kind of open to somebody approaching them. And I noticed that whenever I make friends, me personally, it's usually the same way. It's usually I kind of bulldoze my way past their walls and I'm like, hey, you're my friend now. And then it works. Like, and every time that I've been too shy to talk to somebody and I just kind of like keep my distance, guess what happens? Nothing happens. That's it. But I don't like that. It always feels like I have to. It's like, am I the man or something? Do I have to reach out to everybody? Why is it never the reverse? But whatever. I'm just bitching now. I love Dead Aim. I would love to stream that. It was the first game that I ever streamed on my capture card, but it was before I was a VTuber. I'm sorry that I whine about my incel and femcel shit. I have rejection sensitivity disorder, so I feel sad girl a lot. But I try my best to kind of like deal with the Menhera. I mean, I'm not medicated. I just have to deal with everything all the time, raw dog style, and it's difficult. Oh, Mina, you're going to a doctor soon, aren't you? That's good. Well, you're just getting a checkup. I'll have to get scheduled into that so I can get some damn medication, but I don't know what I would get. What do I want? Do I want ADHD? Do I want ADHD medicine? Like, do I try it? Like, I don't know. I just remember one time I took a medicine and it made me really hungry, like really badly. And I blame the medicine, but it probably wasn't the medicine. It was probably just me. Like, my brain decided to focus on something, alright? Just not a good thing. I feel like synth would benefit from smoke bombs in case of awkward or bad situations. Yes, and I want it to be like, I get like gender reveal ones. So I'd be like, guess what gender I am? And they're like, what? And I just throw the pink one down, and then pink smoke envelops the entire building, and then it fades away, and they're like, oh my god, she was a girl. Uh-oh, wait a minute, what about the they, thems? We need gender neutral, smoke bombs for gender reveals. So what we... Purple! Purple! ADD meds can do that. Synth is my femso VTuber queen. Oh, teehee, thanks. Thank you. Thanks. White. I am white, yes. How could you tell? Orange smoke for Brandon? Yo, you're right. I love the cruise and Revelations. I wish that we got another ship game. Please. My favorite was meeting people by greeting people, like Joey from Friends. Hey, how you doing? Then you nod your head afterward. People just really open up to that, though. I noticed doing the Joey, some people get really, some women get really shy and walk into things. Whoa, are you like a Chad? You're like getting all the chicks. Honestly, though, those kind of tactics might work decent with people that are out in public, because like if you're doing, you said like you're doing that at a bar, people go to bars, I think, with the intent of socializing. I think even some people, like, the other people go there because they want to meet people. So you have, like, a higher chance. Whereas if you just approach, like, a submissive, like, looking chick at, like, a Walmart or, like, at the bookstore in the manga section, you might try and they'll be like, thanks. Rex? What's Rex? Remember using the solid snake method to socialize? What, asking questions? Hey, how are you? I'm doing good. I'm drinking a drink. A drink? Yeah. Like, it's a martini. Martini? Yeah, it's like a strawberry martini that I got with sugar on it. Sugar? Like that? Spawn camping in the manga section. I'm gonna get some of these manga reading bitches if it's the last thing that I do. I'm gonna go there and I'm gonna bring like a fake bush and I'll wear camo and I'm just gonna like sit in it and then wait for specifically females to come by. Men I will ignore. Females though. I'm gonna do like the shake, like inside the bush where it starts shaking. I think it'll work great. Why don't women like me? I think part of the solid snake method is to gather enough information to make a proper or witty remark at the end. Stalking women. Yes! If you stalk them, you'll learn everything that you need to know about them. So then I hop out of the bush after I've been listening to like the 20-year-old girl talking to her mom in the manga section. Because she still lives with her mom. That's just common now. So nothing wrong with that. And I'd be like, so, fungi cream, huh? Yeah, sometimes that happens. Then the mom's gonna like get between me and her daughter. Stay away from me! I'm like, I'm sorry. I was just researching. Women fear you, fish fear you. You're too powerful. I love fish. I want to eat more fish. I was having a craving for the salmon and I finally got the salmon. I finally got it. Read in mid shonen because your crush likes it. I would not read mid shonen. Dude, my timeline is constantly like One Piece slander all the time. And it makes me feel happy. Like, I've always thought the One Piece anime kind of sucks. The manga's like better. And then I see how the anime is like, damn, they just don't know pacing, dude. So glad that it's not just me that notices that shit. I'll stalk you. I'll stalk the fuck out of you. I gotta go to the bathroom though. I'll be right back, but then we're gonna get into the game and wrap this dog shit up so I can play Pragmata. I'm gonna be a mommy.
me sing this song.
Okay, so we're gonna be switching over to the video game screen. So let's go ahead and move over. Now remember, I have to, unfortunately, I have to look at myself, my model on the screen when I play, so... Weirdly though, it hasn't caused many problems, actually. Usually they don't put too much stuff on the right side. Every now and then I have to minimize my damn overlay though, but... Let's get this party starting, get this shit over with. I've been criminally slow getting through this game. Which, I don't want to say that's necessarily a signifier of how I feel about the game. But it's not a great look, either, for like a new Resident Evil, me to take my time as much as I have been. But I say that, and I haven't gotten to finishing Conscript after starting it over, so it really just depends. But in this case, I would say, this game's whatever. I'm gonna get a matcha latte. I feel like being a bad girl. Crack is out. Matcha is in. I hate Family Guy, by the way. Have I mentioned that? I'm not far from finishing. Oh, I forgot to mention to you, everybody. I would very much like to host Electric Underground's video on Requiem after we are done. I've already seen it, and I agree with most of it. And some things I don't know how I feel yet, but I think I see his perspective. But a lot of my issues are like kind of cosmetic and just simple. Just like I'll get rid of the Leon and just focus on Grace. But I'm rambling. I'm sorry. I saw that there's stealth and shit with liquors. So I think we're gonna be switching over to Grace soon. Oh yeah. Is anybody here that's like waiting for the game to go cheaper before you get it? Oh, that's our save. Okay. I thought it was like a file. I don't like this double pressing to pull up shit. It's like awkward. Like I think it's like a smart way to have things on quick selects, but what is this? It looks like weird tube wire things. That's kind of cool. I don't give a shit. It's awesome. Oh, you see that? Touch the glass again! Touch it! Did you see he touched it? Bitch. When you see Leon in Sexy Back by Justin Timberlake starts, but I don't even remember what that sounds like. Leon is pretty sexy, but I'm a Gideon kind of girl, you know what I mean? Where's the atmosphere? I don't understand. Why do we have atmosphere when we're in the ugly, shitty Raccoon City that's just brown and gray? But when we're in the cool labs, then it's like, okay, guys, we should be quiet now. I want my creepy lab music. God damn you. What a server room. If this keeps it up, I'm going to have to start playing atmospheric music from superior Resident Evil games. Now, the question is, do I like this game more or Revelations more? Revelations is like a dumber game, I guess. Like, when you're Jill, it's not like it's peak survival horror. It's very much like, this is fine. I would say that the Grace segments, not the stupid stealth shit, but the Grace, like, real segments are pretty decent. So I guess in a way, but Revelations makes up for it in atmosphere and mood, which is, it's just so fucking important. It really is. And I think that I would like a lot of modern Resident Evil games a lot more than I do, like 7, 8. If their atmosphere was just a little bit better, it wouldn't override the complaints I have, but my God, would it balance things a little bit more. It is so important to me. And Electric Underground doesn't talk about that kind of thing. Electric Underground is very focused on mechanics, and I am too, but atmosphere is just very important to this genre. It really is. What did I just picked up? Oh, track-in module. There's like no files. Everything's boring. Revelation's my guilty pleasure. I don't like it more than 7, 8, or 9, but I definitely replayed it more than all of them. Yeah, like Revelations, it's got a spark in it, but it's a little bit of a dull game is its problem. It's unfortunate. Remake it, but if they remake it, they'll just fuck it up and take away what wasn't an issue. They will make the gameplay better, and then they'll just like ruin the atmosphere. Oh, right, the soldier enemies. Anybody freak? No, I can't. No, don't you put gun enemies in my Resident Evil. Please do put gun enemies in Resident Evil. I want some equal opponents. Modern sloppa action music. I'm just being silly. Haha, it's not that bad. Ooh, cool. I'm gonna stealth get them all. been chilling, bitch. Fuck. Now, if Mina was doing this... Don't... Not right now! I want to stop! No! I wanted to press X to win. I want to get them all behind the back in the head. Aw, you mean I had to actually think? Fine. Stupid ass game making demands of PumpkinSynth.
I'm getting the feeling.
I refuse to think. Fuck you, bitch! Ugh! Yeah, what do you think of that? How's your arm? How's your arm? Damn it! God damn you! Alright. Let's start over. The game is easy. Keep that in mind. It's just you're watching the Brain Dead play it. But, also, that's what Electric Underground... I forgot to mention, I kind of paraphrased what Electric Underground covered in this morning's stream, but he basically said that the game's difficulty scaling is weird. It just keeps resetting over and over because, oh, we're easing you in as Grace. You're playing as Grace for the first time, and then it rips you away from Grace, and then, okay, now you're playing a new character. Now you have to learn new systems. Now you're Leon, so we're going to ease you in. It never really ramps up the way, like, classic Resident Evil 4 does. But with that said, I play sloppy in general. That's just kind of like my style. And games either let me get away with it or they don't. And this game is like a little mixture of both. Fuck you! Ah! Alright, let's start over. I just want a running gun. I want it to be Resident Evil 6. It's really hot in my room.
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted.
Shut the fuck up, Leon. In-game dialogue bullshit. I'm sorry. It's like I see these barrels. Yeah! You know how much I missed? Die! I hate when it's like you're in your dying animation and you're like, no, I already know I'm dead. I want to start over. Okay. I'll play normal, maybe. The spread's too tight. It's only 2 of them, too. I could throw a grenade, I suppose. This music's alright, I suppose. They're flanking me. They're freaking flanking me. This is like a cool section. Where is everybody? They have lights. Me too. Huh. I wanna... No! Ow! Stop, please! Take that! What does that do? Oh, yeah! Yeah! Oh, sorry! Hurt! Die! Bitch. Stupid bitch! Ow! I got caught on shit! Asshole. They're flanking me from behind. Yeah! Nice body armor, bitch. That was so easy. Action music gone? I guess, yeah, I knew it. Alright, maybe I should play it serious. I'm really hot, though. Give me a sec. No! Let's start over. Where's my last save? This. I'll be right back. It's really hot. I'm a good meat shield. If you ever need somebody on your party to run in and sacrifice themselves, I'm your girl. I fucking hate thinking. Alright. This time, I'm gonna crouch behind them all and press X to win. Should I use another gun? Hee. Ha ha. Thank you. Let me see. My OCD. You know, I got some advice for up-and-coming streamers and all of my friends. Get better about censoring yourself. Sorry, I gotta educate. I'm gonna teach you. Understand that there is a center to the screen. This is mostly centered, but also factor in where the chat box is, correct? So it is not terrible to move yourself slightly this way. There is a feng shui to this. But when I watch Mina or Riot stream, they have themselves like over here and over here and not in the center. Put yourself in the fucking center. It's not hard. Like, you're making me the bad guy because I have to keep saying a little to the left, a little to the right. Get your shit together. Or graduate. Understand? Okay, let's go. Man, I don't want to break open this box over and over again. Ew. Ooh, buying stuff. Okay. Machine gun has no stopping power. Would I really want to use machine gun on, like, soldiers? Human soldiers. I make this strong. It's already maxed. Alright. Whoa. I don't care. Oh, they're selling shit. Okay. Alright, okay. So, you guys think I'm stupid and that I don't know how to play an action game? I'm gonna make you regret those thoughts. One moment. Ooh. Huh. Well, now we know for sure. But I already knew they were gonna be in. Man, liquors look really different when they're, like, standing upright, huh? Dude, Crimson Head plus liquor. Although I think that they're actually connected. Right? Kinda? I don't know. No. Railroaded. There's only one way to go. Yeah. Have I been... Ooh. I like... So these, they're not explosive. They release a vision obscuring gas. It would be a little bit too easy if it was all just explosions. One for each guy. Let me think. It's like, Leon's never able to make med injectors, right? Like, he doesn't have, like, as good of crafting. Shake my head. This is the machine gun, right? Yeah, I don't like it, so... Hand grenade. So, like, I'm thinking that using this would be pretty cool. Okay.
I'm getting the feeling I'm not wanted around here.
They're moved. Bitch. I don't think that killed a single guy. Which is just the way I like it, because I want to deliver the last, Bitch. So, I guess they're intelligent AI. They're gonna go to where they saw a shot, right? What's wrong? Can't aim? Now that I'm serious. You're in big trouble. Because joke's on you! I actually know how to play games. Die. See? Look at how well that went. How turned on are you? You like remotely competent girls? Oh, this song is actually kind of cool. It's like, but then they have like the little choir was like, oh, like, okay, this song's not bad. It'll never be as good as old, but not bad. All right, now I'm gonna save. Actually, no, I'm not, because it auto-saves me. We don't have to worry about manual saves in the Leon, which is maybe a mistake. But I knew how obvious it was. Like, when you come out here, it's like, here's something to crouch behind. We're gonna be cover shooter game. You know, I never utilized the bottle system that this game has. Hey, wait a second. What if I throw this bullet to distract them? Oh shit, I should have submitted that for my points. Forgot to do that. It's like they're like, look how cool they are. They're looking this way and they're also looking that way. I guess I could run. Wait, I know what I'm supposed to do. Operation Raccoon City. Oh, I see. No. Did I fuck that up or did they see that I can't? Oh, there we go. Okay. They can't do anything to me. Ha ha ha. We love Operation Raccoon City. How dare you? Yeah! Oh! Ah! Alright, I was gonna leap off. It probably wouldn't even... No, it would let me. There's not a rail in there. One moment. One momento. Hey, how did they know I was here? What the hell? What the fuck? Oh, yeah, you're right. The other chat is minimized. Stop mimicking it, you weirdo. Stop it. The creator of the book, I think, is who passed away, by the way, for Sadako. Okay. Damn it, they don't let you go crazy. Although even in RE6 there's a limit to how much bullets you can take before it like knocks you on your ass. Ow, what the heck? Hi, love. I hope Leon dies. Spoiler, I know he doesn't. How come they're not shooting at me? Do they not feel like it? Maybe I did it so good that they don't know I'm here. I don't know if that hurt them or not. Damn it, I had a perfect opportunity to be Stealth-Alino. Stealth Kennedy. Ah! Oh. Aw. Okay, fine. Fine, I'll this time I mean it. Why do they keep getting a shot at me? This game's so bad! Stop! Help! What kind of game is this? I'm doing everything perfect. Stop! This is bullshit. God, how do they notice me? They want me to play a particular way. Fine. Use the Requiem. I never use it. Why would I? Yeah. Hey! Hey! Stop that! Ugh. Interesting how they're doing it, though. Instead of doing what action Resident Evils typically do and just throw 50 enemies, they just kind of throw, like, 4 that are, like, just, they're strong. Stop attacking me. Where are you? What if I wait till they're out of ammo? Where are you? I don't want to waste that. Owie. What's my health at? Ow! Ah! Truly! Ah! Hi! Thanks for the raid! I'm playing Requiem and I'm really good. I hope you had a good stream. How are you guys doing? Yeah! For anybody who doesn't know me, hi, I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm a Halloween ghost VTuber. And I really like Resident Evil. Not modern Resident Evil, though. Thank you for the follow. I hope you had a good stream, but if you have to head out because it's late, I forgive you. Oh my god, one bullet hurt me so bad. I'm used to playing this game as like a, you know, you're fighting against zombies, so having more competent soldier enemies is kind of interesting. I'm actually, genuinely, I'm surprised I was able to shoot at the enemy through the crack because I expected it to be more like an invisible wall, but once he was able to shoot me through the crack, I realized, oh, I guess I can too. At least, hopefully. Sometimes AI are able to do things that you're not able to do, and it's very unfair.
Names of a friend.
Thank you for the follow. Playing Resident Evil Requiem, which is an identity crisis game. I'm sure you guys have kind of heard the general consensus about it. It's not a bad game, but it's not a fantastic game. It's fine, but it's kind of like a dip for modern Resident Evil. Like, even though I don't adore modern Resident Evil, I do think that this is taking steps backwards in ways. It's also very nostalgia slop. It's like, remember Raccoon City, remember Nemesis, remember Mr. X, and it's like, yeah, the remake versions, right? Like, they just came out. Like, who's who? Where is this last guy? Oh, going up. Fuck you. Oh my god! What, my shotgun? Ah! Sorry, nostalgic critic scream. My bad. Me number one. I think it's great considering the stories about facing your past. Like, I mean, it's alright. I think they could have just done it better. Oh, oops. A lot of us liked Nostalgia Critic back when we were growing up. Man, this is a tight encounter. Why do they notice you sometimes and other times they don't? It's like, if Resident Evil wants to be action again, that's fine. I kind of wish that, we could do Resident Evil 6 movement, but I understand that you don't have to go, too crazy for an action game to be good. It can be okay to have some reservedness in the design. And it's like, they start shooting at me, and they know I'm around, and then they kind of become docile. Now, my real question is, can I shoot through the grate? They're not able to. That's very shocking to me that you can do that. I feel like a lot of games don't. I'm a controller aimer. Mina, I think you played with mouse and keyboard. Can I? No, I don't want inversion. How to... horizontal. This is camera. This isn't, aiming, right? How do can I make it like where it's smoother? Camera inversion, camera work. What about controller? I don't want to remove the wobble because the wobble's not the issue. It's that I want to be able to move my crosshair faster. Just doesn't feel like I can, which is a little bit disappointing. There's a smooth aim in. Where? Where? Controller? Okay, I don't really know much about, like, Dead Zone type stuff. Wait. Oh. Standard original. What the fuck does original mean? How about that? Like I'm trying to have to activate a certain part of my brain because I just haven't been playing a game like this in a minute. And then what do? Hide? Hide and they'll forget about me? Or did they just notice me and that's what went wrong? I'm playing it a little bit like how I play Hitman. When I play Hitman and like a single person notices me, I'm like, oh, nope. And I start over. I'll try to like commit this time. Well, I don't even know if it's necessarily being a streamer. Like, I mean, streamers do like swap between game types, but this is a deal. This is a situation I would deal with even if I wasn't a streamer. I've just not been in the habit of playing action shooter games in a while, and if I do, they're not like great. Like, what one of the last ones was Hydrophobia, and it was like, yeah. It's not really a stealth segment. I don't, but they shoot at me. Are you backseating me? Do you not respect the integrity of this game? This is the most important game of my life. What? I don't like this stupid, dumbass, worthless game that hacked me. Shut up. Be quiet. Stupid asshole. Stupid dumb viewers. Stupid asshole viewers who don't know shit about anything. This is hardcore difficulty. What, you wanna like bully me for playing on casual? Sorry, you're not gonna get that here. Hi, G. Thank you so much for the sub. Thank you.
Dead angels.
They should just do like the new Yoshi game and make it to where you can't die. Why Resident Evil Requiem hasn't involved? What is the point of a death state? Isn't it redundant? I mean, dying, like, I'm trying to have fun. And the game, is dying fun? No, it's not. Remove it. I can't deal with it anymore! I hate that it keeps moving. What are you moving for? You're not seeing anything. sick of going up this stupid path anyway. Silent Hill F on hard mode. It was alright. I just lost interest in the game. I basically was told that the school section was the last, like, awesome part of the game, and the rest is just alright and becomes more gauntlet. I don't like the combat style enough of Silent Hill F to really be in a hurry to get back to it. Like, it was alright and everything, but I kind of just prefer older Silent Hills. It's like my character moves so much. See, this is a good guy who just, like, stays where he's put. What? What? Why do you notice me? Why do you magically detect me? God, I just don't like... Maybe what I'm supposed to do is just fucking kill them all. Ah! Fine. Body armor. It's probably all damaged, but the body armor just, like, takes 3 shots for you. Did I T-pose? It's like, I want to pick them off, but if you're sure it's not supposed to be stealth, I mean... Maybe if I'm quiet and just, like, sneak past them, but you said it's not stealth. They just magically detect me. It's like it has a specific idea of when I need to be aggressive. I'm sure that I'm not figuring out the intended way they want me to do this. But I don't want, like, to be backseat, though. No, it's not. Press button to win. Nobody heard that, right? Okay. Thought you said this wasn't a stealth part. Nobody heard that, right? Oh, he did. I never was able to not get insta-killed when going on the catwalk. It's like, so they just don't want you to do it, I guess. You know what determines it? Like, I guess it's just, they're just hard triggered to notice you whenever, like, you can go through this catwalk with them not noticing you a lot of the time, but the other one, they just seem to always notice, or maybe there's just a very specific window. Did anybody hear that? No? Whoa, umbrella. I'm just, for some reason, I'm just so bad at getting the aim. I miss it a lot. The game's alright. Like, I'm not, like, a big fan of Requiem. We're just kind of trying to finish this. That way I can eventually move on to Pragmata. Like, I like the gray segment. It's like, I wish I can... I don't know how to explain it. Like, I guess my reticle just gets stuck in a spot. I can't, like, move it, like, left fast enough. Maybe I'm just stupid. Somebody said that this is the hardest part of the game. Is that true? I want this ammo for a gun I don't use. I could also, like, shoot that, but I guess more guys are just gonna come in. Oh, there's two guys in here. I like how much impact the shotgun has on them. It really, really staggers them. Uh-oh, is there another guy? Oh! Woo! Woo! Whoa! Oh, he's got a body armor. Damn. Goddamn movement in this game. It's like I'm trying to hold a certain way and then he just... What? He's a fast guy. What does this guy want? Maybe I gotta just throw a grenade or ignore him. Do I have to aim at it to break it? Stop. Stay away from me. What the... What? You dropped a key or something? I can't get this guy off my ass. Wait a moment. What if... Oh, no, I can't climb back up, can I? Wait. Yeah, I can't. Like, I was gonna climb up the ladder where you can't get me anymore. Oh... Female DSP allegations are gonna increase. Ah! God damn it, I thought he was gonna insta-kill me. He has a crowbar? Fuck off! Get away from me! What do you think of that? Bastard. Whoa! Whoa! I'm sorry! Another one! Come on now! Whoa! No! What are you gonna do, bitch? Oh, which way are you going? Man, they really fixed these enemies after what they did to them in 5. Shame this isn't an our play stream. Why? You only just want to see my tits. That's it. You don't love me for me. Based. Yay! Me #1. Me strong. Yeah, I saw it. Ground Zero, I saw it. But there's so many recommendations. I can't afford to buy every single game, so it's gonna be a little bit before I can get it. But I saw Mina play some of it, and it looks cool. This is like the same room that we were at earlier. Ooh, okay. I would like to buy a med injector, please. No. We cannot buy one.
Game of the year!
Oh, thank goodness. What's our goal? Oh, right. Wait, right, there's multiple ways to go. No, that's where we... That's where we went, right? Oh, no, this is new. Resident Evil 6? I mean, 4. Lasers. What an interesting, open, ugly area that sucks. Interesting spider web. Hydrate? Oh, not yet. I'll do that right now. Where's the atmosphere? Isn't this where I came from? This is where I started. Wait, right? Huh? What? I did! I drank! What? I don't know if I went down here. Hi, Noodle. That's the server room. That has a liquor now, which is not good. And this was where we activated the dudes. So there's no reason to go back here. Hey, is that a ladder that I didn't go up yet? Or is that the one that I crawled up to get a vantage point? Maybe I accidentally went backwards. That must be what I did. Right? No, because... I'll go over here. Ooh. I don't want to... Oh, right, you can stealth and kill them instantly. With just an axe, which is absolutely insane. I saw in the Electric Underground video, somebody did it to like 5. I thought that was 1 for a second because of the color. It's like, it kind of makes me think of the Regenerators in the 4 remake. They have you fight in an arena and you're able to like break open and set loose the Regenerators. Now, my question is, can the Regenerators aggro onto the Ganado and Cultist? Or do they only... Yeah, did it? Despawn? Oh, well, there you go. Now I won't get my points, but I don't really know what I even want to upgrade. Let's see. I think I went... That wraps up to the shortcut, I guess. I'm stupid. This takes me to a new area. Ooh.
Here at ARC, your movements will be constantly monitored. Do not leave the designated areas without authorization. The recording and transmitting of information is strictly prohibited.
What? What are you talking about? What do they want? They're going avant-garde art. Is he Goatsian? Yeah, he's Goatsian. Okay. This is art. Code CMG002 Gamer. Price a lot. Product specifications. Umbrella Corporation Cerberus has been further enhanced and enlarged, resulting in increased combat capabilities. It can track and pursue targets at speeds exceeding 60 miles per hour. Code CMLB110 Liquor B2. Price a lot. Product specifications. Originally an infection anomaly, rigorous experimentation revealed the key to activating the mutation, paving the way for commercialization. Bro, they're gonna start, like, using liquors for Twitter PR. Product boasts enhanced climbing capabilities and possessed sharp claws and a pointed tongue. Code CXP001 plant. Price a lot. Product specifications. A prototype bioweapon developed from a viral plant infection found in the Arklay Mountains and Raccoon City. Note, an incident occurred during the transport of the experimental Plant 43 and has resulted in an infestation near the surface entrance of Ark. Always exercise extreme caution when transporting bioweapons. Yeah, okay. Tyrant. A lot. A humanoid bioweapon with exceptional combat capabilities and a nostalgia buff. It can execute simple commands such as tracking and eliminating targets, and comes... I accidentally lowered my chair. What kind of... We should make a tyrant journalist. We can engineer a journalist to be a really good gamer. I don't remember that. I wouldn't do that. That sounds stupid. That sounds like a dumb thing. Nemesis. Price. I don't know. What do you think? Product specifications. Based on the Umbrella Corporation's parasitic NEA. This mass-produced model focuses on cost reduction and performance enhancement. Repeated improvements have resulted in a significant boost to physical ability and recovery, regardless of the host's durability, and an inferior remake. As previously stated, ARC is focused on bioweapon research and development, utilizing the unique environment of Raccoon City. In particular, experiments performed by infecting nearby zombies with the mutated T-virus strain have yielded a great deal of empirical data. This has also proven effective against the BSAA's attempts to eradicate ARC. I don't remember what ARC is. It's in Sonic. The development of a new bioweapon based on this hard data is in the final stages. If said bioweapon is released, we can expect further profit growth next fiscal year. I love these files. I'm just ready to shoot. ARC has now become a key bioweapon production hub for North America, able to continue to bring great benefits to both us and the USA. You want to be eradicated? Give me that. No, files are good. Files are good. Goats. E. I did know about this guy. It's Resident Evil 6.
Backup is on the way.
Not necessary. I'll neutralize the target myself.
never be as cool as Krauser versus Leon 20 years ago. Oh fuck, is that fucking Hunk? It makes me think of that fan Resident Evil film. I forgot what it's called, but it's a fan made one, and it's like really jank and really like rough. It's comical though, and it comes across as like very amateur Resident Evil fan fiction. And they have this like part where Vector from Resident Evil Operation Raccoon City comes, and he's like, "Hey, I'm gonna take you out." And it's like, what if Batman fought Superman?
I didn't realize I had such a
Oh,
big
well, you a fast guy? You a fast guy? Ow! I don't. Hey, parry slap up. I don't parry. Parry's for pussies. Ah! No!
Worried about me. How sweet.
Oh, he's gonna break my neck! You learned that from Mercenaries.
Sneaky bastard.
Oh, I'm in nostalgia. It's so stupid. It's really Resident Evil 6. How do I skip? Come on! Ah!
I didn't realize I had such a big fan.
Can I?
I heard you were smart.
Shut the fuck up! Stupid dumb character dialogue.
Death's door. Worried about me. How sweet.
Oh, you gonna go for a double, huh? Thank you, Garrett. No, thank you so much. I missed my melee prompt.
Sneaky bastard.
Why does he run like a ninja? What, am I not allowed to shoot too? Why do you get a gun?
Nancy, are we?
Make no mistake, nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
Why does he run like Naruto? Aw, thank you so much, Garrett. Oh, whoa! Come on, come on! What am I supposed to do? Run at you? Ugh, stupid dumb parry slap bullshit. Oh, come on, I hit the dumb button. Why are they... Well, this is like a fucking variety show. Okay, now you're gonna fight against gun enemies. Okay, now you're gonna fight against Naruto, but it's gonna be axe parry fight. Well, I guess bosses have different ticks to them. That's normal.
I didn't realize I had such a big fan. How about an autograph?
I heard you were a smartass. Not bad for someone at death's door.
Worried about me. How sweet.
Oh, yeah!
Sneaky bastard.
Hunk fans are gonna pay for this slop. God damn you guys. Like, why are we... Like, if that's supposed to be Hunk, why... Hunk doesn't give a shit about Leon. He doesn't fucking care. He's just doing his job. Nah, this one's personal. This one's for the company. Fuck off. Whoa! Whoa, it's like Naruto and Sasuke. Whoa, ow!
Make no mistake, nothing will stand in my way. I'll complete this mission.
God, look at this gameplay. Let me move. Good. I hope that was really not good. I hope he's dead.
Coming from you, that's quite the compliment.
No, he's a bioweapon. He's gonna come back.
Chris should be nearby.
Yeah. Oh my god. Oh, that's some thick glass. What? You backseater? You know what I do to backseaters? This is Mother's Day. Mommy's gonna beat the shit out of you and hide the bruises. Don't tell anybody. What do I do? Go upstairs. Oh, right. This is an entire arena that I didn't explore. Huh. Oh my god. Remember when... Hey, oh my god, he's gone. Hunk is gone. What do I do? What? You backseated me and you don't even know what you're talking about. Go upstairs? This upstairs or another? Yeah, you missed Hunk. He came and went. And I nostalgia'd all over the floor when I saw him. Oh, you just wanted me to... Oh, okay. I picked up a new weapon, right? This is new? Is that new? Did I pick up a new? I have 2 axes now. Ah, that one's the Mortal Edge. Oh, fuck. That goes hard. I'm hard. I'm gonna come. Okay, what do I do? I can't craft anything. What do I got all this crafting stuff for? It's weaker, but has higher parry windows. What? I don't like parry. Oh, I never equipped it. I was thinking about upgrading it, but... Well, parry slop came in. Wait. That's a completely new area. This is completely familiar area. I thought the fight was cute, but it's like, oh, you're just doing the Krauser again, huh? Oh, okay. But that should be uniquely Krauser's fight, but I brought modern Resident Evil parry slap. Oh, there's no save in here. Thoughts on when to high-tech research zone is all white? It can be okay, but it can also be like kind of plain and boring too. Industrial is always cooler, but like the goatsy shit here is kind of cool. That was kind of cool. But could be cooler. Leon's got the Resident Evil 2 Remake cheeseburger texture for the skin. I'm not saying he's unattractive, it's just there's something about like some modern game skin that looks like
The world
fake.
is under threat. The technology to control another's will already exists, but it's not efficient at infecting others.
Leon, yeah, they show that early on. Leon's infected, Grace is infected, Sherry's infected, not Wesker here is infected.
For themselves, and it's been waiting here ever since.
Oh, I mean, Hunk was moving like Naruto, so I'm sure that he's messed up. Game is quiet. Have you thought about turning it up? What about if you turn that up? Let me see. I mean, it's already kind of like in the... Let me see. Does anybody else have any issue with it? I mean, it's in the yellow. Like, it's not going to be as loud as an action part. But if I've been having the volume too quiet, I don't mind upping it. Well, can you hear what he's saying? Because, like, I mean, the game's always going to be quieter than the streamer. Ooh. I guess it's fine. Just let me know if the in-game is stuff, like, is too loud.
This is as far as we could get. If the wrong password is entered, the Ark will be destroyed, and Elpis will be lost forever. So tell me, Grace, what's the password?
I don't know.
Of course you do. You're the...
Leon!
Don't embarrass yourself, Mr. Kennedy. You can't beat me.
Like his ring. We have greatest hits by also having a Wesker, too.
Aren't we fancy?
Oh, nice gun. I like cinematic cutscenes. I dig this. Fun. Oh, I have a good shower. Get nice and clean. Just smash him with your foot.
Don't move!
Don't move why?
Oh, wait! You still need me, right?
It's like supposed to look like a planet thingy.
Come on! Grab tight!
He's got really strong arm grip to not like have to let go of her from like the impact. Can't believe my game's not realistic.
Are you okay?
Me? I feel like $1 million.
So, was that one section of like competent guys with guns it? Like, is that it? It kind of like just leads me to think like, gee, it feels like Leon's campaign is underbaked and should have been its own game.
Where does this take us?
Your guess is as good as mine.
Look at his beautiful red lips. But I don't goon to this guy.
Time to get off. Come on.
Thoughts on Capcom saying they want to have Leon as a character even when he's 70? Mascot poisoning. And, I mean, they'll just probably have him be a confidant. Mr. Leon, sir? And then the camera shows Leon with, like, one of those IV drips. He's, like, walking around. What is it? We need your help. Raccoon City 2 just dropped. And Leon goes, oh my god.
Leon, are you okay?
How long was I out?
I don't know.
And Leon, when he's like 70, he's gonna have Baldwin, but he's still gonna have kind of like the same haircut. Just imagine Baldwin.
Smarts.
Yes. T-virus.
Mutty virus.
If you're so sick, why would you come here?
To finish what I started.
This place. Raccoon City was where it all began for me. When it all happened, I couldn't make a difference. So I am here now.
We can't stop Zeno.
He said something about you having a password. What was he talking about?
I don't know. I'm sorry.
Yeah, it's the save room and it's not even that great. It's like, what if we made it like sound like a generic synthwave remix or something?
Here.
I'm going back. I'm gonna destroy all
If
this.
they actually had the balls to
coming
kill
with you.
Leon, though, I would commend Capcom, and I would
don't
actually
want
feel
any more
bad for
regrets.
Leon.
Whatever it takes, count me in.
But they're not gonna kill him, because Resident Evil's not about being sad, it's about being happy.
If anything happens to me,
They did a better job remaking the police
promise.
main hall theme earlier.
you'll end this.
It's like, I can't even tell this is supposed to
I
be
promise.
the save room, hardly. It's alright, I just think it needs a little bit more to it.
Come on.
What do I gotta protect Leon or something?
Look, there's a door over there.
Crane's blocking it though.
Come on. Oh, man. Oh my god, they didn't actually make me have to wait for him to come over?
I can check it out for us. You think you can give me a boost?
Guess we're about to find out.
And then are we gonna get Ashley flashbacks or something?
Come on.
And then it does the flashback sound effect. Not the classic old school one. But like, the one they used earlier in this game. So we're in like a actual Grace part, but is it gonna be like that Leon thing that we just did to where it's
Watch
like a
out for yourself
micro
up there,
section?
yeah.
It's not like really like, you know what I mean? Hello, hi, Forge. Ugly, ugly, ugh. Trying to...
Once I go down, there's no getting back up.
Well, what else am I supposed to do? Oh, maybe I missed a special thing. Well, with flickers, they are blind, so I don't have to worry about hiding my flashlight, at least. Need a key.
System locked. Override key required for reactivation.
Wakarimashita. We have like a little bit of atmosphere. I didn't get the BFG. Oh. This music's alright. Could be a little bit louder, but it's not too shabby. No, I don't need to save here. Granted, I'm so conservative with the oh man, it's been a while since I've seen Grace's inventory. It's what was I gonna say? I don't need to worry about being so conservative with the ink ribbons because man, they just don't really need them much. Or you have so many. But I have an autosave here anyway. Oh, also, this is apparently, like, the hand thing. It's, like, some cryptic, like... Remember the Resident Evil 7 demo? It's, like, one of those kind of things. I like how they have, like, a fancy, different, item box. And we're gonna have the blood system again. Oh, boy. I have, I want to make, like, health. I guess I can't. I don't have any herbs, that's why. And I always keep this with me. I'm gonna go to the bathroom really quick. So give me 1 second. Sorry. We have an ad anyway. I like the lyrics when she says drugs. Alright. Oh wait, the ad starts. Hold on, never mind, I'll be on BRB longer. I have returned. I think the ad's over. Hold on. There we go. My opinion hasn't really changed. It's the same. If anything, the more I play, the more the issues are even more glaring. Like, I was told Hunk would show up. I didn't know it was going to be like a random as parry fight. I wouldn't say that it did anything to heighten the game for me. If anything, it's just made me laugh. I dealt with like the small mini encounter with guys with guns, which is the only encounter apparently that's like that, and it just makes me think that Leon's game should have been fleshed out more and its own separate thing, so they could have expanded on the gun guys. But I don't like the game. Like, it's alright. I think I'll just stick with the old Resident Evil still. Or the recent modern Resident Evils. I guess those are a little bit better. Yeah, like if you want to talk about it, it's fine. Sorry, I'm drinking my matcha latte. Oh, I'm accidentally holding the wrong controller. Where's my Oh, I put it over here. Hey, wait a minute. My controller's green. Is it always green, or is it doing that because it's showing my health? So this, I guess, is going to be our end goal. This atmosphere is okay, but it could be better.
Warning. Threat level orange. Confirmed in storage sector. Critical error. Containment lockdown failure.
Probably showing health. That's cute. I like when controllers do little stuff like that. The camera took control from me, yoinked and made me look a certain way, and then my character moved on her own. Like, I hate this shit so much. Like, I got, like, a little bit, like, how do I say, I almost edged a reaction out of getting jump scared a little bit, but then my brain started focusing on Grace moving the camera for me, and I'm like, never mind, I'm not scared, I'm just annoyed. That looks cool. But I really don't like that kind of shit. Why do you need to yoink the camera? Why do you need Grace to do a little dance for me? It's like, you put it in front of the door. If I walk in, then the jump scare happens. What's wrong with something like that? Why does it have to look... It's got to look like a movie or something. You apparently won't deal with that if you play this game in first person. But why do I got to get punished for playing in third? Shut the fuck up, Grace! Be right back. I feel like that's an excuse, though. Like, oh, you see, the game Grace is supposed to play first person, so when we programmed the third person, we had no choice but to make her fall and trip and have the camera move around. We had no choice at Capcom. It's your fault for not playing first person. It's like, well, they gave me an option for third person. Why does my third person view gotta be clunkier in ways? And what does it add? It's just, ugh.
See.
Thanks, Grace. Thanks for telling me how the game works. When I used to not even know that lickers were blind, I thought it was the coolest thing ever when I found out. Many years later. Oh. You can't use the axe? Oh. I guess it's Leon that does it or something. But no, I don't think that they should just spell it out for me. Ow, did I hurt myself? The blood's cool. Is that's an item. I like this atmosphere. It's like alright. I just wish it had a little bit more to it. But at least I can hear it. I'm gonna assume that we don't have this. Yeah, like, Oh, I wasn't trying to do that. Oh, for a second I thought it was open and like, oh, I guess I did it. I think hunk was... What does that word mean? Meaning he was used to hype up thing for little to no reason. He acted really stupid for his character. Hunk's character was survive mission everything else. Was literally the only character they gave us for him. But for some fuck all reason, Hunk, armed with an automatic mid-range rifle, charges a armed gun guy with an axe. Fucking why? He acted like a crackhead, not a soldier. Because Lee fan service. But what's stupid is they could just say that he's still employed by Capcom and he just comes to kill Leon because it's his job. But they make it like seem like it's like a personal thing or something. I don't know. I think it's corny. The glass sound effects is pretty visceral. Like I like that. I get anxiety hearing that because I feel like it's gonna cut through her shoes. This is kind of like the same ambient style that they did for Resident Evil 3 Remake when you're walking through the city. It's just like a... like Renin style, where it's like, it's alright, but... He literally says it's his job when he's fighting Leon. Yeah, but he came across as edgy. I'd have to watch it again, then. Oh, look. Cool. Yeah, I knew it. I knew it. I'm not stupid. I even thought it earlier. I'm like, I need to remember to look up because I bet they're going to use that at some point. I am excited for the new Ghost in the Shell because they've always been so transformative. Like none of the anime adaptation ever felt like how the manga kind of is. So it's kind of cool seeing that they're going to try to go for that proper balance. I mean, I already knew that. I knew that Hunk was infected. I never said he wasn't. I just thought it was, like, funny. Funny seeing him Naruto run. So are you programmed to drop down when I go under you, or how do you work? They're kind of spooky. Got you. What? I waited for him to go for his lunge, and then I wanted, like when he finishes his lunge, and then I was gonna run past him, but he's immediately able to reactivate, like, his grapple. I didn't mean to heal. I wish that they didn't make that a heal button. I think he's just trying to psych me out. Yeah, he's doing what they do in RE2 Remake, where they're trying to get... They make a sound and make it seem like they detect you, and then you'll panic and run, and it's like, aha, you got tricked. I do know that I'm leaving one of these behind, which sucks, but... Wait, how do I get back to, like... What are y'all flanking me or something? Yeah, you tried to get me to jump again, didn't you? Trying to get me to make a mistake? No, thank you. Well, I'm sure that Hunk's probably not actually dead, and his body did get up. I just think it was an out of left field, like, little segment. Because it's like, I guess he could just serve as, like, a boss, basically. But it's like, wait, what? What are you doing here? Alright, bye. See ya. Also, hi, Psychic. Hello. How are you doing? Hold on. What are you talking about? It's like, I could probably improve this run. I still don't want to save quite yet. Key reader is right here, right? Wait. I forgot. Where did I... This is a key card. Where's the dump again? The motive of this game is to get rid of old baggage from Raccoon City. I always just thought, like, we just were all content with, oh, Hunk, you know, he finished his job and he went on to go do great things. Went off to go do normal stuff somewhere else. So I think I hear one here. Head to the essential refining system.
Careful. I need to get going too. Nice.
I'm going to assume that there's no reason to go back down here, but... Hi, Platinum. I'm pretty okay. I'm just playing a little bit of good old Resident Evil Requiem. We're gonna try to finish it tonight. And then the next game that I'll play will be Requiem. I don't know if I'll do it today, but that's just gonna be my next, like, thing that I tackle. You're gonna go crawl on the wall, right? And they kind of detect you if you get too close. I don't have the knife. I don't know if I would be able to instant kill him with a knife or not. They give you just enough room to be able to weave past him. The DLC? I guess maybe at some point. Yeah, I would have preferred classic Mercenaries. I'm not surprised that they didn't do it. And then there's like another area I think I could go through if I go that way, right? Like a safe, which we could go there later once we have the once we have key item for it. Oh, this is kind of cool. Having a little bit of color. Things are getting a little bit too plain. I don't know when I'm gonna get locked out. Wouldn't kill me to save, since I never do. It just shows that Capcom really underestimates how fun Mercenaries is. Like, they did it semi-decent in RE4 Remake. The main issue was just, like, its scoring system, but aside that, like, it was, like, fine. But, I don't know. It is what it is.
Still have a ways to go. I wonder if Leon's made it yet.
Threat level red in storage sector. Rebooting AI control center. Noah.
Noah. Arc. You can now craft bottle of acid, various other items. I don't think I've ever used acid at all in the game. Remember that? Capcom released a game that was just the Mercenary section, and you're telling me they forgot what made it work? Do you remember what year Resident Evil Mercenaries 3D for the 3DS came out? Because it wasn't 10 years ago. It's longer than that. So, yes, I do think that Capcom underestimates how good Mercenaries is, because Capcom is a different company now. Beep. It's like this lab's pretty cool. Is this a room I was at earlier, but from a different perspective? Let's go this way really quick and just see what the other side is. I think that's how they do things. Partial doors usually lead to small, like tiny rooms, and then full doors lead to whole sections. They should revive Dino Crisis is what they should do. Resident Evil gets way too much love from Capcom. There's a lot of other IPs. Haunting Ground is another one I usually vouch for. Bed injector, like... Hi, comma. Okay, so there's not actually many paths. Haunted Ground is a standalone, but they've never ported it a single time. It's not on Steam. It's never really been ported to any digital storefronts on PlayStation or on Xbox. Not on Steam. It's not on GOG. Capcom has just genuinely let it rot. I'm not asking for a remake. I don't even want a remake. I don't want a remake. I don't even really need a remaster. I just wanted a port. Because I think it's a good game. And they just never bothered with it. Oh, it's glass. I love Haunted Ground. I think it's fantastic. And it's like, all I want is a port. If you want to enhance, remake it like you did with the Resident Evil GameCube game, like the remake of RE1, like, if they want to remaster it a little bit, that's fine. Just don't remake it or anything. I don't want it to have a generic camera perspective. I think that hurts some of the magic. Now, let's see. It's like we're eventually going to wrap around to the other area, so I'm just going to keep on keeping on. Because what's the point in running back and doing one safe when I'm going to have to come back here and then find another code and etc. This is almost like the Resident Evil 1 movie. You know, the one area that has like all the liquor containers. It's like they try to psych you out. I was a little bit like, huh, does he notice me? But nah. Just the half of dealing with them is don't let them intimidate you. Now the question is he programmed to just kind of like guarantee go near me? Because sometimes enemies that, quote, can't see will do that to you, like the Garradors in RE4. They're just kind of programmed to walk to you. Am I out of your bounds? Yeah. Try had the knife. Could maybe instant kill him. I don't know if I would want a Rule of Rose remake, because again, they would take away the camera style and make it more generic camera. But if they if they announce one, I'll be like, all right, I'll see what you got cooking. Let me guess, they're not programmed to come in here unless you aggro them, like, officially, right? Yeah. What a nice video game. Thank you, Capcom. Interesting. So we have the zombies thrown in too. This is like a cool section. I think that's fine. And then he's gonna just stalk me a little bit, and then I'm just gonna go out of bounds and kind of cheat. Back in the day, you would just load a door and then reset the enemy. So this is kind of like the same logic. It's like really cheesy, but that's video games. You still on my ass? Or did I walk far enough away fast that you just gave up on me already? I do think the enemy sound design here is really cool. It's like they're actually kind of scary. I also like how those guys move a little bit. They're very twitchy. That's it. Just some dipshit ammo. It's like I'm able to kind of map out a path. Alright, I see. So I have just a little tiny weapon, window to squeeze past him. So that's how you work, huh? I never actually utilized the bottle throw-in mechanic until now, so that was kind of fun. That's kind of like why Mina ended up getting convinced to switch to, oh fuck. Switch to, third person, because it makes looking around corners a little bit easier. No, I don't want to register. I want to, like, get 2 in 1. Well, the question is, did the zombie even notice me? There's also, like, other doors I want to open up. I could take a hit. I'm kind of like a hoarder, so I want to pick up everything. Almost got tricked because it's like, oh, the liquor is dead, and then the living one got on top of him, so. Sounds like there's one in here. Yeah! Cute. Are you in here too? You are. Okay. That's kind of cute. We like a little bit of mean-spirited shit like that in our video games.
AI Control Center. NOAA. Reboot failure. No response. Containment protocol inactive. Containment.
I like how fixed camera allows enemies to be hidden in artistic ways. Over the shoulder can't do that, so they just make everything dark. Yeah.
Protocol inactive.
I really, really do like old fixed camera. I do like that, like, at least in this section, this is why I like this area, but I don't like the parking garage and the stuff in Leon segments where it's like, I have perfect visibility. I can see everything. You just have things moodily lit and spooky. So I'm having a good time, you know? But whenever you're playing as Leon in, like, the dark sections, or I guess some of Grace's sections with the, stalker enemy, everything is so muddy and black, I can't see anything. I'm not scared, I'm blind and I'm bored. And it really did affect the enjoyability for me. Alright, I don't have, what do you call it, the axe. My instinct is, I want to pick that up and then save, but usually doing this is what triggers an event. So they're all going to come rushing in or something, and I'm going to come here, or the reverse. I guess I'll just save, because I don't know. I don't want to shoot them, though. It's like, I know how to play the game. I know it's like Resident Evil 4, like the thing that they did. Like, look, you're supposed to make it look like the Umbrella symbol or something. But I don't want to do my shove attack. What's wrong with how I'm playing? Also, hold on one second.
This is it. I did it.
Oh, that's it? It's like RE2 Remake kind of established that you're able to, it established that you're able to walk and they won't detect you. You don't have to actually, like, crouch. The music vaguely makes me think of some tracks in Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Just not as good, of course. But not bad. I might have actually boxed myself in, which is maybe why they gave me a save. Or are you nice and you're just gonna turn around? Yeah, okay. It's like they're trying to jump scare me, but I'm trying to see which way should I go. It's all wrapped around. Maybe my mistake was just getting too close. Wait, oh, are you actually gonna come get me? Oh, you actually are. They're scary because they are really fast. Should I have not? Oh, wait. That's a dead end, I think. Maybe I shouldn't have gone this way? Oh, it's down here. Alright, so we got the one orb. And then this is right to the exit. But I don't have everything that I need. Oh, I know. That's right. Remember when I said I didn't want to go back to the one area until like I got all the codes for the saves, and then I would come back. There's like probably one more thing we need to do there. That's where the other orb's gonna be. Do I have an injector? I want like eat this. It's like, does this insta-kill them? Well, the thing with the injector is that well, I guess will kill an enemy and not make a sound, quote, even though you can hear them explode, but the bottle acid, I guess, would just draw a lot of attention. 150. Oh, this takes 60 to make, and this takes 80 to make. It's like I should actually use my resources, but it's a little bit fun to not do it. It is an instant kill. Pretty cool. Only need one of them to be gone. I'm just gonna move over here and try not to step on any glass. Although it probably won't be affected as long as I don't, like, walk on it. Yeah, I thought the same thing. So, I wonder if we get a checkpoint when we do this. Probably not, because the early game showed us that the autosaves are not that nice, which is cool. I do respect that. Any more crafting I can do? Oh, how many healths do I have? Oh my god. I have like 4. I think it's been a while since I've like had a max stack like that, but might as well. And then let's not have this much. This is kind of like silly. We don't need to be carrying that all the time. This we keep, and it gives us some kind of buff or whatever. I'll hold on to these. Being able to actually utilize the sound has been kind of cool. But I try to be, like, picky on when I do it. And the game does, like let you get away with a lot without having to actually use anything. Oh, right. I heard that the antique coins never come into play ever again. That it's just... That's it. Alright, so that's throwawayable. I'm gonna save. I mean, how many ink ribbons do I have? Wait. Does it take blood to... No, let's just use these. It's like we just had a save, but I think I got lucky. I've, like, had a pretty good run, so I'm just gonna save here. The game is like... Oh, that's tricky, man. Resident Evil 2 Remake and, like, Resident Evil 4 Remake, I would give, like, 8 out of 10s. 8.5, maybe? At most. So since that's the benchmark, despite Village having its flaws, I really do like its good stuff. I'd give that an 8. Village is 8. 7 is like... I want to say 7 is 7. 7 is like a 7.5. Almost an 8. No, 7 should be a 7.5. RE3 Remake is 0 out of 10. So Requiem... I'd give it a 7. Requiem, 7. Resident Evil 7, 7.5. How do you feel? What do you think about that? Alright, so I did just save, right? Okay, so the next area is all of this. It's like, I'm gonna feel so stupid because this is probably the only section where I need to even use these resources at all. And I'm gonna get through it and do the final boss, and I'm gonna be like, man, I should have used my 50,000 bottles of acid. But I like it because it gives you a challenge. Like, I can't help it. Like, I do play these games conservatively because my brain hyperfixates on the whole, like, limited resources thing. And I typically make these games harder for myself, but that makes them more fun. Well, I try to, like, when I give scores, I try to balance a little bit of, quote, objectivity with subjectivity. Despite my frustrations with Requiem, I don't know. Like, I don't know if I would give it a 6.5. I wouldn't give it a 6. 6.5 at the lowest, maybe? I try to be fair, and, like, I'm getting some fun out of this game. Like, this section's fine. Like, I don't mind it. Now, where would I give Revelations? Revelations is a, Revelations be a slow 7. Is this 10, 90, 20? Yeah, like, it's not terrible, and I would say... I don't know if I would say, oh yeah, pay full price for this, but maybe I would say at least play it, so you can, like, formulate your own thoughts, and there's something to talk about, you know? I want to go up here. I'm going to use a little bit of my gun, but I want to make sure that I'm in a spot that's not going to aggro.
Names of
the
a friend.
Oh, thank you for the follow. I regret buying the game at full price, because I don't think it's that good, but... We gotta run, we gotta run, we gotta run. Accidentally. Whoa, whoa. Try to replay Resident Evil 4 Remake, just couldn't. I give it a 6 out of 10, not an improvement to the original. It's like, if I wanna be subjective and be like, whoa, kind of mean, I would give Resident Evil, whoa! What? Get out of here! Whoa. I'm gonna give Resident Evil 4 Remake a 0. Nah, I think it's like fine. Oh my god. That's kind of cool. I appreciate them being a little bit mean with the liquors. But just don't panic and you'll be okay. Get off of me! Get off of me! Get off of me! Ah! Ugh! Am I dead? No, I should... Well, don't be a baby. So they got a little bit of damage on me. I don't have to restart. Maybe I should. Damn. I'll be right back. I gotta pee again. I'm so sorry. I'm not gonna turn on the music because I'm just gonna be back really quick. Yeah, I think the thing with the controller light is the case, because I'm not in the game, so it says that the lights are white. Yeah, now that I'm back, it's green. Cool. The melee is def upgraded. Don't like the whole... oh, you mean in this game? I don't think that there's anything wrong with having, like, the durability system for the knife like they did in the RE4 Remake. I didn't mind it too much. Well, this is my first time dealing with liquors in this game, and in the RE2 Remake, you didn't really deal with them too much, but, I was just not expecting them to be able to follow me into, like, essentially a save room. But what I was hoping to do, which didn't work out for me because I didn't realize that there wasn't a spot, is I thought that I could go through that. I didn't realize that it was as narrow as it was. So this way, we gotta go back here. And I'm gonna get that next blue. Hey, how come all my weapons are gone? Oh, right, because I'm not Leon. This is the way I'm supposed to go, right? Yeah, I have to do the safe thing again, I think. It's like they have the action music kicking in, which, what? So he noticed me. I was also hoping I can sidestep, but he has like a pretty large range. I'm not sure, like, I guess like I did get too close to him. Sometimes it feels like you're able to, but maybe it's because I wasn't crouched, and maybe crouch just gives me magic stealth points or something. Yeah, I think I just got too close to him last time. Like, I was able to weave through him, and he didn't get, like... He didn't get scarily aggro. I thought he was just doing his fake out to try to, like, bait me into running. But when the music started changing, I'm like, oh, I guess he did notice me. Am I going the wrong way? I think I am. Maybe not. Yes? No? Oh, I think the map's just changed because I went to another floor. Because, like, wait, when I go down here, do I actually go near the safe again? Yeah, I did. I did go to the wrong way. Oh, I'm stupid. For some reason, I'm, like, trying to go here, and I think this takes me there. I knew something felt wrong, because I'm like, I don't remember stealthing, like, that direction from that guy. I only went that way when I was trying to run away from the other liquor. It's like going the one way takes me to just quicker here, but I want that. It's optional shit I don't really need though. It's like, I mean, I'm already not using the resources that I currently have. So it's like, why am I, like, I'm just a completionist brain. I guess what I could do is, like, once I finish this, then I'll go the other route to get the one way, rather than go this way and then continue going to the left, if that makes sense. I think it was 20, 90... No, Ron. It was 10, 90, 20. 10, 90. Alright, so now I'm gonna go this way. And then I can skip that enemy, or they're probably... If Capcom is smart, they'll try and put something, like, right here that'll, like, make me go, oh shit, I should have done the other thing, maybe. But we'll see. Wait, okay, yeah, so then I go in here. All things can... Yeah, so we have... Oh, wait, see, we do have a guy that way, too. But he's not going to finish coming this way, I don't think. He's going to turn around. Maybe. It's like, this is effective on them because it burns their, like, exposed skin. No, the burn damage kills them sometimes. I think it just depends on if they get stuck in the fire for a while. Damn it. Oh, that was a waste. I don't want to use my precious blue. I want to use it for, like, a moment when I genuinely have no other choice. But I'll have it on standby just in case. It's like, I want to be close enough so I can have, like, the right opportunity to juke. So I usually use the Molotov on this guy. And then I have my card key. Oh. Damn it. If I had, like, one of those, instant kill injectors, I could get this guy. Oh, hi, Machina, hello. Thank you so much. Thank you for the sub. Thank you.
Dead angels.
I'm getting through modern Capcom slapper. So far, this section's been fun. Bunch of enemies. Well, not that many. There's like one guy, and he's probably not going to activate until I pick up the one item. Or right now, he's going to do it right now. How come the lickers aren't swarming me? Oh. Like, I'm not gonna automatically assume that all of them are gone. Yeah, see? And they keep pursuing you. Let me, I could just make this easier on myself. Oh, fuck. I don't have a shotgun. I'm about to get grabbed. It's like sometimes I'd rather equip the gun from here, but for some reason I sometimes just don't see the equip button there. Because I don't like doing the double press or being like, where's my gun again? So now we have the next part. So I guess I could just save here. I do feel a little bit frustrated that I didn't get that any blood spots. 50. Oh yeah, I can combine this. Hold on. I'm not gonna craft anything yet, just in case. I will save. Grace's outfit is very generic and forgettable. I wish it had a little bit more spice to it. Are they still coming? And I love the shade of red. Do I rotate them at all? Aww. I don't get to do anything. Look, there's me. Ain't any chairs in this place? Stand-in desks actually can be good for you. Yeah, she's got like a... Well, I mean, the thing is that her hairstyle is kind of just similar to Jill, but just a little bit different. But I guess it's different enough. Ooh.
Where have I seen this?
It's your subconscious memories of the...
Something important.
Password.
I'll explain later.
If only the mods with good outfits would respect her body proportions. What, do they, like, give her a better outfit, but then they give her giant tits or something? Giant ass? Is this more like digital film from an iPhone that has glitch effects?
In a dark room like this is quite the change for you after the life you've led.
I did know about this spoiler. Spencer is a good boy. Isn't that how what always is? I mean, I've recorded lots of video with my phone camera, and they don't have like glitchy effects or scan lines.
Do you feel that the choices you've made have contributed to your present circumstances?
Of course. What you sow, you reap. Isn't that the natural order?
About the mods? Oh, like always having big ass and tits.
What would you like the world to know?
The truth. But a short break before we begin, Miss Ashcroft. I'm not a young man. I don't have the energy I once did.
Why would Mom hide this?
fucking biz. Fuck.
You alright, Leon?
I am now. Grace cleared the way for me.
That's not what I'm talking about. Your body can't take much more.
I'm gonna settle this. You just send us a chopper for immediate evacuation.
Where should we go? Hee hee hee. Any goodies for me? I guess not.
Containment breach. System-wide surveillance failure detected.
Now I'm gonna slide on them like skateboards. Grace struggled with them, but I am Leon S. Kennedy. I can do whatever the fuck I want. Ooh. Lighten. Oh.
Over there. Easy as pie.
It's like they have zombies like that in other Resident Evils where they're pure white and naked. No. Leon is reaching his limit. Sudden bouts of coughing and blurred vision will cause him to falter. He can only wait for these to subside.
Oh, shit. You've got to be kidding me.
I'm missing too much. Now, does it happen at random intervals, like on a timer? Or is it going to be like something that happens depending on invisible lines that you cross, so to speak? Will it happen here? Like, all right, let me go save. Ah! Oh, yeah, that's the heart disease. I'm getting tired of this song. Why did they think, let's have a song, and then the entire song it's like, forever. See there, we got a little bit of something. I'm gonna get yeah. Yeah, whatever. No! Why am I poor? Shake my head. What if I get rid of... Yo, that's hunks. What if I get rid of it? You know why I'm gonna get rid of it? Because I don't fucking care about it. I'm never gonna replay this again. Do I even need to worry about that? Now my Requiem is awesome. I don't want Hunk's axe. I hate it. I don't like it. I hate it. There's no enemies here.
Security threat detected.
Oh, thank you for the
Elevator
gift. Thank you so
shutdown
much,
in
Martina.
effect. Override key authorization required.
Sorry, the voice was talking over me. But I don't want the hunk axe because I was told it is weaker, but it has better parry time, which I don't like to use the parry, and I really don't. So I'm like, well, I don't really need it. I'm sure I'll be able to get through the game. Thank you. Need a key. Oh, hi Xavier, hello. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for the raid. How'd your stream go? When I played, you weren't even allowed to sell it? Oh, I did sell it. You can't... What, did they update it or something? Yeah, they let me sell that shit. I am Leon. So I don't have to ever fear any of those guys again. Shut up, Leon. This is my end goal, I guess. So you can instant kill them by hitting them from behind. Interesting that they patched it.
I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
You're not intimidating me. Oh my god! I'm not scared. Man, they fast. It's like, I guess I could use my precious ammo. Oh. You went the wrong way. Oh, I guess I'll just go this way. This is a stupid mechanic. Whatever. Go! I love being randomly stunned because of the narrative.
This must be the room.
At least it's not, well... Do I like it more or less than Grace is tripping?
I'll take out as many of you fuckers as I can.
Accidentally walked into a dead end. Shit. I feel like if this is RE2 remake, they would have tried to instant kill me already. I'm navigating badly. Is everything just laid out different now? Wait, there's like a whole ass spot here. Ow! Ow! Owie! No! Oh! My T-virus! Ow! My T-virus! Help! Hey, they're de-aggroed because they know I'm victim to the T-virus at the moment. Thank you. Alright. Fuck. Get off of me. Ah! Get out of my way. Alright, where should I go? Like I hit something and then something happened, I guess. This way? Am I supposed to hit it? Whoa! Oh! How about this way? Give me that, give me that, give me that. Hey, I think they left. They don't care anymore. Alright. So, I guess I just go this way. No, this is like not the right way. I got the key now. I think I'm supposed to go this way. Whoa! And as soon as we hit that, then they're all gonna drop down, and I'll be like, ah! Why am I not allowed to use that? Dan, get out of my fucking way! Come over to the fucking barrel! Why are you going that way? Ugh! Goddamn T-virus! Barrel, dude! Move out of my way! Get out of my way! You're in my way. Move. Alright. Why can't I throw this shit? It's a sacrifice I was willing to make. Hey, the elevator's almost here. I can hear it. Hey, they don't care about me anymore. Well, no, they still care. Whoa. Yeah, what do you think of that? Do I have to kill them? Rhetorically speaking. My ammo, my precious ammo. Oh, I'm dead. I'm rhetorically asking. They're all programmed to drop down, so it doesn't matter if I run over here and do this. Right, I gotta remember that I can do parries. Oh, damn it. I was like, as soon as I realized he was going to do the ton, I was trying to get the momentum going to run to the right, but you know how it goes. Oh, I hit it. I guess I'm sucking. Take that.
Warning, autoclave compromised. Pod lockdown unavailable. Memory
Wave
corrupt.
2?
Self-repair functionality offline. Air flow monitor warning. Pod lockdown unavailable.
Yeah. Let's get this over with.
Take this. Yeah. Nah.
The elevator will arrive shortly.
Oh, good night, Space Marine.
The elevator has arrived.
2 doorways have opened. Oh. Hold on, let me get my free stuff. Alright, and then there's a med inject. Oh, it must have came out of one of these that just busted open. Alright.
I can't waste any more time here. I need to go.
Yeah, but I should be allowed to figure it out though, right? Because if I waited long enough, I was gonna eventually clue in, I don't think the elevator's coming, maybe I should kill everything. It's like, I've played a lot of these games too, but I just wanted to see, because sometimes you don't have to fight. Sometimes if you wait, the elevator will come. The Salazar's right hand in Resident Evil 4 is like that. Where's the... Oh, it's in a different room. Wait, no, it's right here. There we go. Yeah, but that I'm just saying, like, if you tell me, I don't get to have that realization. We were here earlier. I wonder if it lets me... It does let me buy back his thing if I wanted it. Can't believe I used so much shotgun ammo. How much do I have? Ugh, everything's gray. I don't ever use the machine gun, to be honest. No, you're good, you're good. Don't worry. It's all good. Wait, no. Oh, right, I don't have an item box. So I don't have any craft and resource type stuff. Just save here. Leon. I'm able to kind of control the camera. Wow. Leon, there's only one way out of this franchise. You're gonna have to Requiem your forehead. Oh no, no, this better not be a... Okay. Oh my god, why do we always insist on this kind of shit? Am I gonna see the ghosts of, like, Marvin and all the people that were gonna be my cop friends at the RPD, and they're all clapping for me? Leon, it's almost over. Avenge us. Am I supposed to reflect or something? Top 10 favorite moments of speedrunners. The virus hallway walk. Ooh, hey, is that like water reflection shit? Didn't the new Blade Runner do something like that? Oh shit, the yellow symbolizes the upcoming remake of Resident Evil 5. I like the water. The yellow represents lukewarmness. That shot, wow. Play it. This can be a heckin' meme template on Resident Evil Twitter.
What kind of legacy do you want to leave behind?
That I'm really sorry.
My research opened Pandora's box, unleashing disaster upon the world.
Except Elpis, the goddess of hope, or so the myth goes.
Hey, I think Spencer being sorry kinda cool.
Humans cannot predict when death will come for them.
So this has to mean that they retconned that Wesker killed him in 5, unless this is meant to be an interview that happened before that, I guess.
Why they have hope. I was wrong, and I am plagued by guilt.
The evil corporation has a guy that's not evil and is sorry. Wow. I dig it, though.
I think that's enough for today.
Why did you accept my request for an interview?
Because I have this baby.
Is that one of your subjects?
And she's yours now.
She was alone in the world. I took her in to make amends.
If you're remorseful, you're not fully evil. Just mostly.
Is she perfectly normal? Just an average child needing a home.
But very bad taste in fashion.
She is my hope. Aren't you beautiful?
And she's the chosen one. She knows the password.
Would you like to hold her?
Okay.
And then, as soon as she grabs that baby, he's like, all right, we gotta book it. And he just starts, like, rolling his wheels really fast, like, and then it leaves a fire trail. I don't want to take care of this baby. Shoot the bait! Go, go, go! Then the helicopter busts through the ceiling, drops down the ladder, drops down the rope ladder, and he grabs onto it.
What's her name?
Grace.
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 Grace, Hope, Requiem.
Is there anything else you'd like to tell me?
I've said my piece. I only hope it serves as a requiem.
Wesker always had issues, though. Wesker was always kind of, like, broken since the beginning. A very cold individual. And then he became a virus man. And then he became anime.
For those who have passed.
What about those other clones? Oh, right. They came after. Right, I don't think Spencer had a hand in making the clones. It was evil Wesker clone guy that did it.
Leon.
You aided the food?
Leon.
Where's the acoustics coming from?
Oh, I need to hurry.
Cool furnishing. Oh, sick synthwave. Are those apples? I could do with one right now. What does the M stand for? That's probably that crazy puzzle. Give me that. Daddy sat here. Places my cheek against it. Anything else? Any other? Nope. Okay. I think it's wonderful. I love wooden furnishing. I will have my Requiem tonight. Or I'm not Grace, Requiem, Hope. I am very distracted by the acoustics being very pixelated, or appearing to be such. Yeah, they look kind of pixelated.
Oh, Leon!
Turn into a monster! It's like Steve!
Leon! Oh, no. Oh, hey, it's me. It's Grace. Oh, please.
What if you turned into like a basic zombie and then you just down him with a shotgun? And that's the end of the great Leon S. Kennedy.
I was just resting my eyes.
You okay? Oh, let me help you.
That's what I said. It's so Blade Runner. And the music sounds like Blade Runner at times. Because Blade Runner liked to do that boing and like a little bit of synthwave, but mostly the boing. And I've never been a fan of the new Blade Runner fully. I don't like its soundtrack. Handsome man, handsome man.
It's okay. Soon left are wide open for us. Any wrong code will do. It'll destroy Opus.
Let's try.
I forgot destroying Elpis. Leon is encouraging us to destroy Elpis. I thought you're supposed to not destroy it.
Chris, whatever it takes.
Pretty sure.
I can buy you some time.
No.
I already know the spoiler. I know how it ends, so I don't really care about this.
I have an idea.
Because the bad ending is like, oh shit, you did the bad thing. Oh fuck, Leon's dead. Credits roll. Where it's like obviously not had like love and care put into it. Because Resident Evil's not supposed to be like, oh, which is the canon ending? It's like, it's not like Silent Hill. It's very much there's a real intended ending. That's basically the synthwave logic is it's like it's the 80s and the 90s as you remember it, but you're probably thinking of like, you know, remember the neon sign in the first Terminator movie at the club or something? Like, you know what I mean? It's like that.
Prodigal daughter returns.
I know the password.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
You're so sexy, dude.
Only if you let Leon live.
I spoiled myself because Mina was really wanting to talk about the game, and I kind of was like, I don't really care that much. Like, it's just like an ending kind of deal. I've actually never been a fan of multiple endings in a game. And I was also just in a sour mood about Requiem. But I prefer, like, real game segments. This is just, will you pick A or B?
Very well.
I want to fight Xeno. I'm trying to remember. Leon said to destroy it. But sometimes a woman knows best.
Please know that you are my hope.
She is my hope. Your blind hope.
Okay.
Press X, hold X to password. Xeno, are you happy or upset? This is like a pretty cool room. Hello, husband.
What are you doing, Grace?
Spencer regretted what he did. He...
Well done.
Yeah, inject yourself with it.
You promised.
Yes, that I would let him live.
And then he gets ejected and Leon explodes. Aww.
Mr. Kennedy, I give you the honor of experiencing my power firsthand.
His earring is so
I'm
cool.
not sure Elpis is what you think it is. There's nothing special about me. I was never any key. Spencer wanted to make amends. He...
But you released Elpis. What is it? Tell me!
He started coming at her with his sunglasses.
My powers!
Elpis is Spencer's atonement. It's an antiviral.
What? When'd your hands get cut off? I think Leon did that actually during the motorcycle.
Amazing.
I'm gonna come.
I am humbled by my master's genius.
Your research was wrong. Elpis wasn't a weapon. There was never a key.
Spencer's paper was obviously incomplete. There was no connection between Grace and Emily.
Do you know how much time and money I wasted on this?
Don't you see the genius? With Elpis, all virus-based weapons are useless. The world order will be thrown into chaos.
We wanted a weapon.
Instead, Spencer gave us anarchy. I will carry his torch and bring his vision to life.
You?
Damn, he's sexy, both
You
of them.
and Spencer were a means to an end.
Yet he outwitted you all.
Spencer defied us and paid the price with his life. He was nothing.
You are nothing but an imitation.
It's over, Victor. The Connections is done with you!
We can't let him have it.
Ow!
Your ignorance is staggering.
It's a cure.
I was told that they reused Nemesis stuff. I actually never got to see Nemesis in the RE3 remake because I dropped that shit before I got to it.
Now.
Cause he's gonna like paywall it. He's like, if you aren't a rich person, you're not gonna get cured.
Let it all calm down. All of it.
Take my little hand. It's my strong hand.
Grace, what happened?
I dropped RE3 remake at the end of the hospital when they have like a horde section that came in, and I'm just like, and then in the middle of it, I'm just like, is this the best the game ever gets? And I was told, yeah, and I'm like, I'm done. Because I wasn't really having a good time. I thought the hospital was okay, but it was very linear, I guess.
It's gonna go! Grab something!
Yeah, and thank God that antivirus also fully rejuvenated his bones.
Grace. Grace!
This music, ding ding, oh my god, it's so synthwave.
Time to bury Umbrella's last skeleton.
Why my man growling? I'm not gonna be so quick to use this, but I wish Equip was taller, higher up.
Spencer's vision lives through me, and I will see.
Ow!
That it is brought to fruition.
How many more will have to die?
Hold on 1 second. Let me grab all my free shit. Man, that shit does not stagger you. Ow, stop it. They kind of have, not gonna lie. I've been playing indie games.
In the grand scheme of things, a few
He's about to do something.
lives are nothing.
Not to me.
I forgot where my shotgun was. Slap! Slap! Parry! Slap! Where are you going? Oh! No, 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 no! Dr. Octopus! Yeah! Oh, I'm dead. Wait, I'm alive. I'm trapped here! Stop! Stop! Yeah!
Seems you're reaching a limit.
I hit the damn button. What? Huh? Huh? What's happening?
I will not let those ideals win. Give it up!
Is there nothing I can do to stop these moments? Oh, you do double! Yeah! I thought he said bitch. We beat it. I gotta go pee. I know that there's a little bit more, but I'm gonna dominate him. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I'm ready. I don't... Why do you think I need to take a long time? I wash my hands.
Good riddance.
No. This is just the beginning.
Nemesis. No wonder you're so damn relentless.
I gotta just parry it. That's it. I don't have any, wish I had a grenade. Oh, wow, it's done my cry now. Ah! Mr. Wesker Clone 4. Yes. Have you perfected the anti-axe BOW? Ah, yes, we've worked really hard to make sure that this one can't be killed with an axe. It's coming along smoothly, sir. Whoa, Leon, he's so cool. Suck on this.
This time, you ain't getting back up.
Oh, he's twirling it. How cute.
Grace, where are you?
Sherry.
Sherry, come in. Sherry.
Shit.
Grace!
Grace, hang on. Fuck. Grace. Grace.
Leon.
We need to get you out of here.
Sawcon? What's that?
Let's get you out.
What? What? Something bad's going to happen? Oh no, don't tell me I gotta carry her. Oh, the meme? You memed me.
There's no way out, is there?
Well, I'm not gonna leave your side. I'm gonna sit right here with you.
Who can come save the day? What characters exist in this universe or this game? The little girl. She's gonna come. What's her face? Forgot her name. It was Emily. And she's gonna be like a fetus BOW. She's gonna be like, and then she's gonna help us.
I guess this is it.
Yahoo! Yoshi. Is it the BSAA? Is it the good ones? Hey, they're wearing fur and they have really nice coats, so it must be Chris's crew.
Leon S. Kennedy?
Depends who's asking.
Alpha, you read me, sir? Yeah, they're safe. I got them. Yes, sir.
Does he have a... He's got a Game Boy Advance on him.
I have a message from Captain Redfield.
I'll be damned. Can't believe that antiviral actually worked. Feel better than I have in ages.
Oh, thank God. I'm glad you're okay.
We got a dose with your name on it. We'll be back in action in no time.
Thank you, Leon.
Would have been a lot smoother if Chris hadn't been so late to the party.
Where is Chris, anyway?
No idea. I'm sure I'll run into him at some point. Yeah, I'll call you back.
Can somebody let her
It's
wash
over
her
then.
hands?
Yeah. Elvis really was our last hope.
Well, let's pray Umbrella hasn't left us any more nasty surprises.
I wish we could have saved Emily.
Grace, I didn't hit any of her vitals. She could still be alive.
What are you saying?
He hesitated for our sake.
Maybe we can save her.
I knew it. Emily's fine. Sentimental piano? Go to hell?
The government has confirmed the existence of an actively trading bioweapons lab located here in the ruins of Raccoon City. The origin point for the worldwide spread of bioorganic weapons. This illegal facility appears to have been in operation for decades.
Sources say that the extension of the lockdown and the recent series of mysterious deaths may be related to tragic events in Raccoon City 28 years ago.
Evidence seized in Raccoon City has led the Justice Department to reopen its investigation into Oswald Spencer and the long-defunct Umbrella Corporation. Some believe the government deliberately drove Umbrella into bankruptcy.
The late Alyssa Ashcroft is credited with cracking the Oswald Spencer story.
She died heroically in a surprise jump scare death. I bet Outbreak fans are just thrilled.
Conspiracy theorists are already claiming
Hi,
that she was
Frozen.
killed in a cover-up, and that the organization responsible is secretly controlling our government.
Tonight, in a speech from the Oval Office, the president is expected to
Is the
reject
president gonna be like Ashley Graham? Yo, make her Ashley
any
Graham.
government involvement since the Raccoon City incident.
The most heckin' wholesome president you've done ever seen. Yay, wow. Emily's okay. Boing. Resident Evil Requiem. 7 out of 10. Ooh, this sounds cool. How the hell does this game get a better ending song than Resident Evil 4 Remake? I like some of the new original songs Capcom's been cooking. Like, Requiem's was really good. 7 was alright. It wasn't my style. This, pretty cool.
Fighting the darkness, holding me.
Now it kind of sounds a little bit like... It's alright now. Pain that's controlling me. I won't let it keep me down. I'll make it through to the other side. Gonna remake 5 and 6 and Revelations 1 and 2 and Code Veronica. It's gonna be awesome. Third, are you joking, Third? I'm gonna give a lobotomy to anybody who gives this a 9 or 10, but this game ain't as good as Mixtape, I will admit. Haha, Mixtape joke. Resident Evil Requiem? 8.5. I mean, so, to retread the game... Hey, you just completed the tutorial! The game is alright. I mean, it's not a terrible game, it's not a bad game, it's a good game, but I think it is one of the weakest Resident Evil entries of all. Like, modern, old Resident Evil, I do think it's kind of like weaker. I don't know how to describe it vibe-wise. Like, Resident Evil 7 is the country mansion game. I mean, I guess you could say this is the hospital asylum game, I guess, but you're only there for kind of like a really short duration of it. I don't know. Resident Evil 6 is like considered by many to be like one of the worst Resident Evils, yeah. I mean, this is better than that, yeah. But it does do a lot of annoying things. Also, hello, Demon. Thank you so much. The plot was alright, but I think nobody should go into a Resident Evil game expecting a good plot. They're supposed to be serviceable. They're, you know, survival horror games. Just give me a justification on why I'm here. Give me some lore and call it a day. Just make a good game with good, interesting systems and level design, and I'm happy. But with that said, if a story is atrociously bad, or if it's like doing a lot of nostalgia bait, I'll kind of I'll take a point off maybe. Though, I wouldn't say that I took a point off of this game for that reason. No, I'll take a point. No, take a point for that. I just don't like how they implemented their nostalgia. I think they could have done it even better. I don't agree. I think that Resident Evil 6 is a frustrating action game that's bogged down by poor decisions. I think that it does all of the annoying things of that period in time for video games. Forced walking, camera being yoinked all the time, and just the gunplay sounds like shit. Movement was advanced. It had good things going for it, but I think as an overall package, each campaign would have really frustrating things to it. QTEs, yes, lots of QTEs. I wish this game just stuck with one character. I do too. I wish that they had made 2 games. Atmosphere is, like, fine for a modern Resi. Like, it's even a little bit better than some of the other modern Resis, kind of, but not that much. I can't say I'm in a hurry to go buy the soundtrack for Requiem because it's, quite frankly, not that memorable. I'm also really sad that the save room theme is a little bit forgettable. I think 7 save room was actually quite good. I think it was, like, one of the better ones. The worst part of this game is now Leon's final line in this series isn't women. Is that so? Is that so? Like, the sliding down a big hill in the Sherry and Jake section was the annoying part of the game. Oh, that's right, the ice section, right? I remember, you have to, like, go through the snow and find things that are like, in the blizzard. You can, like, kind of split up, and I remember being annoyed by that, but I guess it sounds okay in concept. But I don't know, I just don't think that Resident Evil 6 is actually a great action game. I think it has the DNA of a great action game if they remade it and adjusted a few things. Oh, right, and don't forget, it does stuff like it forces you to play a prologue before you're allowed to even play the real game. So you have to play the prologue, and it's just holding forward while your characters limp around and look at all the crazy stuff that's happening in the environment. Like, it's really dragged out, and it's really annoying. And they make you do that again. Like, that section later in the game? I think Resident Evil 6 just, if it came out, like, on the GameCube, I think it would have been, like, a godlike. If it did, it wouldn't have all the annoying stuff that the 2010s would be doing. Oh, I liked this song. It's, like, a little bit, like, simple, but I kind of liked it. It's, like, dissonant piano shit. Snapper's System. Fom.com. Where's Tokyo Marui? I was, like, looking away from the credits for a while. Except when they make you play it again, you're in better shape and there's a lot more zombies. But don't you still have to, like, drag Helena or something? Aren't you still limping for it when they make you redo it? Either way, I still insist that Resident Evil 6 is not that great of a game. It's held back too much. Because if it was a great action game, I think I would have liked it more. Because I knew it was going to be action. You know, we were in the era of Resident Evil 5. So I'm like, ugh, it's not going to be survival horror. It's going to be more action. But, well, RE5 was good, so this will be really good. RE6 Mercenaries is, in fact, very fun when you take everything else away but the combat. That's what people typically say. They all seem to be a big fan of Mercenaries in 6. Take RE6's gameplay, give it to Lady, make it a standalone Devil May Cry side game. That'd be cool. I liked the chemistry between Sherry and Jake. I like Sherry and Jake as characters. I thought they were cool. And I liked Piers. Helena, I was kind of like whatever about, but it's, I guess, the nature of her where she's leading you on and she could just never tell you what's going on, and I thought that was annoying. But I mean, her voice was fine, her design was fine. The idea of her was fine, I guess. Or she kind of did something really bad, but to save a loved one. But I don't like have like a strong affection for her either. She's probably like my least favorite. Doesn't she have, like, sexy pirate or something? I chose the proper ending. Everybody's saved, even little girl is okay. Leon's cured, Sherry's gonna get cured. I'm gonna assume that Grace is gonna get cured. Oh, sexy copyright. Leon had a pirate outfit though. She feels like the lady from the Degeneration movie, even has a sibling who gets turned into a monster and we have to fight and drop down a bottomless pit. True. Damn, what was her name again? Was it Jessica? I think it was Jessica. And then her brother was... It wasn't... No, it was. It's gonna drive me crazy. I want to remember it. I think they did for this game. It's not Mercenaries, though. It's, something Leon Must Die. I think it's, like, raid mode type stuff. Everyone is okay but Alyssa. Yeah, fuck Outbreak fans. Big middle finger PNG zooms into the screen right now. Are you talking about the costume where it's like Demetresque?
And Sherry's okay? Oh, good. I'm so glad. Emily, yeah, she's doing great.
You taking care of Emily?
I'm actually teaching her how to read.
Grace.
They're gonna do a spin-off game or something like they did with Wolfenstein. And they're gonna have it towards Emily and what's her face from 7 or from 8 technically. Ethan's daughter, Rose. Rose and Emily are gonna have a co-op experience. Oh my god. Jill retired and she's at home watching TV.
Remaining BSAA forces have been neutralized. Retrieving the objective before they send in the wolves.
Yay! 12 hours. Insanity mode. I'll never play this again. Behind the scenes video. Concept art, models, Leon. Grace. Tactical light. Whoa. Leon Must Die for LMT. Why do we abbreviate that? Okay, let's see. I want to see my costumes. Oh my god, you guys, she's here. She's looking snazzy. They killed her for no reason. Life is not fair always. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Is her coat clipping, or is that just damage? Do we have a change model? Can we see her impaled? Alyssa... Who was this? We never found out who this was. It's Birkin. Oh. Who the fuck is that? We can actually see. Who is this? Why do you want him upskirt? I know it's the guy who killed her, but who is he? We never got to see, like, what's his deal? Like, what's his character name? Why did he kill Alyssa? Because I don't think he's not a regular zombie. He's like an agent or something. My name is Jeff. Let's look at his coat. Oh my god. You give him a snakeskin coat, but he doesn't get to become a snake or anything. It's a beautiful coat. I'm gonna clip through the briefcase. It won't let me. Increases report challenges. So Leon gets to dress all snazzy and cool, and then I mean, I guess he's wearing simple clothing. He just has like cool tactical like shit, but she just has a t-shirt. I see. What Karimashita. So you can make this to where she has the jacket the entire game. That's not bad. And then, man, this jacket looks so nice. You get a tactical light that doesn't work?
Sorry. If this is about the report you asked for yesterday, it'll be ready in 3. No, 2 days, tops.
Put a hold on that for now. We found another body. One that exhibits the same pathology as the others we've been investigating.
They asked for Miss Ashcroft, and then they hung up on me. Rude.
Do we get to see?
They asked for Miss Ashcroft, and then they hung up on me. Rude.
He's just tapping away at the laptop.
What the?
They're coming. Grace, we need
Look,
to
they have like
Go
face
where?
cams.
Mom, what's going on?
That's actually kind of cool.
Wait, who's coming? What's wrong?
We need to keep...
I think this is cool, but I admit I was hoping for like interview type stuff. Games don't tend to do that too often, but every now and then they do. Like Until Dawn had lots of video interview stuff, but yeah, game's cool, but I accidentally bought it twice. And I don't like it that much. I would like my money back, please. But I'm very happy that I'm able to partake in the discussion. As a fan of the IP, I do like, you know, keeping up, being able to talk about what I think they need to improve on. Let me get my music back. But as I said before, I am, of course, not happy to be proven right. I wish that I ate my own words, but I kind of already said that. So now what I would like to do before we kind of head off is I would like to host Electric Underground's video review titled 2 Demos Stapled Together. I feel like he is more eloquent at explaining things, and he's able to dissect gameplay design and mechanics a bit more thoroughly than I'm able to. So let's go ahead and start that. I actually already set that up before starting.
The apparent goal of Resident Evil Requiem is to combine together the classic survival horror style of the earlier entries of the series with the popular action-oriented style of the later entries of the series, and to bring harmony across these two modes of gameplay in one ultimate Resident Evil experience. Does Resident Evil 9 succeed in this goal? No, not really. Instead, it feels like you're playing 2 incomplete games glued together with some filler material.
I also want to say that sometimes there is a reputation for people adopting the opinion of a YouTube man and not forming their own thoughts. I did want to disclose that I'm not like that. I just really like Electric Underground because his viewpoints do tend to align with me. I did want to like clarify that.
Placed over the
For
top
anybody
to
who's
try to
new.
hide the seams, in the hope that by combining these 2 incomplete games, this will become one holistic experience. But to me, this is the game design equivalent of those Family Guy cutaways, where technically the 2 modes of gameplay are interconnected through the technique of cross-cutting, but it is a very shallow, forced association that in the long run doesn't hold together at all.
I'm actually technically more on the center than I was before, but because I have the video here for the fun shui, I moved myself.
especially on repeated playthroughs. And obviously, I think the game would be better off if it just focused on either the Grace style of gameplay or the Leon style of gameplay, and then fully developed that style across a coherent campaign. I think that's a pretty safe assessment.
The devs did acknowledge that their goal was stress relief, and that's what they were doing at first. You would play as Grace, and then it would cut away a little bit to Leon for a small section, and then you go and beat Grace again. But they don't commit to that. Eventually, it feels like half of the game is actually Leon. Like, you play as an entire big bloated section as Leon, so at that point, that's when I stopped liking the game as much.
But I would go so far as to say that if Capcom were determined to have these two styles of gameplay represented, Resident Evil 9 would have been better off just accepting the disjoint and separating the campaigns into their own isolated experiences, like Resident Evil 6 does. Because as it is now, the forced codependent structure undercuts each character's campaign much more so than elevates it, and often the worst aspects of the game's design come from Capcom trying to insist that these two campaigns are connected when clearly they are not. So let's begin by talking about some opportunities for interactivity that just do not happen.
And now my question is, was this all planned? Like, did they truly make the game that they wanted to make, or was there a sort of divide in the development process and they didn't know which to work with or what they wanted to do, so instead they salvaged both and then combined them into one? Because, like, you know, you guys know that Devil May Cry was a result of trying to make Resident Evil 4. They came up with something that didn't really work, and then they made it its own thing, right? So did something kind of similar happen, but instead of making the other thing its own thing, they decided to just mash them together? Like, is that kind of what happened? Also, thank you for posting my Ko-Fi.
Alright, so there are multiple ways you can create interactivity between two different styles of gameplay. The first and most surface level is, of course, resource sharing, where you could have Grace and Leon share a set of resources so that what you do with Grace impacts what happens to Leon later on. Now, I do think this is the most shallow way to interconnect styles of gameplay, because you can basically do this with anything as long as they have resources. But since resources are so important to survival horror, it does make sense that this would be a big focus of the game's design, and I think we all just assumed this would be a natural point of strategy in Resident Evil 9. But it really isn't. The characters are shockingly independent from one another. There may be some minor resource overlap in the mansion, but that's not important.
Things felt weird. I felt like I had just upgraded all of Leon's stuff at the halfway point. Like, I don't know. It didn't really feel like I really had much left to do with the points towards the end of the game. It was a bit odd.
Got some business to take care of. See you later.
What is important is that the characters have two distinct economies from one another. Grace with the blood and Leon with his credits, so that no matter how poorly you route Grace's resources in her section, Leon will always have the credit system to fall back on, and vice versa, even though Grace doesn't really do much after Leon's section. But let's say you get into the lab and Grace is practically unarmed, totally fine, because you can craft everything you need with the blood economy.
And don't forget, I showed you guys, I didn't even need to really use the resources much. Not for the lab part. I just kind of like guns through it. But I think that's what's cool about some games, is that, you know, everybody has their own different play style. So I'm sure some people played through the game and just crafted everything and just killed all of the liquors with the acid and stuff. But it's like, I didn't need to do it.
In fact, by dividing the game into two different inventory systems and then cutting the playthrough in half by those inventory systems, it means that the need for long-term resource routing is pretty much non-existent, and Capcom made sure of that, because you only need to worry about Grace's resources in the first half of the game, and then you only need to worry about Leon's
Thank you so much for coming.
in the second half. And then the game makes sure to provide the resources that Leon may need in the first half right there in the level design, like it's the first day of school. So in the sniping challenge, here's a bunch of sniper rifle ammo. In the chunk boss fight, here's a shotgun and a bunch of shotgun shells. And then in the second half of the game, in Grace's lab cameo, it makes sure to provide her, hey, this is the crafting recipe that you need for the bottles and acid, and here's plenty of blood and scrap while you're at it.
Is that all, stranger?
Versus if you had a single inventory system, then the game could reasonably expect you to gather materials early on and then carry them into the late game, like the rocket launcher in Resident Evil 4. So that's a lot of depth being sacrificed right here for this two-character structure, and them being able to lightly assist one another with resources is not meaningful enough. The standard is that the characters must need one another and make legitimate sacrifices, but as it is right now, the characters don't share their toys. They just play side by side like toddlers.
Is it like fear of like Capcom worrying, oh no, what if people play really bad as Grace and then they fuck up their Leon game forever? We have to separate it completely so people can't softlock this, something like that.
And a funny example of lack of resource interaction is the Requiem ammo in the intro section of the game, where you'll notice in the intro levels, Leon has 5 Requiem bullets. And you will come to find that Leon eventually gives his Requiem to Grace in her opening mansion section, and in Grace's mansion section, Requiem ammo is really valuable and important. So it makes sense to you as a player of, okay, I will conserve this ammo in these throwaway sections so that when I give the weapon to Grace, she'll have more shots available. Well,
I get it too, but the problem is Code Veronica was an anomaly. Resident Evil balanced 1, 2, 3, 4, 0, RE1 remake. They balanced those just fine. I don't think many people softlock in them unless you're just really bad at the game. But Code Veronica is odd because even veterans of those games will sometimes softlock, or at least their first time. So Code Veronica is an anomaly that I think they can avoid. But I guess for modern games, they don't think many gamers are capable, so they pull their punches a lot harder than they used to, which I don't think anybody would disagree. I think everybody kind of has this understanding that games in general are a bit easier than they used to be, for one reason or another. Depending on the game, of course. There's always exceptions to the rule of modern games.
well, it turns out that even if you save those 5 Requiem...
I never said that people don't softlock in Code Veronica. I explained that Code Veronica was an anomaly. I said that most classic Resident Evil games don't have softlock problems or high frequency of it. That's why Code Veronica was an issue, because it's more common for people to softlock, including veterans of that style of games. So Code Veronica needed to tweak its balancing a bit better because it's a little bit too rough.
shots, Grace will only have 1 available in her section. And even more ridiculously, if you spend them all and have 0 remaining, Grace still gets
1 bullet.
As if the 2 sections don't actually connect.
Why isn't it possible?
It's just not.
Why?
And the irony is that bullets and ammunition become essentially meaningless later on because you get flooded with them. So the only time this Requiem ammo is actually meaningful is right here in this early section of the game, and that's where Capcom makes sure, do not let the characters screw each other over. We need them to be self-contained when it actually matters. Keep them separated. Along those same lines, the most interesting resource of them all has no interactivity between Grace and Leon, which is the save ribbon. Now this, I think, would be extremely interesting where, let's say, during the early Grace sections, there
Thank
is
you.
a finite number of saves, so that if you play the early Grace sections really optimally and take the risk of having longer saves in between checkpoints in order to store up these ribbons, then when you get into the Leon section, you only have these finite number of saves to use, and that could be a very powerful way to connect the two gameplay styles, especially because it would give some sense of stakes to Leon's campaign.
I would agree with that. Like, you guys saw how conservative I was with the ink ribbons, and it made the game more exciting. When I was in the beginning hospital area, I would risk not saving. I would be like, man, it would really suck if I died after all the shit that I've done. But you know what? I'm gonna go in one more room, gonna investigate one more room that I haven't been in before, and hope it works out, or run away and then save. It's like doing that made the game a lot more exciting for me. But in the end, you just kind of swimming in ink ribbons. But that's like a personal thing, because I generally don't run out of ink ribbons in any Resident Evil game. Most Resident Evil games are pretty nice. They're not too stingy about giving you ink ribbons. I've heard some people say that they shouldn't even have had ink ribbons at all for Grace. I don't agree with that. But then again, that would be the case technically if you played on the casual/normal difficulty. I played on the hardcore, or at least it said I did, so I had to use the ink ribbons. They hand you an ink ribbon pretty much every time you're expected. Yeah, they do that a lot.
Where the decision they ended up making was have him autosave practically every encounter, so that if you die, God forbid you have to lose 5 seconds of progress. And we're definitely going to talk about that later on. But anyway, not only do the characters have separate money systems, they literally have different saving systems.
That's
which
weird.
Feels bizarre.
Why is it like, oh, Leon's really strong, he doesn't need to use, like, what? Why?
Have to say,
like, Leon's so godlike that if he were to die, I mean, you're so strong that it wouldn't be too difficult for you to do the gauntlet again and do the thing or two again, right? So I don't get it personally.
Especially because it really minimizes the role of the save ribbon, where you only need to worry about it realistically for like 1, maybe 2 sections of the game, and then the rest, it basically doesn't matter. And there's a really funny article on Screen Rant, which normally would not be something I would ever reference in my reviews, but coincidentally, this is perfect because this poor player made the mistake of thinking that the ribbons would be somewhat consequential in the later game. And
I think Leon's encounters have a lot of potential insta-deaths and forced combat encounters, so you're more likely to die on Leon randomly, so they don't want to risk it, I guess. Fair.
so he ended up hoarding them in the early game, which would be natural to do, only to realize, wait, this is completely pointless. I could have just been burning them constantly. Another wasted opportunity are the antique coins in the mansion
like,
for
what
Grace,
the hell? I had so
where
many
they only have meaning in that section.
I had so many extra coins, like, at the end of the asylum, but I guess the reason why they did that is to make it to where, how do I say, if they put more coins than needed in multiple different spots, most players will end up getting enough somehow. Even if they don't choose to kill all the zombies or open all the saves, like, they'll be able to do it. I think it's like that, to make it flexible. But it really sucks for a lot of us who are the type of people that like to collect everything, that like to go into every room and open every single thing and kill every single thing. It kind of makes it to where you don't really get a reward for thinking that way, or, you know.
The game, they do not translate over to Leon in any way, and they don't even translate over to later sections for Grace, other than literally being converted to scrap. They are just this one.
I didn't even remember that about the scrap. Leon must die. I guess I could. Or I could take a shower. It's like, the campaign is so underwhelming that I was really excited to press off on my PS5. story DLC. I think some people were theorizing maybe they'll do something with Ada.
Self-contained economic item, perhaps an artifact of what the game originally was planned to be.
So try not to think about what might have been.
Leon has nothing to do with these coins. He won't even pick them up. So you can't even get a basic economic tension of either spending them on Grace's upgrades or Leon hoarding them and then selling them for credits. Probably because the developers know, well, obviously you'd want to just sell them for credits because once you enter the second half of the game, Grace's upgrades don't matter. So they have to hard lock this resource to Grace to force you to spend it on her. This game hates Grace because not only does it throw her style of gameplay off the edge of a cliff, but it doesn't even allow her to interact with Leon's items in her own section. It quarantines them away in special dressers that she can't figure out how to open up. And then even when you see his little credit trackers right there, Grace can't even touch them.
I remember Mina mentioned that. Mina was like, when you go back to the asylum as Leon, there's a good chance that Grace has probably already killed most things. And all you really have to do as Leon is open 3 cabinets and then go to the destination, go to the designated path. And whenever you get to the asylum as Leon, you're kind of like already near the designated path that takes you to the offices, and then you do a little gauntlet, and then you like leave the area. But there's not, I guess, enough reward going back to the asylum. It would have been cool if they repopulated it with the more enemies or something, but maybe they were worried that Leon would run through and skip them all, and then when you play as Grace, then all the enemies would be there. But all Grace has to do is like just run to the one door with the 3 diamond slot things, so it wouldn't have mattered if it got repopulated with enemies. Like, Grace could just ignore it. If Leon, I don't know.
Can't even gather them for Leon. Back off, this is Daddy's money.
Ow, you pervert.
Poor Grace. So in terms of character resource integration, I do not think it justifies this chopped up structure at all.
Yeah, like whenever you come back as Leon, I think what are things more likely to become blister heads or something? I know in the gauntlet you would have to deal with lots of blister heads.
Which brings us to the second, more natural style of integration, which would be having the characters influence each other's level design. And Capcom's approach here was to make sure to technically have it exist, but to minimize its effects as much as possible. So beginning with the intro sections, there's no interaction at all. It's that Family Guy cutting away stuff. So then after that point, you play through the real bulk of Grace's gameplay, the mansion, or the care center as it's properly called.
Care center, that's it.
Called uninterrupted. And the reason why, obviously, is because the mansion and Leon are incompatible with one another. He would annihilate any sense of challenge or level design if he was actually able to interact with the mansion when it matters. So what they do is they make sure that you go through the majority of the care center gameplay so that when they let Leon in, his impact will be minimal. Unless you're doing a little bit of sequence breaking or something, once Leon enters, Grace has already completed the rock quest. And all she has to do is walk down the completely safe hallway. And on Leon's side of things, the only required material in the mansion is this exclusive corner office that Grace can't even access. So in terms of required material, you can enter the mansion, ignore any activity that would affect Grace in any way, do this lame, basic, easy room encounter.
Hi, hello. Thank you so much for the raid. How you guys doing? We just finished Resident Evil Requiem. We're watching Electric Underground's review of it. He's kind of breaking down it at its core, so to speak. But I hope you had a good stream. What were you guys doing? For anybody who doesn't know me, hi, I'm PumpkinSynth. I'm a Halloween ghost VTuber. I have an alternate form called Pumpkin Anessa, who is an Eldritch Ghost. And I really like Resident Evil, but I don't like Requiem. I think it's fine. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. But if you guys have to head out because it's late, I just realized it's like 2 a.m. here, which is weird because when I woke up, It's like felt like forever ago, but not that forever ago. It's playing Voices of the Void with some Twitch integration. Yeah, I had fun. The last section of Requiem I thought was like actually kind of entertaining. I liked the lab and everything. It was cool.
And you're done. That's it. And then all of the other potential overlap is optional side quest stuff. It is not fundamentally built into the design of the game. Clearly, the developers are trying everything they can to have the characters be near each other without actually meaningfully interacting.
What are you doing here?
Someone kidnapped me.
In fact, some of this lack of interaction can be weirdly paradoxical, like with Chunk and the Butcher, or I guess the Chef as he's called,
Chunk?
Where during the Grace campaign, you can actually kill both of these mid-bosses, and it's not actually that hard, honestly. And so it would logically follow with this interconnected style that if you kill them earlier in the run...
I was blown away. I didn't know you could kill the stalker enemy. I hardly ever use the Requiem because I'm like, well, shouldn't I save this for a boss? And then it's weird because when you do fight a boss as Grace, like, it's like one boss, right? And it's not even a boss. You turn the light on, like on the ceiling. The ceiling opens up, exposes her, and you can actually shoot her with 2 regular pistol shots, and then she just immediately dies. I use the Requiem, assuming she would be strong, and then I find out that all you had to do was use 2 pistol bullets.
With Grace, then they will be dead when Leon appears. Nope. Leon, even if you kill Chunk
into a
with
hamburger.
Grace, still fights him as a boss fight. And I don't care what insane lore justification there is for this. In terms of gameplay integration, there is none. It doesn't matter what Grace does, Leon will still fight this boss.
So is he suggesting that maybe it would have been better if, like, Leon just had a new enemy be the boss, so to speak? It's like, I feel like if they had done that, maybe that would have addressed his criticism. He missed the lore that there were 2 of them. Uh-oh, was that it? Uh-oh, this guy's a LARPer. I'm just joking. I love the electric.
Same with the Butcher. Even if you...
He said he doesn't care about lore, but I think he might actually be assuming that this is the same enemy and doesn't realize that there's 2. Personally, I don't mind that much. Like, oh no, you have to fight it again, but you already killed it. I don't really care. It's like, just give me a fight, whatever. Do whatever you feel like it.
Kill the Butcher with Grace during the Protect sequence with Leon, he will still appear.
So then, again, the only solution would be to come up with a new enemy or new threat, I guess, rather than just use a familiar one. Personally, again, though, like, I don't really view it as something that overly bothers me that much. Like, I'm more annoyed at, like, oh, we're reusing Tyrant again. Oh, we're going through the RPD again, but it's uglier and lamer now. We're going through the same areas that we've gone through before. Oh, we have a Wesker. Oh, we have, like kind of all these, like, throwbacks Resident Evil greatest hits.
And then, of course, during Leon's main campaign, the Grace sections... Wait, there are no Grace sections.
Why did you kidnap me? Why me?
And why this matters is because if the game's design is not gaining much in terms of resource integration, and it's not gaining much in terms of level design integration, then what is it actually doing to offset all of the structural issues that this interconnecting style creates? And that is what we're going to talk about next.
Grace just disappears. Grace just kind of goes away. I was a little bit surprised. And you don't fight the final boss as her or anything. It's just kind of Leon taking over. But maybe it's supposed to be set up, and if she comes back, then she'll be the new Leon or something like that.
One of the greatest aspects of Resident Evil 4 that...
But I will say, like, he gets more in-depth than I do. Personally, like, my brain is just... I know the issue. The issue is they should have been separate games. That's it. Just make them separate games. Boom. Problem fixed, kind of.
Makes it so replayable.
The child section sucks, though, and it's not Grace. You're not, like, really actually playing as Grace. You're playing as a new character. And even though they're a clone, who likes that part? That is, like, a part that I view to be a flaw of the game, is stop injecting stuff like that in all modern games, or at least modern Resident Evil, because nobody likes it. Maybe, I mean, if you like it, fine, but I don't like it. I feel like it's never anybody's favorite part, I would assume. I think that you could have just done something more interesting. I don't know.
All these years later is its difficulty curve and gameplay structure. No game.
I feel like his points about this is fair also. Now, again, I did acknowledge earlier that I kind of play like an idiot, like Unga Bunga. Like when I was mainly the gun guy section, because it was the first time they really threw sentient gun guys at me, and the game had a very particular way how it wanted me to play, and I kept trying to do it my way, and it was repeatedly telling me no, and I just was stubborn. But aside that, I wouldn't say the game's overly hard. Like I beat the final boss on my first attempt. I was getting smacked around a little bit because I'm clumsy, but ultimately it wasn't overly a difficult game that much.
Game is perfect, but Resi 4's campaign is among the best I've ever played because of how consistently it develops, where in the beginning it has this snappy introduction, iconic, brings you right into the gameplay system, and then from there is this nice, gradually building, rising action with memorable difficulty spikes like the cabin, like the water hall, like that crazy clock tower, and as you progress,
Clock tower easy, but one room that I think is hard in the island section is it's whenever you rescue Ashley from the little prison and you go into the one room where you press the button and then you get swarmed with enemies that all have shields. I've always thought that was like a fairly like tricky room. There's also, if you want to count, the one room that has the bulldozer ball thing, like that one can be a little bit tricky, or at least I had more problems with it on professional. Not too crazy, but... And yeah, the 2 Garrador Hall was a little bit tricky. It was only hard for me though because I had like no health items at that part, but it was very satisfying cheesing that encounter. I really did enjoy that.
As a player, not only in terms of your knowledge and skill, but also in terms of your resources, the game adapts by escalating its design, introducing Plagueis, introducing more aggressive enemies, introducing enemies with different weapon types and new combinations of enemies, and gradually building on challenges that you've completed before with new elements, with new dynamics, bringing in Ashley for extra vulnerability and resource drain because you actually have to share your health with her.
Watch out! Yeah, but we don't do that in the remake. No more do we have to share and make decisions.
For me.
And then, of course, rank, dynamic difficulty, quietly escalating in the background, powering up the enemies as you play longer and more consistently. The game is all about development and tension. Mikami is a master of that. And so
yeah, I feel like Resident Evil 4 is very well designed. I feel like the game ramps up in difficulty as it goes on, and there's always going to be an encounter throughout the game where it's like, oh yeah, this is actually pretty tricky. Like, I feel like it's good about that.
You end up getting this beautifully escalating difficulty curve as a result. Resident Evil 9 does none of this. It's so obsessed with the idea of swapping from gameplay mode to gameplay mode that it never gets around.
Have a good night, and thank you so much for coming.
To actually escalating beyond an introductory level. That's why it feels like 2 demos glued together, because you only have 2 core sections of development, where you have Grace in the care center, and then you have Leon in his abandoned city. Everything else in between these 2 sections just feels like swapping between different modes of play. And so, difficulty curve-wise, instead of having this nice, gradual building upwards towards a climax, instead it's like a needle on a scratched vinyl record just skipping back to the first track over and over again.
No, I think what he's saying is perfectly fair. If it's 2 games that feel like they're not as fleshed out as they can be, that's why he's calling them demos. It's not like they're 2 full-fledged games, you know what I mean? Hayden? I'm Hayden on Requiem, and so is the video that I'm playing, but that's me.
because I think if they actually escalated the game's structure, it would become obvious how messy and disjointed it is. And so one very basic solution for that is, well, just don't escalate the structure. If everything...
I think that you're just being obtuse on purpose. I think you might understand what he means by demo. He's not saying that a demo in a literal sense of a 30-minute snippet of a game.
Is low grade and easy, then everything is consistent, right? Because think about this on a practical level. By gating Leon's campaign behind completing Grace's campaign, essentially, they either need to A, risk alienating a ton of players who actually are more interested in playing Leon by forcing them to play a very difficult and well-developed Grace campaign.
I think a lot of it also is, I think there's nuance to a game being unfinished, so to speak, where you'll play a game and it feels like a finished game, but if you really dig into it, you're like, oh, you can tell that shortcuts were taken, or like, or rehashing areas because it's not actually finished. Like, people typically say, like, Devil May Cry 4 is like an unfinished game. And when I first played it, I didn't think unfinished. It felt like a full game to me. But whenever people kind of like go into detail, like, what the issue is, it's like, oh, I kind of see what you mean. So it's kind of like that.
Is going to involve strict routing, level memorization, save management, don't forget that, and long-term resource consequences. Those are the types of things you'd need to insist on, which might alienate you if you're buying the game to parry chainsaws, bruh. Or B, just nerf Grace's campaign so that it's not a barrier to Leon no matter how basic of a player you are. And that's exactly what they did. Here are some examples.
Why don't you do us all a favor and leave before the audience gets pissed off?
First off, all of Grace's introductory stuff, complete filler. And one way you can tell something is complete filler is if it cannot be scaled into a higher difficulty, because...
Was any boss particularly hard, though? Like, they brought back the Tyrant, and... I mean, the Tyrant in Resident Evil 2 Remake was better. I mean, simple, essentially. You're kind of like in a box arena, but he had an instant kill charge. I don't know if he even had that in Requiem. You have a big guy... And you just kind of run around and you have the shotgun. He wasn't overly difficult. Granted, I don't want to act like a boss has to be overly complicated to be good. Like, simple can be fine. Like, I liked the final boss in RA2 Remake. Not the one where it's like you're on the train and the big giant mouth is coming towards you or whatever. I mean, like, when you're in that room and the Tyrant is kind of like just walking towards you. I thought that was like a pretty good boss fight. Simple. What else? Other bosses in this game? Like... Gauntlets. I guess you can consider the chainsaw guys that come later. Not the normal zombies with chainsaws, but like the other zombies with chainsaws, like mini bosses maybe, kinda, not really. And then there's like the final boss, which is apparently like mimicking Nemesis from RA3 Remake. The Burning Church guy? Yes, true. That one wasn't too bad. That one was pretty decent about putting pressure on you, but I guess he was a boss. He's just shooting his weak points. The plant. Oh, yeah, the plant. That wasn't too bad, I guess. It was kind of similar to the Nemesis one, in a way.
If you turn on Insanity Mode, for example, you will hardly notice the effects of the difficulty increase until you enter the care center. So all of this introductory stuff with her, completely disposable.
Come on, wimp.
The next sections that I can only assume are intentionally nerfed, because if they aren't, that's genuinely concerning.
And that's something I noticed. Electric Underground doesn't seem to focus on the scripted set pieces like I do. Like, this section is where I would start complaining and being like, you're going through the motions, you're holding forward, your characters are talking to each other, they start like tripping and whatever, then you get a cutscene, and then you have like this moment where you're stuck, you can't move, and the shotgun zombies like gonna kill you, and then you have to lean left and right, and it doesn't really feel like the real game. It feels like this gimmicky little set piece that I always get annoyed when modern games throw shit like that in, or they take a while for the game to actually start. Like I think at the beginning of Requiem, you can't even run immediately. You can only walk to your destination. Stuff like that really annoyed me. And modern Resident Evil's been continuously doing it, like 7 following Mia and shit. A Resident Evil Village, where it just felt like the game didn't really start until an hour in. Like, you just felt like you were on rails, kind of. And then when it opens up, it's like, oh shit, yeah, I'm feeling this.
Are the combat encounters for Grace. And I cannot tell if Capcom actually consider these somewhat significant, because the way the game frames them and the way they're placed in the level design, they are implied to be significant, but they are completely nothing. And what I'm referring to is in the care center, when you go into the parking garage and you have to shoot down the construction equipment coming at you. In a proper Resident Evil game, that would be some kind of boss fight, right? It's set up, it's telegraphed, they even put a save ribbon and a typewriter right outside the door, so there's no fear of the dreaded run back. But then it's nothing. If Grace was—
This part was weird because the glass is impenetrable until a certain line is crossed. And so I saw Mina playing, and they immediately thought to shoot through the glass, and it didn't work. And I'm like, fuck that. No, that's bullshit. So I told them restart over, and then they got it. But that was a little bit annoying. But yeah, this entire room, it was just like a oop boo moment. And they did something like that in 4, where you're in the one plain hallway, and then there's like the 2 guys on the drill that are coming to kill you, and you have to shoot them. But it was like a less interesting area. It was just a barren hallway with nowhere to go. But I guess in the garage, it kind of feels like a whole ass section, and all they really do is just like a scripted thing. It's not bad. It was just kind of like, whatever.
Swearing and freaking out, I wouldn't even know this is supposed to be some kind of set piece. And why this matters isn't difficulty for difficulty's sake, but because you need combat to create resource management, risk assessment, and decision making. But if the combat is this easy, there is no risk to assess, and there are no decisions to be made, especially because you end up gaining more resources than spending them.
But again, Resident Evil 4 would do stuff like that too. It would just have like a little section where all you gotta do is just shoot the guy in the truck that's coming to kill you, or shoot the guy in the drill that's coming to kill you. So it's not like terrible to have it, I guess. Like,
same thing when you enter the basement with the meat grinder. Again, the level design, the placement in the difficulty curve, the fact that once more they have a typewriter with a save ribbon right there next to it, which is there in Insanity mode, by the way, and then a pile of ammunition waiting for you, suggests, okay, difficulty spike. Nope. The encounter is so easy.
Yeah, it's really not a hard encounter. I think him mentioning the section with the vehicle that tries to come kill you in the garage, I think overall it's meant to support his argument that the game is just too easy, which it is. I mean, this room, I died like 1 time only because I ran to an enemy that was stunned, and I thought that I could do a melee that would push them into the grinder and I would have time to run back. But basically, as soon as I cross a certain line, it just counts me as like dead, basically. But it was a pretty easy encounter. The game is not very difficult.
You just walk backwards in the corner and do head and knee shots. That Capcom
And I never had trouble with ammo, really. Like, maybe at first a little bit, but a lot of that was me being sloppy. But yeah, there's not really a ton of challenge.
Might as well play a cutscene and just hand you the ammunition. And why this matters is, once again, you don't have a chance to pay off what you've been building up to.
Oh,
the encounter is so...
Hi, thank you so much for the raid. How are you guys doing? We're watching Electric Underground review Resident Evil Requiem. I just finished the game, and I thought it was okay. But I hope you had a good stream. I thought he was arguing that these sections don't become harder in the higher difficulties because they're scripted. I think he's also saying that, but I think it's all adding up to his overall point that the game's not very difficult and that it doesn't really scale that interestingly. Is it worth caring about spoilers? It does get into gameplay spoilers, which I personally try to avoid gameplay spoilers, but a lot of people care about narrative spoilers. But personally, in my opinion, I don't think like Requiem story is anything to write home about, or any Resident Evil story is to write home about. But this does get into like heavy spoilers. It's basically an hour-long review. I didn't remember it was an hour long, but I love hour-long reviews. But it's an hour long, and we're only 20 minutes into it. So if you're planning on playing the game, I would recommend holding off on this. Also making sure I didn't miss what that was said. To be fair, Resident Evil 4 had that area where you were also dealing with enemies jumping onto your truck, as that how it happens. But I think that's arguably a decent encounter. Like, if you're playing for the first time and you're not going to be that great at it, like, a lot of the enemies are going to get on there. And they have ways of, like, they'll have the ones that are up high that jump down into the car, because, you know, you're going to be paying attention to the back of the vehicle, looking at the guys running towards you. You're not going to realize that there's going to be guys that can just drop down. So it's a overall pretty decent encounter versus the shoot the guy in the head one time and boom, it's over. But again, Resident Evil 4 does that as well. But Resident Evil 4 makes up for having occasional easy segments by being a generally overall harder game that scales better. I don't reviews shouldn't be an hour long, but I mean, video games are pretty complex. There's a lot to talk about. And if you're getting down into the game design, pacing, presentation, I think it's actually a little bit underwhelming if you can just explain all of that in 10 minutes. Like, these are games that were probably made with like hundreds of people, lots of money, and many years. So there's a lot to talk about, whether a game is good or bad.
Static and simple, that decision-making and routing
seem pointless.
Also, fun fact, I was curious how this would play in Insanity, given how tanky that mode is, and how genuinely it would be quite a challenge in a sort of Kuso.
Describe Resident Evil 4 in 10 words. This game is super fucking really awesome and very cool.
A way to have to fight all of these tanky zombies in this pit, but it seems Capcom were afraid of that happening, so they drastically reduced down the stun to be similar to standard mode. So if you're thinking that Insanity is going to be the solution here, it isn't.
Sweet, baby!
But I'm sure once you get all the batteries and plug them in and turn on the power, all of those prisoners are going to get set loose, and you're going to have some kind of like epic boss fight to cap the chapter, right?
I don't understand that. Like, they even did the perfect setup for it. They have a bunch of zombies in cells. You are going to turn power on or off or something, and you're running around all over the place to eventually bring them all to this one location, and they don't all come out. Like, they have, like, other zombies, like, earlier in the level that become blister heads whenever you cross a certain point, but they didn't really utilize the prison thing much. And, I mean, I remember when RE2 Remake did it, but RE2 Remake did it in a way to where they all come out, but you can kind of easily evade them. There's only one little part where they'll kind of try to corner and block you off, but it's not too hard to get around them. But that was at least more interesting than, like, I guess how Requiem did it.
No, you just walk down the hall and do a really intense QTE.
And Resident Evil keeps doing this, oh shit, oh you know you're gonna get killed, and it's a fake out. It's like you have enough time to just press the button and escape. You're supposed to anyway.
So later on, okay, we've got the escape sequence, the helicopter isn't working, you gotta go into the lab, now we're gonna get to the climax. Visually, the game seems to think so, with all of the epic things happening, but gameplay-wise, it's just another prescribed, simple sequence that is basically impossible to fail, other than that highly technical debris dodge. Can't forget that.
I am pretty sure I got hit by it, but I get his point.
And if you're still doubting whether or not they nerfed Grace's campaign to make Leon's as accessible as possible, let me bring you to the ultimate example, Grace's final boss fight in the entire game, if it even qualifies as one, where you shoot the girl with the Requiem while flipping light switches. They did everything in their power to make that boss fight as scripted as they could without technically making it a QTE.
I don't know if I didn't even consider it to be a boss fight. It just felt like an environmental hazard, threat, whatever you want to call it. She's a ongoing obstacle. I didn't even think to like shoot her because it felt like a waste. It's like when I usually identify what I assume is an unkillable enemy until an official boss, I'm not gonna waste my best ammo on her. So I just kind of like utilized the lights or just kind of like ran around until the run went the way I wanted it to.
Call this the pretense of gameplay, where it looks like game.
It is scripted in that she kind of like, she's not a random Roman enemy for the most part. She's just, I mean, she kind of is, but every time you are about to do the key thing or pick up the key item, then she shows up to be an obstacle. But that's not unheard of. I think stalker enemies do kind of do that in general in games, don't they?
Play should be there, but it just kind of isn't, because first of all you need to do is shoot her with the Requiem ammo, and so this could have been, at the very minimum, a bit of a resource routing check where they make sure, okay, have you been saving up your Requiem ammo? Have you been preparing yourself for this encounter? If so, then you can bypass a lot of its difficulty with this resource check, which is kind of lame, but it's something like Mother Brain in Super Metroid. And then if they did it properly, you could still defeat her without having to use the Requiem ammo, but that would require much more precise spacing.
Then it's more evidence that Requiem is Resident Evil greatest hits. We got a little bit of everything in here. We got Resident Evil 5, we got Resident Evil 6, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 0.
Or routing or just a higher level of execution, something like that. But instead they go with, all right, let's just hand you a pile of Requiem ammo right outside the room.
But I will say, it's not unusual for a stalker enemy to be that way, to feel a little bit scripted and be like, all right, you're here to interrupt me because I did the thing and I'm ready to do the other thing now. But I remember there was something about the stalker enemy in Requiem that annoyed me and Mina and lots of other people I know, to the point where there's a mod to remove it entirely. There was something about it that felt more annoying than, say, Jack or Margaret or Marjorie from 7, or Demetresque in Village. So it's like, what is different about this new stalker enemy? Is it just that it felt like smaller sections that were only scripted? Because like in Village, Demetresque kind of patrols the entire castle. Same with the sisters. They kind of patrol everywhere. But they also do have scripted moments where they are just guaranteed to pop up. Or you have that one encounter where you're trying to open the door and then Demetresque like cuts your hand off. And it felt like maybe it's because the sections were bigger, whereas the stalkers sections in Requiem felt like really brief and really short. Maybe it's something like that.
I wonder what this is for. And they don't have any competing counter incentives either. Like, imagine if they put a bunch of blister heads in this area while you're having to deal with the girl. That way, you'd have some tension between, all right, do I spend the Requiem protecting myself from the blister heads? Or do I spend the Requiem stunning the girl? How do I juggle this? Any kind of dynamic, anything. Unless you can't hit the broad side of a barn with a pocket full of ammunition.
Jack was like
no
annoying because he would get in the way, but I liked him. That's another thing that the other stalkers have going for them is cool characters are sometimes a little bit more fun than monstrous characters, I guess. So Jack has a whole ass personality. He's like a country old dude and he wants to kick your ass. Marjorie is like unstable, like housewife, but it was kind of fun. And then Demetresca's monster, like, lady that acts all prim and proper. And then you have the sisters that are kind of like manic, smiling, like, babes. So, of course, in comparison, Requiem's baby, whatever, like, little girl, big giant eyes, is just not as cool. But that's just a cosmetic kind of thing.
Give me a break.
Even that janky jumping out at you quick reaction surprise attack stuff that you get in some of the boss fights in Resident Evil 4, not even that is present, because the only time she jumps out at you and grabs you, it's incredibly helpful because she sets you up very conveniently for a point-blank shot. This encounter simulates combat, it looks like it's combat, but it actually subverts it in almost every conceivable way. And I think that's just a strong symbol of Resident Evil 9's approach to game structure. It doesn't really care about creating a campaign, it just wants to invoke one.
Again, though, I didn't think to fight the enemy with the gun. So, does his argument hinge on specifically the gunplay, the gun for that?
And so with Grace's campaign hammered to hell, that puts a lot of pressure on Leon's half of the game to deliver a fully developed experience, and it just never manages to get there. And why that is probably a number of reasons, but there are 3 key ones that I want to focus on. 1, static segmented enemy encounters, 2, save spamming, and 3, resource overflow. So to start with the enemy encounters, did you notice that throughout the campaign, you hardly are ever attacked from the back or at multiple angles at once? And instead, most of your encounters have the enemies laid directly in front of you. And the reason for that is because rather than walking into an area and then being ambushed, as often happens in Resident Evil 4, instead the game uses a more Souls-like structure where the enemies are pre-placed into the area that you're coming into. Which means that in terms of advancing forward in the level design, you only have one front of attack, which is where you're going. And even when you are
I think one thing that's very important is that he is likely really thinking of mostly Resident Evil 4 when he compares these two, because they are both action games. But they have passive enemy placements in, like, classic Resident Evil, like you enter a room and they're just on the opposite side of the hall. Not that they won't throw in a difficult, like, zombie placement here or there. Like, there's a section in the RE1 remake where you enter a room and you can light it up with a candle. You push a bookshelf and then you go into this little cubby and boom, there's a zombie right there. So you have to, like, quickly, like, quick turn or back away. But aside that, a lot of things are kind of like passively placed, but I guess it's just,
ambushed, the enemies tend to come from a very clear choke point. Like in the pit, there is the gate you have to open, or the SWAT encounter where there's that one doorway that you can just grenade. Or even in the warehouse, there's the wall where everyone spawns. Once again, you can just grenade and then retreat back. The most glaring example of this has to be in the turret section, where once you get the chip in that section and you're about to leave, the game does spawn in a wave of enemies to ambush you, but they all come from the front. And
he might be just saying that most of the encounters are kind of like easy, I think. Easy enemy placement, I guess.
So all you have to do
He's not saying that it never does anything interesting. I think he should just talk about the majority.
Let me run back real quick, get back in the turret, and just bomb them at this really clear choke point. And the game doesn't have a counter wave placed near the turret to try and stop this. This is why the game really struggles to become more difficult in Insanity mode, because even if you make the enemies tankier, unless you have overlapping groups surrounding the player, it doesn't shut down the strategy at all. You just shoot more.
It's like, I thought this was a little bit like,
and then on top,
they add in a turret section where you're going to plant yourself and then you're just going to kill everything that comes by. But it wasn't overly interested in how they did it. It just felt like, oh, obligatory turret section, but don't worry, it's going to be very brief and easy. That's kind of how it felt.
On top of that, since the game is continuously connecting all of the encounters through this hub overworld, that means that as you're pressing forward, if things start to get too intense, you can just retreat. And even though the game does try to put enemies in the hub area, they are...
Well, everybody plays differently. There's always going to be like little outliers. Like, for example, some people would probably consider some sections that I like fumbled on to be incredibly easy, but I don't think that that means that we can just entirely dismiss this point either. It is ultimately a mostly easy encounter, I would say.
So vulnerable and uncoordinated that they're more like walking credit drops than they are threats. Especially because of your ability to run and parry, the enemies can't lock you down. Like in the sewer encounter, the idea is that you drop into the sewer, then you have to fight your way through this horde of enemies, but you can just run past them all. And worst comes to worst, maybe parry a time or two, but then once you jump that gap, it's like Red Rover. You've entered the safe zone. Those zombies can't threaten you anymore.
And there goes the battle!
I want to keep in mind that I actually normally am like 100% pro Electric Underground, but I don't like mindlessly agree with everything. It's like my analytical skills aren't that great, so sometimes I do struggle to view the full picture or hyperfixate on like a detail or two. What is he vouching for exactly? Like, you can choose to skip the encounter if you want to. And if you jump to a certain point, then you're rewarded by, well, you don't have to fight him now. So isn't that like a thing that Resident Evil kind of does? Like RE4 does that, where you can choose to skip entire sections. You don't even have to fight. Like, that's what I do in Resident Evil 4 all the time. It's like actually really fun to play more evasively. So I don't know why it's like per se an issue here, per se. Other than maybe it's just the overall picture of Resident Evil 4 will force you into more encounters than Requiem, maybe? I guess? Too easy to run past enemies and funnel them, right. I remember, like, early on, we kind of caught on, like, wait a second. Leon can just run past everything and skip entire sections, so then we were like, actually, we should have fun with Leon. We should choose to want to fight all the enemies. So it's kind of like more of a choice than feeling like a necessity.
What's even funnier is that if you decide, well, I want to kill these zombies for the sake of resources, you can jump back over the gap and just slowly whittle them down completely at your leisure. And they will try to block you into certain areas once you enter them, but it's very half-hearted. There's way too much space, and the zombies themselves like to occupy their initial positions a lot, which means that throughout pretty much all of Raccoon City, a strategy that the game really struggles to shut down is just hit and run tactics over and over. Like that very first warehouse encounter in Raccoon City, I can tell that's meant to be a real difficulty spike in a set piece, but if you just let the zombies spawn, throw a grenade where they're spawning, and then retreat back, you can just slowly pick the zombies off one by one. And the enemies are...
Is the game just too roomy? Is that maybe it? Like, the game is too roomy, so it's too easy to kite enemies. And I'm going to assume that maybe the reason why things are roomy is because zombies are a little bit more tanky. Like, if you're just using the pistol, you can't, like, really guarantee hit stun as easily. The shotgun feels more consistent, though. Like, if you have a shotgun and you just shoot their head, like, or even their body, it kind of stops their motion for the most part, right? Raccoon City did seem a bit too open for enemies. Yeah, and that's why in the open area, they don't really throw that many of them. Like, they'll have a few stragglers that are around. But for the most part, when they give you the real zombie encounters, it'll be in, like, the parking garage. Or where it's all, like, flooded or whatever. Or, like, when you're climbing up shit. And you deal with, like, the zombies that have machine guns and stuff like that. Those are a little bit more funneled, but it's not too hard to evade enemies, too.
Are horrible about grouping together and attacking you as a unit, and ridiculously easy to pick off because of their lack of teamwork.
Well, how should he talk about the game that wouldn't be considered nitpicky to you exactly? Because the problem is that people brush off any critique as nitpicking. Like, hey, I feel like this game fundamentally undermines the balancing. Is that a nitpick? Like, I'm not sure. I don't know. I feel like he tends to be fair, and when you're dissecting a game or any kind of art or product and you break it down, essentially it's a bunch of pieces that all come together to make a whole. So something that maybe seems insignificant in a what do you call it, in like a box, once you throw it into an entire system and how everything plays off each other, then it can kind of create like a problem. But I don't necessarily agree with everything he says, but I kind of like see his point.
Which brings us to the next issue of segmentation, because one counter to this could be in the level.
Well, the problem is I don't think that it's a survival horror. I do totally see what you're saying though. Like, it is an action game. No, he is, I think, coming from it from an action game perspective, but it kind of is. Like, when you're Grace, it's not as much, but when you're Leon, it is an action game. It's just done in a little bit of a way, similar to how RE4 Remake was, where RE4 Remake is still Resident Evil 4, it's still an action horror, but Capcom threw in a few more elements to kind of survival horrify it a bit, but it's still action horror. But right now, I think he's mostly focusing on Leon. But I'd have to rewatch the Grace part, but I don't know.
Level design, well, if you try to back off and hide in the corner, eventually all of the enemies will group together and just crush you in the corner. But the level design segmentation does not make that possible. Meaning, like back in the warehouse, there are zombies up in the rafters that could potentially throw shit at you or synergize with the enemies down on the ground. But the way that the level design is broken up is that enemies only spawn in segments that you control. So you get to encounter a wave, clear the wave, step forward, spawn the next wave, retreat back, clear that wave, step forward, spawn the next wave, retreat back, rinse and repeat. It's the 3D version of the stepping exploit in 2D run-and guns. And the sad part about it is that there are potentially interesting encounters in the game that are completely ruined by this approach, like the glass floor fight. I think that is the most interesting piece of level design in the game, and I love the concept of using the environment in this way, where you can get the kill by breaking the glass underneath the enemies, but then the trade-off is you're losing more space for yourself. And eventually, if you get too overzealous, you will kill yourself along with the enemies by breaking the glass. That is such a cool bit of environmental interaction. But unfortunately, because they break the encounter up into this simple order of operations, any of those potential trade-offs don't take place, because once you learn the route of taking the enemies out on the glass, they never get the chance to use this trade-off against you. They just sit there, passive, inactive, giant, juicy targets.
So is he basically saying that this encounter has potential to be really challenging and cool, but it's too easily controllable? Is it kind of like that? Because, I mean, that would be consistent with what he's said, is that the game doesn't ever really ramp up much.
And Insanity doesn't scale this either, because it doesn't matter if you make the enemies more tanky, insta-killing them with breaking the glass has the same effect. And then even when the game brings in the ranged enemies, that doesn't matter, because once you learn that trip point, you can easily isolate and kill without having to interact with the floor. So all of this potential is completely lost by these static, overly segmented enemy encounters. One last example is the final encounter of the game.
You lose the novelty of the first experience is hard to prevent. Are you talking about how, like, most games are, once you know what to do, it's not really that difficult? I do think that there are ways to, is the term circumvent that, which is like, for example, the water room in Resident Evil 4, where once you know what to do, yeah, it is a lot easier, but it's still easier said than done. It is still a relatively difficult encounter upon replay. And I've played that game so much, and I wouldn't say that like it's like as hard as it used to be, but it does require me to have to lock in every single time I revisit it.
Before you do the boss fights. The one where you go into the room and the liquors are up in the ceiling and it's this nice constrained space. This finally could be an intense claustrophobic encounter with enemies overlapping with one another. But like I said earlier, the developers just seem uncomfortable with this concept, and so what do? They solve the encounter.
Why couldn't I
for
throw
you.
that
They
at this
place a
part? It never
tank
let
in
me.
the front corner of the room. They place a tank in the back corner of the room. What should I do with these? And then, yes, the encounter starts. You throw the first tank, you blow it up. You throw the second tank, you blow it up. You clear out any remaining liquors. And then you take a nice smoke break, prepare your grenade, and sit and wait. That's the encounter. That's the culmination of this game's level design. And I'm not saying that they couldn't have the encounter begin with throwing the tanks and blowing them up, but that shouldn't be it. What should happen is that you throw the tanks, you blow them up, but that's just the opening salvo. More liquors and other enemy types should continue to pour into the room so that when the last batch of enemies spawn, there is some sort of overlap, and to prevent that overlap, you need to play incredibly aggressively.
I agree with that. You can replay Resident Evil 4 over and over, and encounters can go so many different ways. And there's a little bit of consistency, like, you know, like they flank this way each time and stuff like that, but they react based on everything that you do. And there's so many things that can go wrong. So Resident Evil 4 is just really good at keeping you on your toes. And Resident Evil 4 is action horror, but it does have a lot of DNA of like classic Resident Evil. Like if you really study it, it's like it puts just pressure on you in a different way than like classic Resident Evil did. But he's suggesting that they don't really put enough pressure on you in this game compared to how Resident Evil 4 or like I guess other Resident Evils in general did. And I mean that's just modern games in general. Modern games are a little bit easier than classic. And I wouldn't say I mean I would be curious. I would be curious, like, I don't know if he would ever do it, but I want to know how he feels about 7, Village, 2 Remake. He did do a video on a 4 Remake. Did he do a video on 2 Remake? I don't think he did. I would just be curious, does he feel that those games have similar issues, or do they tackle things better than this game? I'm just kind of curious.
But instead, since the enemy encounters are so passive, and since the enemy design is so passive, you can play purely defensively, and that becomes an overwhelming strategy because there's no mechanical limitation or system restrictions
to punish it.
Especially with parry, because in the past, if you got stuck in the corner and you had enemies on top of you, that's just a checkmate. You failed. But with the parry...
I like wording it that way, the checkmate. Now, you guys saw how I played. I don't really utilize parry in games, even when it's a mechanic that it's incredibly overpowered and very helpful. Bloodborne, Resident Evil 4 Remake, this game. I just never really did it. Or dodges in Resident Evil, like 3 Remake, Revelations, Resident Evil 3. I did not really utilize them, but... I think usually the argument against parry is for the average player that does utilize parry, it makes the game too easy.
Now, a rechargeable parry, that's not the case. Getting stuck in the corner and having them lunge at you is not a losing position.
Not when you've got the hot get-out-of-jail-free card.
And if you think execution and consistency are going to be a barrier against this strategy, let me introduce you to this game's save system.
RE8 has its own issues, but they're hard to not nuance for a comparison. What do you mean? I mean, in order to compare all of the modern Resident Evil games to each other, you would have to dissect each one individually because they have a lot of their own complexities, flaws, and positives. And then to compare them all to each other, which they're all fundamentally very different from each other. But I think that there might be similar issues across them all. I certainly have some similar issues across them all. I know people who liked Heisenberg's section. People say the dolls were the worst section. Heisenberg's section was good. Heisenberg's section's only issue is that it's too short. It's too short and linear. It should have been, like, on the level of Demetrius Castle because it was such a good environment. It had such a cool aesthetical theme. And it was good at applying pressure on you, even though dealing with enemies are not actually that hard. It's not hard. It's not that hard. It's intimidating, but it's not that crazy hard. But you could say, like, classic Resident Evil's not even that hard either. You can say any Resident Evil's not that hard. The doll is just like you have to go on the motions each time you play it, where, all right, do the puzzle. You already know how to do the puzzle. There's no threat. Okay, here's the baby that does the scripted thing. Hide under the bed. Wait for the baby to go here. Okay, now run over here. And it's just kind of like not very mechanically interesting. And the fish section is, like, better, but I also find it to be kind of dull as well. I wish that they had cooked those differently. Made them a little bit better. Babies, I mean, a lot of people actually get scared by games. I don't really get scared by enemies, really. I get more scared by context. Like, oh shit, I'm in this room and I have to overcome this enemy over here and this enemy that's blocking my way, and also there's a guy with a shield over here and he's got a and I only have this amount of resources. Like, I find that to be what gets me afraid or makes me tense up. But as for, like, enemies themselves or bosses being scary, I don't tend to find them too scary, but that's just me being desensitized. The baby's, like, cool. I thought the atmosphere whenever it was on the patrol was kind of nice, but unfortunately it's too, like, scripted to really feel much.
So one way to help offset having static, easily clearable encounters, like Resi 9 does, with OP mechanics like the parry, is to introduce the idea of consistency, meaning that even though you will have 3 rather simple encounters, by requiring all of the encounters to be played in one sequence, that gives them more depth because one minor mistake in the beginning of the first encounter may impact what happens at the end of the third encounter. This is one of the essential ingredients that helps make combat feel impactful. After all, most combat balance is based off of the concept of risk and reward.
If you're on the offense and commit to something that's quite rewarding, then there's a good chance that there's some kind of punishment coming your way if the opponent successfully avoids it.
Just look at the parry, or the perfect parry, for that matter. If you could just access the perfect parry whenever you wanted without execution as a consideration, does this break the balance of the game? Obviously, it does. So the reward is extremely high. Now, what is the risk? The risk is that you will miss the input and get hurt or killed. That is the consequence. Now, that sounds like a legitimate consequence, and it could be if there was permadeath, or if there were insanely long checkpoints, like Souls or maybe some other games.
The checkpointing is atrocious. I frequently found myself playing for 10 to 15 minute stretches without hitting a checkpoint in a single level. And worse still, some of those stretches were capped off with what are essentially mini-boss fights. That meant
He's also, for the record, he's a fan of this game. He's basically, I think he's making fun of the journalist that's mad about, basically like a really hard skill check. It's like, you do not get to progress until you beat this room that's a really long encounter that has multiple steps to it. And I understand, like, the frustration of getting exhausted too. We're like, please just cut me some slack here. And when a game's like, no. It's like, I get the kind of exhaustion, but, like, I do admire the intent behind that.
if I died on one of those mini-bosses...
He's not being petty. I think you just hate this guy. He's basically just, like, he's making a point. He's making a point that what this guy's complaining about can be viewed in a more positive light.
I wouldn't even get a shot at trying again without retracing my steps through the same 10 to 15 minutes of enemy encounters.
But in a game like Resident Evil 9, where pretty much every encounter has its own auto-saved checkpoint,
It's kind of petty. So, making a point's petty? How should he say it then?
what is actually the consequence of this? The actual consequence is like...
Since when do you people like game journalists? Hold on now. Wait a second. Have you ever been with a guy before? I don't know. I think so. About 1,000.
Losing a tiny bit of progress, and if it's at the beginning of the encounter, you lose nothing. So if this is the new standard, then why not allow the player to save after every single hit? What would be wrong with that?
Can make your triumph feel a little limp.
What's wrong with it is that it creates...
Straw man and a bad reviewer to make the game should be harder doesn't need a straw man, but it makes his argument harder to bandwagon. I mean, isn't that kind of like a general common mentality among like a lot of people is wanting games to be easier? Like you have a bunch of people clamoring for Dark Souls or something having easy difficulty, and they get mad if there's too much difficulty. And so we're at a war. They're grinding us down. I don't know. I feel like it's fair game to kind of like combat against that kind of mentality. I don't think he's like trying to bully this specific reviewer. I think he's just kind of like making a stance and just highlighting a type of logic that's very prevalent and not just in journalists, but like gamers as well. League gamers.
It's risk detachment. Risk detachment is when you start playing an action game and you realize there's not actually a consequence to dying right here, so I do not need to worry about real combat balance. Instead, what I can do is just keep resetting the encounter until I get exactly the situation I want to get. And as a result, combat loses any emotional stakes or sense of consequences, which is ironic for a survival horror game, because isn't the whole premise of survival horror that the combat creates tension? This is like...
Yeah, like in Grace's campaign, well, at least if you play on hardcore difficulty where you have the ink ribbon system. I didn't play on the normal, so I don't really know how it works, but in that game, in classic Resident Evil in general, there was a consequence to dying, essentially. And you have that with Grace if you have the ink ribbons active. So it made her sections a little bit more tense. But with Leon, I mean, they just give you checkpoints kind of a lot, I guess. But Resident Evil 4, classic Resident Evil 4 gives you checkpoints a lot too. But the encounters are generally harder, so.
Going to see a horror film and being able to control when the movie scares you.
Come and play with us, Daddy.
And this does connect to in-game behavior, because what you'll start to do is not even to bother to play out the consequences of the combat encounter, where if the checkpoint was 15 minutes, let's say, and you get in an ugly situation at 10 minutes, you're going to try your best to play through so you can get to the end of that 15. But if every combat encounter is this tiny little self-contained chunk, then what you do is that if you make a mistake early on, rather than feeling the consequences of that mistake over time, you just instantly reset it. Like, remember the final encounter with the tanks? Well, let's say you misthrow one of the tanks and it doesn't get the liquors that you want it to get. Rather than playing through the entire encounter and trying to make up for that first missed throw, you just reset and rethrow it until you get that first throw.
Yeah, I can do that.
Then you get the second throw very consistently, and you've beaten the encounter, right? Versus, let's say this was a 20-minute checkpoint, and you misthrow that first tank, you're not going to reset that 20 minutes of gameplay to try to make up for that minor error. But the less attached to risk you become, the more you play this way, and this is actually the correct way to play in this paradigm. Why wouldn't it be? Shame? What shame? It's the developer that needs to take the responsibility of the player's behavior in the system that they create. Not peer pressure, not fan community.
Hi, hello, Gareth. Hi, thank you for the raid. I see what you mean, King, but I feel like for me, it's more like because I'm somebody who likes to like if you give me the ability to exploit saves or auto saves, and oh shit, I threw the thing and it didn't go the exact way I want. I'm gonna start over because that's how I play Hitman, especially modern
Thanks for
Hitman.
friends.
Thank you for the follow. I'm more likely to just restart. But if it's an encounter where like it's a 3-stage encounter, and I'm on stage 3 and I fuck up one little tiny thing, it's like maybe I don't want to do part 1 and part 2 of that encounter. So I'll be more inclined to suck it up and just kind of like deal with it. How did your stream go? We're watching Electric Underground review Resident Evil Requiem.
Coming up.
This is called foreshadowing.
And if you're thinking, okay, sure, but this only applies to standard difficulty because the relentlessness of Insanity makes these baby mode checkpoints worthwhile, well, that brings us to the third issue that definitely impacts Insanity: resource overflow.
Also, hold on one second. I'm going to do a little surprise. Let me move this under here. I'll be right back, actually. I'm coming back. I just had to set something up really quick. Hopefully this goes okay. Mina?
Hello?
Hi. Can you guys... Oh, man. Where did Mina go? Oh, my God. It said you tried to join in with the wrong password.
Yeah.
Why did you disconnect just now?
Hmm?
I don't get it. You were connected.
I reconnected.
Why?
Let's think.
Oh,
Because
did you disconnect?
it like disconnected for me.
Hold on.
It's kind of acting up right now.
How do I get you back? Can you guys hear Mina? Yeah, why are you signed in as red? It said you tried to sign in with the wrong password. I told you it's case sensitive.
Mhm.
Yeah, it literally told me that you signed in with the wrong password.
Hang on.
Sorry for the tech issues, everybody. We'll be there in a second. Is it letting you join? What's going on?
I'm trying to join.
That's so weird, because, like, I even positioned you properly.
Oh, there it goes.
Alright, so everything's gonna work now, right? I got scared because I'm like, ain't no way I have tech issues making it to where your model's just invisible. Like, why? Everybody, how's the audio mixing? It's been a little bit since I had Discord up while streaming with, like, background music, so I'm very worried that'll be overpowered, but I have Mina on max. Mina, talk really quick.
Talk really quick. Hello?
Please help me, somebody help me with the tech issues. Does anybody actually love me or care about me? I'm gonna cry. Nobody's answered, they hate me.
See if it works.
Why do they hate me? Seems fine. Okay, Rasira doesn't hate me. Okay, so...
Okay, good.
I wanted to bring Mina on because I feel like sometimes I am a little bit out of my element, or, you know, I feel like my analytical skills can only go so far. They hit a wall, and then I have trouble dissecting or viewing things as clearly as I wish. Kind of like how I've always had trouble pinpointing the issue with Resident Evil 2 Remake, and then Rosso Dude kind of explains why Resident Evil 2 Remake is actually good, but it's very fundamentally different from the original. He did it better than I could ever, like, understand it or process it. So,
Yeah.
With that said, I feel like maybe you're better at analyzing action games than I am. I think I'm better about classic survival horror style, but when it comes to action games, like, I think I'm alright, but I think that I feel a little bit vulnerable here. So I thought it would be more interesting to have you kind of come on so you can White Knight for Electric Underground more effectively than me and engage with the chat, because me and you are pretty passionate, dissecty, autistic people that like Electric Underground. But I do think that you have certain strengths that I don't. So please, before I resume the video, I thought that you could talk for a bit.
Okay. Well, one thing is that it's going to be kind of difficult for me to even, like, watch the video at this point because I have to turn your stream on.
Oh, no. I have a way I can basically broadcast OBS to you, but I thought we could talk about what Electroground has already covered, and you can kind of, like, more properly summarize what he's essentially trying to argue.
Okay. So basically, I think what he's... I mean, the title of the video basically kind of describes it, but it's like, the overall game, and it's like my issue with Requiem 2, is that it's like, it's not... I don't know, it's not terrible, but it does feel like this game has kind of commitment issues, basically, where it wants to go down one type of route of gameplay, but also do the other type of route of gameplay, and it does both of them kind of, like, okay enough, basically, but it doesn't really exceptionally do either of them that well, basically. And the way, like, I kind of describe the game is, like, you basically have RE2 Remake Lite in the first half, and then RE4 Remake Lite in the second half, basically. And it's like, for me, it kind of brings up that, like, point of, like, well, I would rather just play either one of those games, because I don't feel like you really get to sort of, like, sink your teeth, like, really deeply into either part of the game like you would in, like, you know, 2 Remake or 4 Remake, basically. As much as, like, I have criticisms of those games too, like 2 Remake and 4 Remake, but I don't have the same level of criticism of those games as I do of this game, because this game, in comparison, feels very shallow, by comparison. And,
yeah, I wanted to add, like, that's the thing that's interesting about Resident Evil 4 Remake is it also seems to have like little remnants of an identity crisis. It's like it's trying to be like Resident Evil 4, but it's also like, what if it's a little bit more survival horror, but then it kind of makes things feel at odds with itself. But essentially, I think it still works as a game, and I would say I like the Resident Evil 4 Remake, but something about Requiem dividing them into two separate sections and the way it's done just makes the identity crisis more of an issue.
Yeah, and it's like a lot of his video is like, you could argue that he is nitpicking, the game. I mean, if you're reviewing a game, I feel like it's like at what line do you draw something as a genuine criticism versus just nitpicking? I feel like that's kind of like a matter of like opinion, basically. But to me, it's like he's very much deep diving into sort of like the fundamental issues of this game. If you're going to view it as like, okay, here's the action part of the game. Well, let's pull it apart as an action game. Here's the horror part of the game. Let's pull it apart as a intensive, resource intensive like survival horror game where you're balancing and trying to do survival horror type gameplay where you want to hold on to your resources, conserve them, make decisions of do you use the item, do you save it, and to me that's a core classic Resident Evil gameplay thing. To me, is that resource management element of the games, where it is the fight or flight gameplay. You make a decision of, do I engage this enemy or do I try to run past this enemy? Do I want to use like my precious shotgun shells, which are very limited, but will basically guarantee, a high chance of survival without taking any damage here. Do I want to use the pistol, which is a little bit riskier to use because the enemy might reach you before you actually down it? Or do I want to just try to run past it, which, has a high, without, really practicing the game heavily, there's a high risk of running past a zombie in a old school Resident Evil game and getting grabbed, which basically will lead to you using a health resource. So almost everything in like old school Resident Evil comes down to like, it's risk and item management, basically.
Does that extend to Resident Evil 4 as well, classic? Do you could like, because like sometimes like, is Resident Evil 4 considered classic to you?
To me, RE4 is kind of on a different level of game. It has a little bit of the semblance of that, where you can run past enemies in the game.
I mean,
and it still has that.
I'm more like trying to figure out like, do you give the label? I'm trying to like figure out where you extend the label of a classic. So that's before Resident Evil 4, right? Because that's how I usually. Yeah,
RE4 is more of is an action game to me. Like, it's a horror game, but it's also an action game to me. I would say
I mean age. Like, whenever you say classic Resident Evil, you mean before Resident Evil 4, right?
When I say classic, I'm talking about 1, 2, 3, Code Veronica 0.
Okay, double check it, because I do that too. For some reason, I wasn't sure. I continue. I apologize.
I don't remember what I was gonna say now.
You're talking about like decision making and what kind of ammo you want to use, what kind of gun you want to use, and consequences that can make it to where you would have to use an herb and stuff like that, like the decision making and pressure of like classic Resident Evil.
Yeah. I was just defining, like, I feel like that's a kind of key gameplay kind of fundamental of the classic Resident Evils, the 1 through 3, is that decision making of, what items are you going to use? What are you going to bring with you? What are you going to leave in the item box? Do you want to carry more items with you and be more safe because you have extra healing and extra ammo to deal with any threats? Or do you want to try to minimize how much routing you're going to be doing, because you're going to take a gun, not take any ammo, going to try to run past more enemies so you can hoard more items on sort of like your venture outside the save room, basically. Like that's also like decision making you would do like in a classic style Resident Evil game.
I also want to interject and say that Imic said that Resident Evil 4 is clearly action horror because you can literally kill all enemies you encounter. But I also wanted to say that you can technically do that in most classic Resident Evil as well. Like, there's a few enemies that you can skip and pass over, but they do they trinkle the ammo and resources to you a bit more slowly. So it's different in that you can't just combat an enemy as soon as you see it all the time. So older Resident Evil, you can kill pretty much everything for the most part.
Yeah, that's kind of a side point, and I've talked about that on Twitter before, where basically a lot of the difficulty in the classic survival horror Resident Evil games is a bit of like psychological warfare on the player from the developers, where you technically actually can basically kill every enemy in the classic Resident Evil games, but you might not have the resources to do so all at once, basically. That a lot of the game it's kind of like that, exploration, gathering resource kind of element, where you are going around rooms, and some rooms might have enemies, some rooms might have puzzles, some rooms might have resources in them, some rooms might have nothing in them. And so when you learn the placements of the enemies and the items and whatnot, then you basically have less risk on later playthroughs, because you know where stuff's going to be. And once you know where items are and you know where the ammo is going to be and the enemies, you basically can just grab the resources that you need and kill the enemy. You can basically kill every enemy in like a Resident Evil game. But on a first playthrough, you have that psychological element of not knowing where stuff is, basically. And so the likelihood of you actually killing every enemy on a first playthrough, I would say, is not likely, but it technically is possible.
I want to argue and say that, like, with the way that I typically play these games, I like to get rid of the threats. I like to get all the items and whatever. So even when I do play one of these kind of games for the first time, like, I'll avoid an enemy when I know I don't have the resources to deal with it. But eventually my brain is able to clue in, like, wait a minute. This room is like this, and then I have this item. It's like, oh, I could go back and just finish that enemy off. It's like, I think that it's not that hard to kill most enemies, even on like early playthroughs. That's just how I feel. But yeah. I think the skill is whenever you replay and you learn what enemies you shouldn't bother with, because it's it's pointless to even bother killing them. It's like they're not worth your time, quite frankly.
Yeah, and that's the thing I love about the classic games to me is that element. I feel like the RE1 remake especially is really heavy on this element, is the routing of the game, where it's the knowing what rooms have enemies in it, and you knowing that you're going to have to backtrack through these spaces multiple times, because you're not going to have enough inventory space to keep taking, or you can't just take one trip and grab all the items that you want unless you just really, really, really optimize, basically. And so you have that element of you going back through spaces that you've been in before, and you make those decisions of what rooms am I going to clear a path out to make it safe. And I like that, especially in those first playthroughs, because you don't really know what the optimal locations to go are. You don't know which rooms you should clear the enemies out on, so you kind of just take guesses and you'll kill kind of random enemies, and then later find out, oh, I feel like killing an enemy here wasn't really that optimal. I'm not really going to use this hallway again. Whereas, like on a later playthrough, you play it and this is the critical path. This is the hallway that I'm going to use a lot in traversing through the environment. So you choose where to kill the zombies. And, it also adds that extra element of like the Crimson Head, where enemies that you kill will eventually respawn basically as Crimson Heads, unless you, utilize the body burning mechanic. So it adds like a second layer to that sort of like routing element in the Resident Evil games.
I know, I always found them really fun. It's like, I like how you can literally have a shitty route because skill issue, because you're not like genuinely thinking. It's like, I feel like that's actually really cool. Also, Imik mentioned RE1, 2, 3, etc. All the classic had puzzle pieces competing with combat for inventory space, and I love that. I love that, like, you have to make a decision. Like, for example, the one I typically make is I'm playing one of these for the first time or something, and I'm like, well, as I explore, I'm going to likely find new health items, I'm going to likely find new ammo, and I'm likely going to find key items that I'm going to need to bring back to the item box or whatever. So I need to be very thoughtful on what things I decide to carry around and leave like 3 blank slots with that in mind, rather than always being full, run into the room, oh man, there's like 5 things here and I'm full, I gotta go run back, and then blame the game and tell Capcom to change it. It's like, I find, I don't know, I feel that these games are very fun and very special. Classic Resident Evil doesn't excel at the combat. The combat's very simple. It's just point, auto aim, and then shoot. But it's like, it's everything surrounding it that makes it interesting. The routing, the atmosphere, the resource management, blah, blah, blah. But I think that when I'm playing how many item slots do you have as Grace and Requiem? I
think at default you have like 8 or so. You do get inventory upgrades, though. You get like 4 of them, I'm pretty sure, in the game.
Yeah, you end up having like so much space, but by the time you have the full upgrades, you're kind of like in the last section of Grace, like at the end of the game, to where it doesn't even matter anymore. Like, but
Yeah,
whenever you had that,
that's. I was gonna say that's one of the things I was like thinking about too. Like, I thought this kind of after I beat the game and reflecting back on it, but it's like I honestly wish Requiem was just a Grace game, and that Grace had more tools in the game and like decisions of items to bring, because I think the care center part of the game is quite good on Grace, that first beginning area of the game where, you know, it feels like you're playing RE2 Remake, basically. It's like a kind of like RPD or like a Spencer Mansion kind of layout, and you know, you have limited ammo, there's like zombies that patrol around and stuff like that. You make decisions about, you know, what to kill, maybe what to run past, etc. But Grace, like on hindsight, I realized Grace doesn't have a whole lot of tools in the game aside from, you know, you have your pistol, you have your knife, which works as like a defense item, and then you have like the little insta-kill like syringy things, but it's like your arsenal never really expands much past that. It's like, you know, you don't get shotgun, like machine gun, grenade launcher. Like, she does have a magnum, basically, but
she has that from the very beginning.
Yeah, there doesn't feel like there's like any like intermediary kind of like weapons, and like in you dealing with like intermediary type of like enemies, it's kind of like you have the pistol and then you have like the magnum, and there's like not a lot of in between, basically. And it's like I really wish the game like was just her through the whole time and had like a more sort of like gradually scaling up kind of like, you know, tool set that you would get through the game. Like there is some stuff, but it's not as much as you would seem like another Resident Evil game.
I feel like they basically treat her as an opening act to Leon. That she's to show you the roots of the series. Remember when it played like shit and it was slow and it was hard? But then came Resident Evil 4 and all the following sequels where you're a god and you can do whatever the hell you want. And that's when you start getting upgrades and this and that for like Leon. I guess that's like the idea, but I don't know if that was always the plan. I don't know. I stand of the thought that the game would have been better if it was a Grace game, if they had to do Identity Crisis Juggle, and if they had to do it, just stick with what they did at first, to where the appetizers or like the little side desserts was Leon. You play as Leon for 15 minutes before you go back to Grace. It's like, I thought it was going to do that, and I was kind of on board. I'm like, yeah, you know what? Okay, but then you're Leon for like the whole last game. Practically. Yeah, I honestly don't even know like what, like if they did it the way they did. I honestly don't know if I would prefer the way they did it here, or if the game would have just been like, I think what I would have preferred is more long Grace segments like the care center, and then just occasionally like a little there's 10 minutes of Leon where you just pick some zombie's face and then okay, back to Grace again. Yeah, that's what I said. That seems to be perfect. Not as perfect as just a solo Grace game, but
yeah, it to me it would have paralleled more like the playing Leon and then the little like Ada section, which I don't love in like RE2 Remake, but it's at least brief, basically. Yeah. I feel like it is what it is, but ultimately, I wanted you to kind of paraphrase what you believe Electric Underground is trying to convey about Requiem. What Requiem's issues are, why they're an issue, and if you think he's fair or not. If there's anything that he's maybe not on point with or whatever. I feel like most of his points are fair. Like maybe there might be times where maybe he gets a little like too in the weeds about very specific encounters in the game, but I also understand that he's kind of doing it because it's like by criticizing specific encounters, it kind of paints a picture of kind of the overall glaring issue that you would find in a lot of the game. And like I think one of the things I really agree with the most is in talking about the Leon segments in the game is, I don't know if he words it this way or if this is just the way I word it, but basically as Leon, you can sort of pick and choose your battles a little too freely in the game, where you can kind of hang back, pick off targets from afar, or you know just crouch around, sneak, and do like stealth kills and stuff on them. And to me, it's like it doesn't feel that interesting as combat encounters because I feel like Leon as a character in the game, he feels way overtuned for the type of enemies that he's dealing with, basically. It's like, when you play the game as Grace, she has limitations, and most of the enemies are, like, even just your basic zombie type is a threat. But on Leon, the enemies aren't really that threatening, like, on their own. The only time they really get threatening is in the circumstance when you deal with, like, a large volume of them and you're letting them get close to you, which, unfortunately, a lot of the encounters don't put you, like, they don't enforce you and enclose you in sort of encounters that, you know, have a bunch of enemies, like, on you like that. And even if you do, you have a lot of ways to get out of that scenario, because you have, like, you know, shotgun basically guarantees knockback. You have a parry, which you can use, like, an infinite amount of times as well. And yeah, most of the time enemies are just, they're placed in front of you. You don't really get a lot of, like, enemies dropping behind you, you know, popping up from the floor behind you, like, whatever. Like, if you compare it to, like, RE4, for example, RE4 is, like, relentless, especially when you get into, like, the mid game, where enemies come at you from basically all angles and all sides. And that's a game that doesn't also have the player be as overtuned as they are here. You don't have a parry in that game. You don't have the ability to move, shoot, and reload, like, all at the same time. There's very clear, like, player limitations in that game. And the enemies are very aggressive and tend to kind of box you in and put you in tight, enclosed corridors or rooms, or, you know, if you're in open spaces, there's usually some sort of, like, range threat. You're being shot at, like, arrows and stuff like that. Like RE4 is very good at, regardless of, like, player skill level, you can basically get yourself still kind of caught into a bind because the game puts so much pressure on you.
Also wanted to say that it's like, Leon is like a power fantasy character now, right? But the thing is that you can balance that by giving him really cool encounters to overpower, I guess, so to speak. Like, why make it to where, like, you just overtune this character so much and you don't give more interest in encounters? And I think that's what Electric Underground implies a lot as well. And that is what is good about classic Resident Evil 4, is that Leon is really strong. His melee and rounding up enemies to, like, gather around, and then you do a kick that, like, stuns like 30
his
of them.
grouping is very strong.
It's very strong, but you know, there's some areas that you're able to control the situation, like when you're in the open village and you know how all the mechanics and everything. It's really not too hard to dominate that area, but there's still enough encounters that are like, these are actually pretty tricky, or they throw in these variant enemies that make certain techniques not work as effectively. Like, enemies will start having masks that make it to where you can't shoot them in the face anymore, or they'll be having various body armor that make it to where you can't just, like, melee on their legs as easily, stuff like that.
A big thing, too, is, like, the Plagas in RE4 as well, where you get into that routine of, like, you know, headshot, roundhouse kick, like the enemies, basically. And then they add in that mechanic of, like, okay, you pop their heads, and then the like, swiveling, like, blade starts coming out. And now it makes it where walking up to them and trying to kick them is actually, like, risky now. So, like, you get little curveballs on the player's sort of, like, routine gameplay, basically. So now you have to start thinking of, like...
It punishes me, like, oh, you like to go for headshots a lot? Guess what happens when you do that? You have more likely chance of a Plagas.
Yeah. And it's like, and there are, you know, you have to come up with, like, different solutions to that. Like, if a Plagas head pops up, it's like the tried and true tactic you've been using, the shoot and then kick them type of thing, doesn't work there. So now you have to do, like, well, you know, you can commit to trying to kill them with, like, a weaker gun, which takes time, or you can use, like, the sniper rifle, flashbangs, etc. It's like you have, like, other tools and other options for different, like, enemy types in the game. And that's what makes RE4 great, is, like, there's a large variety of, like, different enemy types, enemy behaviors, and different weapons, tools, and applications for all the weapons in the game.
By the way, Mina, Kelly said that, I mean, the BSAA zombies were kind of like that. Were you hoping they'd expand more on that or something in regards to Requiem? I guess talking about the curveballs they throw you with the Plagas, I guess they're saying that the BSAA zombies are similar, but I would say that they just don't, like you kind of said it yourself, they don't really expand on it a lot, and they don't really utilize that enemy type much.
Yeah, and that's kind of my issue, is, like, I think there's an attempt there, and I think it does work a bit in the circumstances that they use them. There are some encounters with them that are a bit trickier with them, but I don't feel like I don't feel like the game utilizes that like escalation like enough. Basically, that even though like there's a long Leon section, it kind of feels like by time the difficulty curve starts to ramp up and it starts to get interesting, then you're done playing it, basically. And now it's like, here's the next section where we're going to do something else, basically. Which ties back to that issue having the game of that it having just so many like divided, disjointed kind of sections in the game. It's kind of like where I said, the fucking spider boss, when I first played the Leon part in the Raccoon City section, and you deal with the spider boss, I'm like, this feels like a prologue to the game, where it's like it's that opening sequence where you're kind of doing like a scripted like runaway kind of segment, and then here's like a fight you're sort of like thrown into, and I don't know, it felt like I was still in kind of like the tutorial of the game. I can't fully put my finger on it, but it was kind of bizarre, and I feel like it kind of ties into that kind of like difficulty curve thing that he was mentioning, where it feels like you're constantly resetting back to square one. Here's this section, it gets a little harder, then it sets back to square one again. Here's a new section, and that one's going to have its own, sort of rising difficulty curve, and then you finish that little section, then that's done. Here's the next section again. And it just does that like over and over through the whole game.
I have a comparison in question. So I think we both agree that it felt like kind of like such a one-off that you get to sentient gun guys in Requiem, and you deal with them, and then you're done. Like, that's it. They're not a new enemy variant type that you have to deal with. They're just kind of like one and done. But then I'm like, well, what about the chimeras in Resident Evil 1? You don't really deal with the chimeras ever until like basically one little area, and that's kind of it.
At the very end of the game,
Yet I didn't have an issue with that. Is it just because like Resident Evil 1 and the remake of Resident Evil 1 is like one full complete package, whereas Requiem is like, again, two games kind of stacked together? Like, if you got rid of the Gray segment and then focused on the Leon segment as a standalone, maybe it's more of an issue?
I think it's because the chimeras in RE1 just kind of feel like this is another enemy type that's not drastically different than other enemies you've dealt with, though they can like crawl on the ceiling and they are unique to that section, versus like in Requiem you have a section where it feels like this is a really like self-enclosed unique enemy encounter, where this is a section where you're fighting humans that have guns, and you have to approach the combat completely differently than like anything else. Whereas like the chimeras in 1 are kind of like this is just another enemy type. You know what I'm saying?
Right. They're not like that crazy interesting. Like they're a little bit of a curveball, but not too hard, I guess.
Yeah.
Fair enough. I kind of get what you mean.
I actually like I kind of liked the section with the SWAT guys in Requiem, but I feel like, especially like when you get into the second half of it, the first half's like whatever, where it's kind of like they're shooting at you from like a distance basically. But I like when you cross over to the other side, and then the like squad of them kind of like drops down into the room with you, and it's really like close quarters basically. Like I thought that was actually kind of interesting. And there's a shield guy, which I thought was also interesting, because you have like this one dude that you can't just like shoot like any other one, and it kind of puts like a pressure on the player. But
what did you do to deal with him? Like, what was I supposed to do? I just started running around in circles, and he's just coming at me with that thing.
You can I was able to bait and attack and parry him. Yeah, but you can also grenade. You can grenade him, and I think you can also shoot the canister.
Right.
And that it kind of like blinds them as well.
Also,
go
ahead.
I was gonna say there's one shield guy in the whole game. There's that one encounter there, and I was like, that was kind of cool. I'm like, Requiem was this game where I was waiting through the whole game for the moment where, when does the game get crazy, basically? When does it hit that RE4? When does it hit that point where it's like an RE4 where the encounters are like really going fucking nuts, and it starts escalating, and you get thrown into these like crazy fucking combat scenarios? I was kind of waiting for that, basically. It's like I did that encounter.
I have a theory. Maybe the reason why Resident Evil 4 was able to have such a great difficulty curve and ramp up the way it did is because it's a pretty long game compared to every other Resident Evil. Not to say that you
RE4 is a
can't.
pretty big game.
Not to say that you can't do like a really good difficulty curve in a 12-hour game, but Resident Evil 4 is a bit of an anomaly. Resident Evil 4, your first time playing that game, like how long is it? 25 hours, something crazy like that.
It's like I'd say around like an 18-hour experience, yeah.
Yeah. I also,
which is pretty long for a Resident Evil game.
I also wanted to respond to what King said. King said, I still say it feels like 3 games because the Care Center, Raccoon City, and the lab, all 3 feel like they should be different games. I would disagree in that Resident Evil usually has the climax in a lab. The lab is like the last 25% of the game. The lab is usually pretty cool. And if Resident Evil wanted to make a game that's primarily in a lab, they could do that. But I think that the lab being like the send-off section is like fine. But splitting Raccoon City and a Care Center into 2 different games, I would totally disagree. Or I would agree. Yeah, Resident Evil 4 is 2 discs, and Resident Evil 1 Remake is 2 discs as well, and 0. But I think that might partially be because the graphics were so good for their time that it required more space, I guess. Because, like, you know,
RE2 is 2 discs as well.
Oh, yeah, on PlayStation 1, you're right.
Yeah, on PS1.
Resident Evil 1 wasn't 2 discs, though, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think it was.
I think they did it because, like, they had, like, kind of technically 2 campaigns that were different enough from each other. And then, Imik said, you just triggered my trap card. Resident Evil 5 had gun enemies that had coordination, but nobody cares about Resident Evil 5. Resident Evil 5 is kind of like an interesting game because it's like, it actually was a good evolution in ways from Resident Evil 4, the way it expanded on things, and it is a good game, but for some reason, well, I mean, I know the reason, but that's basically where people started drawing the line where they're like, I don't know about this. You guys are kind of like veering too far from like classic Resident Evil. It doesn't feel as horror anymore. It felt like it didn't have the right tone balance that 4 managed to have. Even though 4 is like very explicitly an action game, something about how 5 balanced it wasn't as good. And the 5 also, it's also co-op. So it doesn't quite feel like that isolated campaign experience the way 4 was. But I like 5. I think 5 is a fantastic game. Despite not thinking it's perfect per se, I think it's amazing. I think it's really good. You may talk.
Yeah, I feel like for me, like 5 to me hinges on 2 things, and that is the co-op and the mercenaries mode, basically. I'm not huge on 5. I think it's like good, but it kind of feels like a weaker RE4 campaign to me if I look at it like in that light. And it's definitely like if you're not playing co-op, then you're basically not getting the correct experience of the game, and I find it kind of miserable to play in solo.
Right.
I don't have a whole lot to say about 5, but I wouldn't say I'm a huge fan of it.
Fair enough. So what is your issue with 5 if you wanted to kind of break it down? I would agree, and I think most people agree that it's not as good as Resident Evil 4. And even though it does some things pretty good, like expanding on the melee and stuff, although you could argue expanding on the melee makes you too powerful, and that there was actually something good in the limitations that 4 still had, still.
5's interesting. It's hard for me to pinpoint exactly what I dislike about 5, but I would say it probably is coming down to like pacing and level design issues, I would say, in 5. It's definitely a game that's like, it is very much built around, this is a co-op game, and a lot of the levels kind of rely on like co-op-y sort of gimmicks. Like I think of like in my mind like stuff like the laser puzzle kind of part in like the temple area, and like, you know, the boat section kind of thing, where it's like it's very, there's just a lot of like really gimmicky kind of sections in the game that are you know, revolving around like co-op gimmicks, and they're like fun and novel like on a first playthrough, but it just makes me kind of not want to revisit the game, basically.
Interesting. So a lot of it just comes down to, that's just the nature of it being a co-op game. They need to justify the fact that it's a co-op game, so they come up with reasons to do so, and it's not that like engaging or interesting to you.
It's like that, and the level design, a lot of it just feels gimmicky to me.
Right. It's like, I feel like that's fair. I get what you're saying with that, but I think the lab feels different than the care center, because if because of the human element. They did have the lab under the care center when you were going to get to the helicopter keys, and when you fight the final boss before Emily turns, and that could have been the end in lab area. Though I could see care center and lab being one game and Raccoon City being a separate thing. Huh. I'm not sure I process. Do you get it?
I think they're saying like yeah, I'm trying to comprehend it. Sorry. I think they're saying like you could make it where like the game could have been segmented in a way where it's like you have the care center and then like the lab, kind of like an RE2, basically, where it's like the lab would be just directly under the care center, and that could be like one game basically.
Are we going for like kind of like narrative logic then? Like that kind of style? Oh, like if they expanded the lab area under this care center before you leave. Lab area under the care center, that's the underground area with the stalker enemy, right?
No, I think he's saying like the lab that's like later in the game. That's like, you know, in the story of the game, the lab is underneath Raccoon City. But he's saying like, well, like they could just have the lab be underneath the care center or something like that, and be that like one like long segmented version of the game, so it's like less disjointed.
Oh, I kind of get what you mean. The helicopter keys, there is like the one lab, they underutilize that. There was like, you have the moment where you leave the care center and you go outside to this like really cool exterior location, and then you talk to an NPC that's obviously gonna die, and then you go through this area that has no threats, and then you get to a really cool lab set piece, and then you activate the thing, and then you have like the fire extinguisher to where you blow through everything, and then it's basically like a glorified set piece. There's not really much to it. That was a waste.
And that's like, that's like so much of my issue with this game is that you have a lot of segments in the game that are these self-enclosed like set piece kind of like gameplay moments that don't actually require a lot of input from the player. Basically, it's like that lab part. It's like it's a very cool set piece, and there's a lot of like interesting environment and stuff down there, but it's not like a real game area. It's like this, it's just kind of like an interactive cutscene kind of moment where you move through, shit happens, and then you have like, here's this weapon type that you just get a bunch of them handed to you, and then you deal with the threat. And that's like a lot of the game is like you going through areas, and then the game just hands you, here's the resource you need to use to do this challenge.
It's almost like a breather section. Like, oh, you just did the real game. Here's a break from the real game. Here's like, I don't know, fire extinguisher. It just kills everything. All right, now just hold forward and run up the stairs, and your character will wiggle her arms and trip around. And
I think if I want to get into nitpicking, basically, I think the vision that the vision Electric Underground has this game is, I think he's asking a lot from this game of things to do, basically, and it's stuff that I think would be really cool, because I even criticize stuff in like the RE2 remake for similar things, but that kind of lack of persistency. Like when he's talking about stuff like, you play Leon and you have the Requiem, and then you have your 5 bullets in it, and then you switch over to Grace and it's always like 1 bullet type of thing. I think it'd be really fucking cool if there was persistency between the characters more, and it's like that's kind of what he's expecting out of the game, and I kind of expected it too when I was playing it. It was a little bit more, when I do something on Grace and then I play Leon, that thing will, the game will remember that choice. It'll remember, like, did I pick up that item or did I leave it there? And so that's what he's kind of like demanding from the game, is this element of like, you play the game and you have to think about like the things, the decisions I make, what items I use or whatever, that it'll have some sort of like persistency or cause and effect for things later down the game, basically. And it's like, I would love if the game had more potential decision stuff like that. And that kind of, to me, that goes back into that classic Resident Evil decision making of, like, do you kill this enemy? Do you run past it? Do you use this resource? Do you take the items with you? Et cetera, basically. And so it's like, I think he was basically looking for something like that in this game. And it's like, I think something like that would be really fucking cool, but It's
Revelations is like that too. Revelations is like you have Jill, and then you have these cutaway moments where you're playing as Chris and Jessica in like a faraway location that Jill never goes to, or you're playing as Quentin and Keith in a location that Jill never goes to, or you're playing as flashback Jessica and Parker in a location you never go to. And there is a section where like they kind of go to a place where Jill went to, but I think that's like the clone ship. Like that's the plot twist, is that there's two ships. But again, it kind of makes sense that this game has this issue and is, I guess, the director of Revelations 1.
Yeah. Which is also, that's probably an important facet there. That it's the same director as Revelations 1, and I think like Neryl said it too. There's like, if you squint hard enough, that this game is like Revelations 3 basically, which I can see that.
Yeah, but I said first that it was clearly more like Revelations 1 than RE6. People forget, and I think it's because I think the hype was killed because it was an exclusive to the 3DS at first, and a lot of people were like, what the fuck, you put a Resident Evil on a 3DS? And then they just kind of got over the game, and when they eventually ported the game, I think a lot of people just had moved on and stopped caring. Not everybody, but I think a significant amount of people. Resident Evil Revelations is a perfect example of identity crisis, but because I guess not as many people played it as they did 6, people only ever make comparisons to 6. 6 is the identity crisis. It's like, no, Revelations did it as well.
Yeah. Revelations was basically in that kind of an interesting period for Capcom where, like RE6 had came out, and Resident Evil was like so hard down the action route, basically, that people were like, they're kind of sick of it and they want like a return to roots. And so Revelations is like this game that's like, hey guys, here's the return to roots.
Not really,
kinda.
though. Not really, though.
Kinda, not really. But it's like an interesting compromise. And yeah, I feel like Requiem feels like that. It does feel like a Revelations kind of tier game to me. I think when it does its survival horror parts, I think Requiem does it quite well. I think the Care Center beginning section is like, to me, it's pretty close to being on par with like RE2 Remake in terms of being like a survival horror type of experience.
Yes, and it's better than Revelation's survival horror section.
Yes, absolutely.
So he definitely has improved a bit, but you could also argue some of it could be handheld versus something being released on console. I don't know if that had anything to do with anything. Also, hello Cars, and also hello AVs.
Yeah.
Hi.
Yeah, Revelations was a 3DS game, which I feel like, you know, when you play it on PC or console or whatever, it's like you can tell it's a game that had some sort of like graphical limitation at the time that game was built. Basically, they made it look pretty good for being a 3DS game, though, I will say.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And I think personally I would really like to see you revisit Revelations, because I think you have a pretty solid memory of how 7 was. You have a solid memory of how Villages, you don't really need to replay them. You kind of have like this full picture, but I would be very curious to see how you feel about Revelations upon revisiting it. I think that it's kind of bland as a game. It makes up for it almost with it's a bland meal that looks and sounds really good is how Revelations is, in my opinion. Catching up with chat a little bit. There is a larger Grace location missing. The pre-heli lab was probably meant to be the Raccoon City lab, but they chopped it short to stretch the hospital section. This is Mina Crow. Oh, I forgot to give them a shout out. This is Mina Crow. Mina Crow is one of my VTuber siblings and is very beautiful and perfect, and they're kind of autistic like me, and they like to dissect games, and they're a little bit better in a lot of ways, not every way, and they're maybe better at video games, sort of, but I'm just debuffed because I'm a girl, so whatever. Mina likes FPS boomer shooters, that kind of deal.
Yeah.
Hi Faltier, hello. Mina. What?
I like classic shoot game.
Mina does. And Mina likes survival horror, but I kind of converted them into it. I'll take the credit, thank you. But Mina's main calling is definitely the FPS games. Like you like Doom, Quake, Stalker, System Shock IP, etc.
Half-Life 1.
Do you even get any AAA games that are like for you? I don't even get AAA games that are for me. I get Resident Evil Requiem and I hate it. So what do you get in the AAA market? You don't even like Modern Doom.
The AAA market, like FPS single player games that are kind of in my taste is basically the FPS reboots of like Doom and like Wolfenstein, basically, which I'm not that in love with either. Basically, I think they're okay, basically, but they're kind of like one and done games for me.
We've played Crow Country. Crow Country is kind of a quaint, like, small game. It didn't feel like... It wasn't, like, a really high-ambition game. It feels very brief, but I like it. I haven't heard of Circus Massacre, but I always talk about, when I want to steer people in the direction of indie survival horror games, I always vouch for Signalis and Conscript as, like, really good examples of doing survival horror correctly. I think most people are kind of more familiar with the Signalis and Crow Country, but I swear that Conscript is really good. And I want Mina to play it. Actually, Mina, I need
to try Conscript still.
Mina played Signalis. Me and Mina both played Signalis off stream, and then I forced you to play Crow Country because I wanted you to kind of be in the know of like various spectrum of indie survival horrors. You've also played Lone Survivor, or did you watch me play that?
No, I played Lone Survivor.
So you played Lone Survivor. So Conscript, I think I would love to see how you feel about that game. It's really cool. But I'm gonna look up what is it called? Circus Massacre. Although you've been playing a new one that came out. I intend to play it eventually. What is it called?
Ground Zero. I started it, I streamed it a couple nights ago, but I was really tired when I was playing it. I only got like an hour of gameplay in, basically. I like Ground Zero so far. I don't fully know how I feel about it yet, but my first impression is that I like it. I feel like there's a lot of really cool stuff in it so far. I like the art, and I like the way the backgrounds look. I'm not sure how I feel about the parrying. And the game has parrying. The knife feels absurdly strong, so I feel like I'm very inclined to like parry every enemy, basically.
It's
if
so
I don't have to
weird.
use ammo.
A zoomed out game like that with a parry and then a damn camera shake. Come on.
The parry, it feels a little awkward, because a lot of the camera angles in the game are way pulled out, basically, so it's a little bit hard to like read the animations, basically. But I'm still getting used to the timing of it, basically. Like toward the end of the stream, I was starting to get better at it, but it was kind of
you basically need to do a long session. The next time you wake up, basically stream an hour after waking up, and you'll feel like at full power. Also, I looked into Sulfur. It seems to be a roguelike, so I'm not sure that I'm as interested. And then regarding Misery, I do have that on my wish list. I haven't like researched much into what Misery is, but it looks like kind of cool. And if Onimusha
is Misery
has
the
a parry...
stalker looking game?
Yes, and there's like a character that has like a black and white striped shirt. So Onimusha has a parry, but that was before it was popular. That was before it was cool to hate on parry.
Yeah, I think Misery's like it's like a sandboxy or like survival kind of game or something. It's like a multiplayer game, I think. I've seen a little bit of that one. I think it's the same people that made that, you know, that Klatka game that we played a little bit of? I think it's the same.
Yes, that was cool. I didn't get good at it, but I'm not.
Yeah, I actually want to play more of it.
This looks cool. Wait a minute. Oh, I already had this on my wish list. Iron Blight. It's a post-apocalyptic survival horror, 1990s. Oh my god, the 90s are so cool, Mina. They're so cool and awesome.
Also, yes, I have played Dusk. I've played it, I think, like twice.
I've played it about 2 times. I think I completed it once. I thought Dusk was really good. I used to be team Amid Evil, but I've kind of come around and I started liking Dusk more. But I think Amid Evil is like cool.
I like Dusk a bit more than Amid Evil.
Well, Mina, is there anything else you wanted to say about the Electric Underground video that we've already watched so far? I'm basically going to cast OBS to you, and then we can kind of like watch along with the rest of what he says. And then, of course, if you want to interject, just let me know, and I'll pause it. That way we can kind of appropriately talk over it.
Alright, I feel like I've said most of what I was going to say.
Okay.
If I want to
Then-
say something, it'll come to me later.
Okay. It would be a lot easier if I had brought you on while we were watching from the beginning, because now we had to remember all the points he brought. And that's why I was getting a little bit kind of like dizzy, because it's like he is bringing attention to a lot of little segmented things that ultimately come together to make a whole. Where's OBS? I'm going to stream OBS to you. Hopefully this works for you. You can see my OBS.
Okay.
What happens if I play the video? Let me know if you can hear it. Just pull it up on Discord really quick.
Okay.
Okay.
I see it.
Can you hear this?
When it comes to evaluating
Yes.
the difficulty
Okay.
mode, I have one
Yes, I can hear
major
it.
rule, which
Also,
is
So I have not played Viscera Fest.
For anybody who's just coming here, we are now resuming the Electric Underground review of Resident Evil Requiem. We're kind of like about halfway through the video, but we decided to try and kind of like interject with me and just talk about what we've learned thus far on what his thoughts are and if we agree or not. Ultimately, actually, I'm curious. Mina, you would say you mostly agree with his sentiments. Are there anything that you don't agree with? And also that goes for chat, because chat usually is a little bit like heated against Electric Underground. He just has this like anger, like anger-inducing stat about him. But do you guys
Names
feel?
of a
Oh,
friends.
thank you so much for the follow. Do you guys feel like you understand where he's coming from? Do you vibe with him, or are you kind of like at odds with his perspective? What about you, Mina?
I feel like most of his points I would feel like I agree with. Again, like I did say, like I think he I do think he's expecting more from the game than what Capcom have like shown to be willing to put into it, basically. And based on their history, and I felt this way about the RE2 remake too, is that they're not going to put as much depth into their games as he's like expecting, basically. So I do feel like maybe he's
Setting
little
himself
bit
up for
too-
disappointment.
yeah, something like that, basically.
Yeah, it's kind of like if you've been keeping up with modern Resident Evil, you should kind of have a bar set, which is kind of a little bit arguably low.
Yeah, and I guess my issue with this game is like my bar was pretty low going into this game, and I still felt pretty underwhelmed by the end of it too.
Right. His takes on Grace feel a little unfair. Would you agree with that, Mina? He seems to be mostly hammering in to Leon, but I don't fully remember what he said about Grace.
I don't. I'm trying to think of the Grace sections. The main thing I just remember in the Grace section that he was kind of criticizing was like the lack of kind of like resource management elements, where it's like, I don't know if that's the word I want to use, but the lack of like sort of like persistency of like you play the Grace segments and it's kind of like the resources that you're given, or the resources are just kind of given to you as you need them, as opposed to you having this element of like feeling like you need to actually conserve all your shit, basically, because you need to prepare for later in the game.
Right.
But the game
Plan-
sort of just kind of hands it to you as you come to some areas themselves, basically.
Where it's more interesting to get Magnum ammo earlier on, and just you don't know when you're going to use it. You just kind of plan it for later. I feel like
Yeah, it's like that one section where he talks about how it's like, the quote unquote like boss fight with the stalker enemy in the game at the final bit of the Grace section. You the game just gives you like 7 Requiem bullets like right there, which means that like leading up to that section, if you've been hoarding Requiem bullets to prepare for a boss fight, it's like meaningless, because the game just gives you the bullets that you need to deal with her in that encounter, basically. So the game, it's basically like you should have just used them as you got them, basically, as opposed to making that decision of I'm going to save these for later for that type of thing.
You know,
like in Resident Evil 1.
Go ahead. Sorry.
In Resident Evil 1, like when you find the Magnum, it's like this is your boss killer weapon. But if you're like on Chris, it's like you might want to use the Magnum to deal with the hunters, because the hunters are so fucking treacherous to deal with on Chris. But if you use up your Magnum bullets, then you might struggle when you get to the Tyrant fight, basically. So imagine if you got to the Tyrant fight and the game just gave you like 12 Magnum bullets right before fighting him, basically.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that equivalent type of thing.
You know what it makes me think of, like in terms of just giving you the item that you need for the encounter? It makes me think of the end of Dino Crisis. That was so disappointing, to where it's like, all right, you're at the end, here's the flame grenade rounds. Here's all the amount that you need. You don't even need to use anything from all of your collecting throughout the entire campaign. Here's just your grenade rounds. Boom. You're good. And it's like, oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Didn't pay enough attention to the lore for Chunk. I mean, I didn't either. I when I played the game, I thought they were the same thing, but I also didn't kill that NPC on Grace, so I just assumed it was like the same thing. So I didn't know like I didn't even like try to like kill it and see if like anything different happened.
Right. And I don't know, like I think that was a point where I was like, I don't know about this. Where he's like, oh, you kill the one enemy and then you fight it again. And maybe it doesn't work for the
Yeah.
Chuck argument, but what about the chefs? But it's like, does it matter? Like I don't like to call
It's
things
just-
nitpicking because people would say everything that I say is a nitpick, but I personally don't give a shit that they reuse the chef again.
That's one of the things where I said it's one of those like I think his expectations maybe are a bit too high there. Basically, I think it would have been cool if there was cause and effect based on like what you do there, but I don't feel like the game is like sophisticated enough, and most of modern Resident Evil games are not sophisticated enough to incorporate like those little things.
I also want to say, and I remember when you kind of mentioned it earlier, Imik. I'll say it again. He's fair for the mechanics of Leon's section, but he's offered Grace's gameplay section. Although, also he's expecting it is pro/vet difficulty as standard. That is a thing about him, is that he very much likes action-oriented games. He's even explicitly said that he prefers Resident Evil 4 over classic Resident Evil, but he recently said that he's wanted to revisit classic Resident Evil, but he definitely likes more arcadey action games. So he definitely wants Resident Evil 4 DNA in like future Resident Evils.
He has a specific like background and a specific angle that he's kind of viewing the games from, and what he's usually viewing the games from is the kind of deeper mechanical levels of the game.
Right. He's expecting is pro/vet difficulty as standard. I think that, I mean, the game is so easy even as is, and we've been playing it on the hardest difficulty before you can unlock insanity. And that's a thing he always is frustrated by. He always points that out, is he doesn't like that you can't play the hardest difficulty from the get-go, or at least hard difficulty. Like maybe like you can consider Nightmare not the same as like hard difficulty in the spectrum of difficulties in games, but I think that's fair. But yeah, I think that in general, games are too easy. Like, in general, like, there was a time where normal difficulty would be pretty hard, but now, normal difficulty is, like, kind of too easy. If you're a veteran at games, you might as well play hard difficulty most of the time, even though I usually don't.
Yeah.
I usually just pick normal. And as always, it usually is kind of mostly easy. Like, you'll die every now and then, but you're not going to hit crazy walls too often, I guess. Not to imply that there's no good difficulties in modern games for like normal mode, but I think like a lot, like if you generalize 90s and 80s difficulty to like 2000s and stuff, you can kind of see how it gets a little bit easier as it goes on.
Yeah, that's the thing he very commonly criticizes in a lot of games, is having to play the game through the like easier or like standard mode or whatever in order to unlock the more challenging mode. And if you have like I think he calls it like legacy skill. If you played one game in the genre and you play another one, that you have that skill from playing one game carry over to another one, basically. And so it's like, it's kind of frustrating if you play a game and it's kind of like, this is a new game and I want it to be challenging because I've already mastered the other one, but I got to play through the baby mode first all the way through before I can actually play the one that's going to like give me a challenge, basically. That's kind of frustrating.
I was trying to project the full screen to you. Does this work? Do you see? Okay, yeah, this works. Okay, so let's have a moment where we let the video play. Sorry, I kind of like veered us off course, but let's watch a little bit of Underground for uninterrupted, maybe 2 minutes. Okay, ready?
Yep.
Yay.
Never trust a difficulty mode upon first impression, especially these days. And that's for two particular reasons. The first is that developers will actually put effort into the initial impression of a difficulty mode, but then that effort often tapers off very quickly. Corneria in Star Fox 64 is the golden example of this, because in expert mode, they rework the stage, they add in extra enemy spawns, it seems completely different and radical, and you're like, whoa, Star Fox 64 expert is no joke. But then you play through the rest of the stages and yeah, not exactly the same amount of effort. And like I've already hinted, throughout the course of this review, that definitely holds true for Resident Evil Requiem as well, because a lot of the encounters are not that scalable, like the meat grinder in the gray section, or they just don't bother to scale them. And then when you get into the Leon sections, the amount of additional spawns and extra enemies in the encounters is negligible. You got that Corneria syndrome with that first street stage where they add in the blister heads and you're like, whoa, okay, this is gonna get nuts, but it doesn't really escalate that much. Same thing with the warehouse, where they add in some extra gun enemies and you're like, oh man, this is it. But then for most of the encounters, if they're adding extra enemies, it's not that noticeable, I'll tell you that much. And like I said before, I was especially disappointed by the lack of change in the glass floor fight, because I was really excited to see, whoa, what if they add in a bunch of extra enemies here? Then they could make more use of the floor, but no, it's basically the same. The shift is not as insane as the name would suggest. So that's number one.
So I did want to say that I think sometimes we have to decide whenever it's fair to ask him to compare what he's saying about this game to Resident Evil 4, and when to understand that maybe he's not even thinking about Resident Evil 4, maybe he's just talking about what he wishes this game would do in a vacuum. But in terms of like difficulty, like picking the harder difficulty and how it how it changes the game, you know. Resident Evil 4 on professional difficulty, since I've now finally played it, it doesn't really change too much in like enemy placements or how they flank you. It's kind of like the same, but I guess what they do is they have it to where all of the enemies are at max aggression all the time, so they're faster, and they have like little tiny things about them that whenever it all comes together, it makes it a bit of a harder experience. What do you think?
Yeah, I think one of the points he makes is difficulty scaling, basically, which and one thing is like side thing is that balancing difficulty is really difficult in games, and especially like you will find a lot of games historically, you'll play like a hard mode in the game, and you'll find out that that hard mode was probably not really balanced very well, or play tested at a time where, you know, it's like front loaded. And I think he brings that up about like you know, you play at the first level and it's like, oh, this is crazy, like this hard mode's got like all this like cool stuff in it that's like different, but then you play the rest of it and it's like the rest of it is basically a knob that they just turned up that says make the game harder, which is usually sort of stuff like scaling enemy health up, scaling enemy damage up, basically. And it's like, because that's easier to do from a design standpoint, to just like, oh, make if enemies hit harder and take longer to kill, that's harder, right? And it's like, it is, but it doesn't necessarily change how you approach the encounters, basically, or it might cause you to if it's scaled so hard in a way where, you know, taking damage is so punishing and enemies take so long to kill, it might encourage you more to just play the game in like a cheesy way, basically. And that's probably why he's complaining about how in this game you can just basically, oh, I can just go hide in the corner of the room, or, you know, leave the room and then snipe them from afar, because it's like the game is trying to pressure me on these high difficulties, but when you scale it up with just like higher, you know, health amounts and damage amounts or whatever, it's like it doesn't actually pressure the player that much more in the encounter itself. It just encourages you to like cheese it more, basically.
You're pretty passionate about bad hard difficulties in games. It's made it to where you don't trust picking hard mode for the first time, even though it seems like the best thing for us to do, but then you end up screwed because the game is like balanced like shit, and then you're having a miserable like second half of your game. What was it?
Yeah, like
what's that one game?
When I played Soldier of Fortune, like I revisited that game and I'm like, oh, I fucking love Soldier of Fortune. So I go back to it and I'm like, I'm gonna play on hard mode because I played the shit out of this game back in the day. And then you discover that there's parts in the game where it's clear they didn't play test this on hard mode, because you get hit by enemy sniper hit scan enemies that can shoot you outside of your fog of vision. Like think of like Silent Hill fog, where the game doesn't even render beyond like 10 feet in front of you. Now imagine if there's a sniper enemy that can shoot you through the fog and you can't see them, but they can see you. On normal mode, you just tank the hit. It doesn't really, you know, doesn't do that much damage. It hurts a little bit, but you can just run through and then just rush up to the sniper and kill him, or run past a section. But when you're on hard mode, that sniper shot will take out half of your health in one shot. So you basically have two shots and then you fucking die, basically. And it's very clear, like, okay, this is a section where you're forced to basically take damage, or you can pixel hunt, which is basically looking at the fog and like waiting until your crosshair turns red to try to figure out where the fuck the sniper is to kill him, basically. So when I play a lot of games, like I have that in the back of my head of I want to play on hard mode for the more challenging experience, but did they play test it on hard? Because there's games out there you'll play where they very clearly did not play test on the hard mode, and you'll run into like little oversights like that, basically. And it makes it hard to like trust a developer unless it's like a game series and a developer that you really trust to make like really well balanced and challenging experiences. I usually kind of veer toward like playing the game on like normal, just out of that kind of fear, basically.
I wanted to actually ask, since you are more likely to play on hard difficulties than I am, because I'm just kind of lazy, you don't like Resident Evil 4 Remake's hard difficulty, which is interesting because I've heard some people say that it's awesome, that it makes the game even better.
The professional mode?
Yeah.
In RE4? Yeah, so...
Remake, by the way, everybody.
The RE4, it comes down to the game feel of RE4 Remake, where now hit stun's very inconsistent, and you don't often get those like melee attacks that you can do where you shoot them in the head and you can run up and like kick them and stuff like that. Enemies on professional are very, very, very resistant,
and they're already resistant on normal, but that's the survival horror DNA trying to overtake the action horror. Not fully,
the
but
professional mode. The professional mode basically pushes it further down that system where now enemies have even less stagger chance to them, basically. And so when I play on professional, I found the most consistent way to overcome challenges in that game is to run the fuck away as far as you can from enemies and shoot them with the rifle, basically. That was like most of my like combat encounters in the RE4 Remake was just abusing, like, getting far away from enemies and just taking them out from afar so that they can't, get up close to you and, like, grab you, basically. I feel like it's designed more around, they want you to play the game on the hardest difficulty by it being a New Game Plus mode, where you have, like, a fully maxed out weapon, basically. Like, your whole weapon roster should be, like, maxed out, because your weapon damage does affect the stagger chance and how much damage you do to them. So definitely there's that. And the only thing that does work mostly consistently, with the exception of like grabs, is the parry as well too. Like if you want to stagger an enemy in the RE4 Remake, you got to land a perfect parry, basically. Shooting them is inconsistent, but parrying is not, basically, as long as you get the timing down. So it's basically professional mode will also, it also forces you more down into that, you're either do the parry playstyle or the run far away and snipe them playstyle, which I don't really enjoy either of those playstyles.
By the way, I don't want to get excited and get ahead of myself, but since we're talking about the difficulty, this Electric Underground's video here, he covers Resident Evil 4's professional difficulty New Game Plus deal, right?
Yeah, he does. He mentions how all the new Resident Evil games, they don't have a clear defined sort of like what is the like sort of like, I guess, fresh run you should do in the game, because when you play the game on either like New Game Plus or even a new fresh run, the game will incorporate all the unlocks that you have in the game, which will include stuff like the infinite knife, or like you get the Giga sniper pistol thing or whatever, and it's like that will always be on your fresh run of the game, basically, once you play it again. So in OGRE4, when you do a new professional run or a new,
it doesn't even let you bring pre-existing stuff. You have to actually play professional.
It's a clean slate, basically.
And it's cool because it's really good. Like the professional difficulty in RE4 is awesome. I just hate the fucking turret part at the end.
Yeah. A thing that drove me insane on similar topic too is when I did my first playthrough of Dead Space 2. When I played the game on Steam, it forces you to have the game to have the DLC, basically. And what the DLC does is it basically gives you, from the get-go, you already have like a mid-game suit unlocked, and you have like the entire weapon roster available to purchase from the shop, basically. So you don't get that feeling of like this is a clean slate kind of run. You have it sort of like it's sort of like corrupted by having all these DLC like weapons that just have like all the shit already unlocked from the get-go. And it's like I don't want to play the game and go to the shop and then see, oh, I already have all the weapons that I'm going to later find in the game. They just have it like in the shop right now, and I can buy them whenever, basically. And so it's like it's kind of
you control the buttons you press.
Yeah. I honestly expect someone I expect someone to bring up that argument, basically, but my counterpoint to that always is that I don't think you should put that responsibility on the player. I feel like it should be the designer's responsibility.
I would agree with that. It's like, you have to protect us gamers from ourselves. If we can find exploits, or if we can make journeys easier on ourselves, we can't help it. We're gonna do it. So what you need to do is you need to fight against us. You need to be like, no, you're a bad kid, and you're gonna do what I say. You're gonna play the game how I tell you to play it.
Yeah.
But I feel like that's unfortunate because, like, if you have a new game plus and then you can make it to where you can just have all your previous stuff, you don't really get that proper uphill battle exactly. Like, it's kind of cool to have the option, at least, to have a fresh start, raw dogging that hardcore difficulty, and then, you know, then the game, how well that goes is dependent on the game's merits, I guess. It's core design, so to speak.
Yeah, I feel like stuff like that kind of muddies the design, and it basically becomes unclear as to what the intended experience is, basically. I feel like that's the issue that I have with it, and that's what you get from stuff like, you know, you buy the game, and then it comes with a DLC where, you know, you're on the first level of the game, and then you already have, like, a gun that's stronger than your default weapon, basically. It's like to me, it's like it's sort of tilting the balance of the game in a way that doesn't feel intended to me.
Right. Okay, let's go back to our Electric Underground.
Developers usually front load all this stuff to make you think they put in more effort than they did. And number two, which is the more important one, is resource overflow, resource scaling. Because if you think about the difficulty curve and the adjustments they made to Insanity, basically what they did, like a proper modern developer, is they increased the enemy health, they increased the enemy stun, they increased the enemy damage, and they increase the enemy tracking and speed. That last one I don't have forensic analysis of, but it definitely seems that way, because that is how people handle difficulty modes these days. That way you don't have to redefine content, redefine enemy layouts, redefine stage design, all of that.
What the hell did you just say?
So if you think about the way this affects the difficulty curve, it's not properly scaling the difficulty curve in real time. Instead, what it's doing is it's just lifting up the difficulty curve universally, but it's not dynamic, really. And so if you look at the player's
resource level,
at the beginning of the game, your resource level is going to be the lowest, not counting meta progression stuff, which we'll talk about next. So that is why at the beginning of the run, so the start of the care center and that initial street fight with Leon, the Insanity mode's effects feel the sharpest because it has lifted itself up and you haven't had a chance to scale with it. So for example, with Grace, it took a full Requiem shot and a ton of ammo to finally take out the singing girl enemy. And then with a standard knife, I had to use 18 slashes to take a zombie down. By the way, the enemies don't get smarter, meaning they don't adapt to your tactics. They just get tankier, so you can always abuse how stupid their AI is. And one strat that I found was you jump through the window and then slash them when they jump through, and then you just jump back through the other side, and the zombie's like, okay. Windows are one of Grace's ultimate weapons. But anyway, speaking of ultimate weapons, eventually what you do...
I don't know if he's
you
like...
can see where they...
Go ahead.
I was gonna say, you can kind of see where, like, yeah, like, having, like, seamless sort of, like, seamless or contextual-based kind of, like, movement system in this, where it's, like, stuff like climbing through windows or jumping over, like, wall type of stuff, is, like, it's really easy in games to, like, abuse enemies like this, basically, unfortunately. And it's kind of funny, like, you can see they tried to alleviate that a little bit here by they make it where when zombies climb through the windows, they do like a leap kind of attack, basically, which I think that was a cool little attempt at like try to like make it riskier for the player to kind of fuck around with zombies around the windows, basically. It caught me off guard like a couple times because I was trying to abuse like window stuff like that.
I think it's
like
kind
RE2 remake, like they would like, you know, just kind of crawl over the windows.
I think it's kind of difficult to kind of perfectly like fail proof your game to make it to where there's
Like,
no
foolproof
exploit.
it.
Yeah, foolproof. Because like,
Yeah.
I mean, granted, you could like I think Electric Iron at least argues it that in classic Resident Evil 4, you use iframes from picking up items or this and that to like to your advantage. Like it's kind of like almost like an exploit. He believes that it's intentional, maybe, but that's just a thing. I mean, this game having it, like, you could also say, like, in classic Resident Evil, oh no, you can't overcome the challenge of the room, so you just reset the room. It's like, just, like, little things like that has always been in Resident Evil, I feel.
Yeah. I like it in classic Resident Evil because when you reset the room, it's like, you kind of, like, reset the encounter, basically,
And you
where
still
it's
have to
like
overcome it, right? You still have to overcome the
Yes, like
encounter.
yeah, I don't know which game it was, and I can't remember if it's, like, for all of them, but I do recall, like, in some of the Resident Evils that when you reset a room, I do believe that some enemies, like, health values actually will reset, so you get, like, punished for, like, not committing.
We
So I think
don't know the deal with that. Like, that's, like, kinda like the rumor. I've never, like, confirmed it, and I almost don't want to. I basically think that
Yeah.
the games are more challenging and appealing if you approach them with the logic of, if I don't commit to killing this enemy, I'm throwing away ammo for no reasons. Like, I feel like it's more interesting if it were to be that way. I want the rumor to not be resolved. I want it to stay a rumor
Just stay
forever.
ambiguous forever.
Because that makes
Yeah.
it more exciting. That makes it to where, like, because, like, imagine if, like, oh, you just shoot 2 bullets at a zombie in a really cramped room in Resident Evil 2, then you leave the room and reset the enemy. Then you go back in, and then you do
feel
that
like
over and over again. I feel like that would be too broken.
I feel like that's, it's probably I mean, I could, like, go play a Resident Evil game and probably test it. I've never really tested it myself, but it feels like that's a thing, but I don't 100% know.
Don't test it, leave the mystery. Please, I want the mystery. I'm so sick of, like, being a genius.
I think it's like memory limitations, I think is what it is, because I think I've read it that it's like the health value of the enemies would have to be, like, stored in memory, basically, every time you have to leave a room. And so, like, it would be like a limitation thing where it's like if you leave it, then it just kind of resets it and doesn't store it into memory.
Okay, I'm gonna play a video again. Ready?
Okay.
Is you discover the Rip Knife, which does crazy amounts of damage, and there you go. You've now scaled up with the insanity mode changes.
For a second, I thought you, like, added to
over
the
my
stream.
entire
and-
experience with Resident Evil 9, the most engaging time I had was playing early insanity mode with Grace and having to engage in this janky Souls-style combat with the most tanky-ass zombies. Was it Kuso? Certainly it was, but it required more routing and effort than anything in the Leon campaign. That being said, though, once you get your hands on crafting, it's over, baby, because you can create a nice little feedback loop where you kill enemies to get blood, you craft blood to make rip knives and bullets, to kill more enemies to get more blood. It isn't a perfect loop because the blood and scrap are finite, but it feeds itself enough that by the end, even on Insanity with Grace, you are strapped. You are rolling deep with bullets and knives. And what's funny is that incentive-wise, things like blister heads and mid-bosses should be this tension-building threat, but because the game is so thin on enemy interaction, you actually walk around the halls just praying for combat encounters. You got this Requiem, and you want to use it on something, so you're like, come on, blister heads. Now contrast this with Classic Resi, which is supposed to be represented, right? One of the best aspects of Classic Resi's design is that the enemies do not give resources. The enemies are resource drains, or at the very best, resource neutral if you're killing everything with a knife. And why that's really good, and it has nothing to do with homaging the past or anything, is because in terms of balance and progression, if you make the enemy's resources, you are playing a very dangerous game balance-wise. I talked all about this in my Ninja Gaiden 2 review, where what happens is that as the campaign goes on, the resource curve gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and even a well-intentioned developer like Itagaki decides, no, we need to stop this, so I'm gonna throw enemies and throw tons of resource draining type of stuff at you to try to break this resource curve. But since the enemies themselves feed into the resource system, it's like trying to put out a fire with wood. It's not impossible, but it's truly an uphill battle. And there comes a point in every game with resource progression that I call the RPG breakaway or resource overflow, because it's not necessarily just an RPG thing, where the growth of your resources just outpaces the game's natural combat system. Which is why by giving Grace this blood crafting ability and then giving Leon his credit system, it doesn't take long for both of the characters to outpace the changes to Insanity mode. And then once they do that, the game's difficulty can't or doesn't scale to keep up with them, like I talked about earlier. And so why resource overflow is particularly a problem for Resident Evil 9 is that unlike Ninja Gaiden 2, which heavily utilizes natural escalation of introducing not only more enemies in encounters, but also more elite enemy types that fundamentally shift how the game is played, and in a clearly meaningful way, not a little sprinkle here and there. So that the counterforce against
constantly increasing resources
isn't just a stat-based slider, which is what Insanity mode basically offers.
What do you think?
Yeah, I feel like when you have enemies dropping resource, and this has actually been a debate in Resident Evil, like even all the way back to like the RE4 days. There was like the old Resident Evil 1 through 3, and there was RE4 where there's people that would criticize enemies dropping items, basically. That like there's kind of a can of worms that you like open.
A lot
in
of it
terms
also is that
by...
it's not like it kind of defies how survival horror is supposed to be. You're not supposed to be, quote, you're not supposed to be rewarded for killing enemies.
Yes.
It's supposed to be like something you avoid, and the game does give you a lot of ammo and everything, but never mind, just continue. I'm sorry.
Yeah, basically, like, yeah, that's like a classic survival horror thing. Is like survival horror, if you make it where enemies, become like you said, if they drop resources, then you are encouraged to kill enemies because you're gaining by killing, as opposed to like losing from killing enemies. So yeah, you're more encouraged to just kill everything in the game because they drop shit, basically. And it's like you can alleviate that by doing stuff like making it inconsistent, like, okay, maybe sometimes they drop stuff, or the amount that they drop is like very disproportionate to the amount that you have to spend to go into them, basically. So it's like it's kind of like it's a can of worms that you kind of like open if you go down the route of, all right, let's make enemies drop stuff like on death. And the classic Resident Evil games they don't. They're just, if you kill a zombie or whatever, you gain nothing from killing them other than just removing the threat. You remove the obstacle. And it's like that's a decision that you've committed to, basically. You remove the obstacle, but you spent your resources to do so, basically. Whereas like RE4, where that's one of the things that defines it more as like an action game, is that killing the enemy has a chance, and usually a pretty high chance, to drop something, health, ammo, whatever. So it changes like the approach of the game. The enemies are not just obstacles; they're loot. Basically, you want to kill everything because it feels really good, actually, killing enemies and getting stuff. It's like it hits that dopamine response, basically.
So do you get rewards for killing enemies as Grace?
Yes, in Requiem.
You do?
In Requiem, they some enemies drop knives.
Oh.
And a lot of them will drop blood.
Oh,
which blood
okay.
is your predominant crafting resource in the game to make
bullets,
knives,
everything
whatever.
Ever. I have a question actually.
Everything basically. And with the way let me
no, you're fine. You're fine. Don't worry.
The way that the blood systems work too is that you can't just hoard the blood. You have kind of like a hard cap on it, and so it actually encourages you to utilize it. Basically, as you pick up the blood, you should actually just use it as you get it. So just go ahead and start crafting shit, basically.
Yeah, because otherwise you're going to be carrying it around, and then you're going to walk around, and there's like blood there that you can't pick up. And do you really want to run all the way back here? Maybe it'll be risky to run back. I actually had a question before we resumed the video. Also, I hope you guys don't mind that we don't want to just like dump Electric Underground and not add our own commentary, because that's, you know, we want to actually expand on the subject or be transformative. But Mina, you're a big fan of the crafting system in classic Resident Evil 3. I'm kind of neutral, but I do think it's good. You have mixed feelings about crafting in modern Resident Evil. I know you weren't a fan of it in like 7 and stuff, but how has that improved for you? Do you feel like Requiem is starting to kind of get it for you, or no?
I think I did kind of like how in Requiem that it has a neutral blood resource, basically, that you can kind of craft anything with it, which made me think a little bit of how in the original RE3 that there was basically only 2 base gunpowder types that you could then combine into C, but you essentially can, like, with the gunpowder that you find, you can almost make kind of anything for any weapon that you want to make to some degree, basically. Also, did I drop?
No.
That was weird. I heard like a Discord drop sound.
No. I'm just a good girl.
Okay. But I also what I like in RE3 OG is that it was a crafting system that basically let you sort of specialize in what type of like weapon you want to specialize in. And I love how it's like it has like an RPG mechanic where like the more you craft, the better you get at it, which then makes it where it starts yielding more resources from that one type of ammo that you're crafting, and eventually giving you even like higher quality versions of that ammo that hits harder. It's like a harder, more stronger ammo type for the type of weapon that you like crafted for. I like that system, and I feel like there's a lot of depth and replay value in the original RE3. It's like, is RE3 more of an action leaning game? Yeah, it kind of is. I feel like that, and that's like one of the reasons. But I just think it's cool in that game. And I also liked that in the original RE3 that crafting was you had to basically have the ammo, like the bullet tool, basically. It's like a reloading tool or something like that, where you're probably not going to carry it around. You're probably going to leave it in the item box, which means the only time you're going to craft is actually when you find the save rooms, basically. So you don't go around in the space in the game and then just find gunpowders and then just like, oh, bullets on the whim. I actually like that you need to take that shit back to the save room to make the bullets, unless you want to, you know, carry around the reloading tool all over the place.
Which you
basically.
can,
but
you know, that can kind of work against you at times.
Yeah,
but
exactly.
I think probably most people do that play style of just like doing it whenever you're at the item box, because the game also gives you like regular ammo drops. Like you walk over to that desk, there's regular pistol bullets already made, so you can worry about the crafting stuff when you're at home or at the item box. I'm kind of like that with modern Resident Evil a little bit, sort of. Wait, no, because sometimes modern Resident Evil, like Village in 7, don't they have the materials for crafting in their own separate
Yes, it's like compartmentalized into its own sort of like little inventory space that does not affect your primary inventory. So you basically just like you just sort of vacuum up like every crafting item you fucking find in Village. You just sort of just loot goblin that shit up, basically.
Yeah, and I think that's probably one of the reasons why you weren't a big fan of their crafting system. When did they stop doing that? What did Resident Evil 2 Remake, hold on. Resident Evil 2 Remake had the gunpowder system, but that would take up a space in your inventory.
Yes.
But you felt like it was a sort of inferior version of classic Resident Evil 3's crafting system. Resident Evil 4 Remake, what did that do again?
RE4 Remake, it's pretty similar to the RE2 remake version as well, where it's just, you know, you find gunpowders, and then I think you also had scrap. Like I think it introduced scrap. I think, and it's a little bit different in the 4 remake because of the scrap system, where I can't remember if it's like gunpowder is like neutral, but then you would need like small scrap or large scrap, and like small would give you like handgun and like machine gun bullets, whereas like large scrap would give you like rifle and shotgun or something like that. I think that's how it worked in the 4 remake. Whereas the 2 and 3 remakes are just like you just find gunpowder and then you mash the gunpowder with another gunpowder type and then you just get bullets basically. And based on which gunpowder you mash it against is like what bullets it yields. But there's no reloading tool, and there's no sort of like progression of like, you know, committing to a certain type of like ammunition type. You just kind of make whatever you have the gunpowder for, basically.
Do you think
it's like a simplified version of the 3 ammo system? It's not bad, but I just like how the 3 original was a little more in depth.
Do you like Resident Evil 4 and Requiem's crafting systems? Like, do you explicitly actually like them?
The 4 remake, I feel similar to how I do about the 2 remake. I find it's like it's okay. I don't really need it to be there. I feel like with how like RE4's like it already has like, you know, dynamic like loot dropping and shit like that in the game, that I don't know if I really need it in the game. And also I hate seeing my inventory fill up with like scrap like in the briefcase. I don't know why. I hate seeing scrap. And like what do you got here? You got like aesthetic like bullets and hand grenades, stuff like that. And then you just have like, here's some garbage like over here. I think it's really aesthetically ugly, but that's kind of a nitpick, basically.
Fair. What about Requiem?
Requiem, I feel kind of neutral about it. I think the blood's kind of cool, and I do kind of like the thing I mentioned with like the hard cap of the blood, where it actually encourages you. It encourages you to basically craft as you find the blood, as opposed to hoarding it. I kind of like that they put that cap on there, because then it makes it where when you're out in the field and then you find like a scrap or whatever, and it's like, oh cool, a scrap. All right, now I can get rid of this blood out of my tube right now, and then I can go run over here and suck some more out of the barrel or whatever. Like I kind of feel like it feels kind of fun for the routing, like the way they have it set up.
Also, to go back to what Imik said, Grace's resource drop is there to prevent soft lock, but it takes time, and you can run away from most of those encounters. His need to kill everything is his action game talking. Ari also scores on a time limit as well. True. What do you think of that, Mina?
That actually is true. RE games, I don't know how the grade, if this game even has a grading system in it, but yeah, usually RE games will usually judge you based on time and the number of saves, basically. That like if you want like S+ runs or whatever, it's like you're encouraged to actually just run past everything and try not to save as much as possible.
What about modern Resident Evil? Do death amounts count? Because they usually tell you how many times you die, but I don't know if that actually affects the overall grade that you have. RE9 doesn't have a ranking system, but they do have like I mean, they have a timer. Oh, I get what you mean. They just have like this is how long it took you to beat it. My bad.
Yeah, like in the 2 remake, like a death is basically the equivalent of like losing a bunch of time, basically. I think is kind of how it works. I don't know if it like scores the death against you or if it's just basically time lost.
Got you.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
And also like save, like oh, I didn't save, you know, for like an hour, basically. So if you do die, it's like, well, you just lost an hour of your time.
Okay. Time to go back. Beep.
Okay.
And I would say the mark of a good difficulty mode is that the fundamentals are the same. It's just the leniency is stricter. So you're going to play how the game fundamentally plays, but there's less wiggle room for error. That is a properly scaled difficulty, which is why even though Resident Evil 4 Professional isn't a perfectly scaled difficulty mode, it does still maintain this relationship, especially with hit stun. Whereas if you look at the difficulty scaling between Insanity and Standard in Resident Evil 9, in Standard on the street, for example, you can still use headshots into executions in that janky Resident Evil remake type of way. Whereas in Insanity, because your guns are initially so you've got to rely a lot more on perfect parries and using the axe. But then, ironically, as your guns power up and you get further into the run, Insanity plays much more like the standard difficulty, and that's not even including meta progression, which is the next issue.
Yeah, the meta progression thing, I think he's going to get into, basically,
So let's discuss
that is a issue I have with like difficulty scaling in some games where it's like the game when a lot of times when the games are like, okay, the difficulty goes up, but all it does is increase the damage of enemies, but also, you know, increase their health or whatever. A lot of games will do stuff like that if they have like a meta progression type of system, which I think he's going to get into. It's like you basically just offset that difficulty scaling by just also just making yourself become more powerful. So you essentially you sort of counterbalance the difficulty going up by then power creeping the player to an equal level to where you're basically just playing the game on normal mode again because of the meta progression.
I think I tried to say that earlier, but I didn't say it as good. But yeah, it just kind of offsets to where it's like, what's the point then?
Yeah.
I guess the point is that if you play with the powered up weapons on normal difficulty New Game Plus, then it'll be like even easier, I guess, but it's like
Yeah. One of the things I wish that the OG RE4 had is man, I love the Matilda pistol, especially the RE4 variant of it where it has like the actual hyper burst. But you cannot get that gun until you play the game on New Game Plus, basically, which unfortunately when you're on New Game Plus, you have your shit like, you know, upgraded, like your health's upgraded and whatnot. And it's like you know, I want to play the game on a first run, clean slate, and just be able to use the Matilda like as a just like first time weapon, basically.
All right, I'm gonna go back.
Difference between New Game Plus and meta progression. And even though I'm not a big fan of either, I do think New Game Plus is vastly better in terms of gameplay structure. And so let's look at Resident Evil 4 for an example. So you buy Resident Evil 4, you put it in your GameCube, and your first playthrough is going to have to be on normal mode because they lock professional, which is lame. So you're going to go through, you're going to beat normal mode, and that will unlock professional, and that will unlock New Game Plus. And so if you want to play New Game Plus, you will be on that save file for your first playthrough. So you'll be playing normal mode again, but now with all of the post-game bonus weapons and stuff like that. Whereas if you want to play professional, that is considered a separate save file. So you've got 3 save files already involved here. You've got your initial playthrough save, you've got your professional playthrough save, and then you've got the system save that allows professional to be unlocked. So this means, by this structure, there is the concept of a clean professional run. Meaning, it's the first run you do in professional mode before you unlock the New Game Plus of professional mode. Now, we all just have to sit and agree that this is how you're supposed to play the game. And the basis for that rests entirely on the structure of separating the runs into different save files. That way you can't get the New Game Plus weapons into that professional mode without having beaten professional in the first place. Let's be real. I think it would be a much cleaner structure if you wanted to have all of these bonus weapons and infinite ammo and stuff if they were placed into their own distinctive campaign called Weapon Master or something like that. Something that cleanly distinguishes the intended difficulty from the bonus difficulty. So if we look at Resident Evil 9, it does not actually have New Game Plus. What it has is meta progression. And the distinction, and it's a subtle one, is that it never enforces a clean save playthrough. Because once you beat the game, you unlock meta points, and you can spend these meta points on unlocking weapons that you can use in subsequent runs. But the run—
Isn't RE5 kind of like that in a way?
I don't remember, to be honest.
RE5 has it to where whenever you create a campaign to play with somebody, you're able to pick whatever difficulty you want, but I'm pretty sure you can do like settings to make it to where you can have infinite ammo on and this and that, and I think all your weapons carry over, I think.
Runs are not isolated into individual save files. They all pool together in one meta progression structure. Which means that when you play Insanity for the first time, you can carry over weapons that you've already unlocked via meta progression. And because Insanity is locked behind completing a standard run, that means there is no enforced clean run. what you'd have to do is just refuse to spend your meta progression money. So rather than enforcing the difficulty of Insanity mode on the first playthrough, like Professional mode, instead you have to already opt into the difficulty. But why would you do that? The game has no formal incentive to tell you not to. I checked the requirements for the Insanity challenge. It does not make any restriction against using meta progression weapons. In fact, I am quite sure that Capcom intend for you to use them in Insanity mode, because then they're giving you a solution for that stat disjoint that I was talking about earlier, where if you can't get past the initial difficulty of Insanity, the solution is, well, you just grind out standard difficulty runs for the challenges and get the meta progression power-ups, so that when you come
the
into
previous
Insanity,
RE remakes
you already
are the
have
same
that
way.
progression boost. I think this is further supported by the fact that even after you unlock these weapons with meta progression, some of them you still need to buy with the in-game economy, which implies some sort of intended balance. But obviously, power level wise, they are OP as f, especially when you combine them together with certain charms. Like that single shot pistol, if you put the Wesker charm on it, you are one-shotting most of the stuff in Insanity, and the bullet is piercing, so you can do group kills with this mother. So obviously looking at this weapon, that's kind of ridiculous, right? But if you keep looking at some of the other meta progression upgrades, one of them is infinite ammo. And by my calculations, it is possible to grind out enough meta progression points by replaying the standard campaign challenges to be able to unlock infinite ammo.
However, if you got the 10,000 from beating the game, the 5,000 or the 3,000 from Case Closed, the 2,000 from Your Little Rascal.
Like, I know you can play RE2 Remake, and I'm pretty sure you can S+ rank the game and like use the infinite knife, I'm pretty sure, on it.
Also, Kelly
And
said,
having an infinite knife is very, very fucking strong in that game.
Kelly said, I got a funny story about power creep in video games. I watched someone play this gacha game called Nikkei. That's the ass game.
That's the ass shooting game.
Where the person was a day one player and they were playing an event where the story was building up this big powerful enemy and how they were wiping out this powerful enemy, and then when they got to the actual boss fight for this enemy, they were so over leveled that the boss fight was 1 second long. I see.
Yeah, that's a balancing thing with like RPG games in general. Where RPG games, the player's constantly like scaling up as you play through the game, and that's like a difficulty thing that a lot of RPG games have to kind of address to some degree of how do we balance the game in a way where we want the player to level up and feel like they're getting stronger, but we want to keep it balanced in a way where challenges still feel challenging to the player all the time. And you have shit like Oblivion where the game's always banding itself to the player's level, which I think is kind of lame. But then you can also run into stuff like that too, where it might be too easy for the player to power up and then just overcome the hard challenges by just pure grinding alone.
I'm reminded of our Bloodborne experience because we did the DLC before we were supposed to. We were afraid of missing it, so I'm doing the DLC and it's fucking hard. It's like a huge difficulty spike. All of them kicked my ass.
Yeah.
And then I get back to the main campaign of Bloodborne and it's like I don't even have to like think to beat these bosses. They just don't do any damage to me. They're just so weak. And it was like a cakewalk. It made it a kind of awkward experience. But it was really fun playing the DLC sooner than we were supposed to because it made it that much harder. But I wonder
it made more memorable to me.
Yeah, if we ever replay Bloodborne, I guess we would have to research like when we're supposed to actually do the DLC. That way maybe the game will properly scale for us, I guess.
Yeah.
So we don't accidentally
I was
break
paranoid.
it.
I was paranoid of beating the game like before doing the DLC.
Yeah, I think isn't the DLC supposed to be like a new game plus thing? I think I heard.
I think
that.
it was meant to be there for players who had already beaten the game basically, and then while they're on their new game plus run, they go do the DLC basically.
Yeah. Okay, we're zooming.
From one of these, you only have to do one of them. And the easier of the two, oddly enough, is the never touch the stuff, which means you don't use any heals at all, which is okay because on the easier difficulty, it makes it a little bit better as you heal yourself naturally.
And then the first time that you play Insanity mode, you use infinite ammo. Now, I didn't do this because I don't have the patience to grind out the infinite ammo unlock. But
infinite ammo makes game boring. Like it seems fun at first. It's like a nice novelty, but it gets really boring like whenever you complete an entire game that way, because isn't it more fun to get good at being fast at Resident Evil 4 or Resident Evil 5 like the proper way, like learning when to kite around and, you know.
I can't be playing the game
Yeah,
properly.
big part of
right?
games to me is resource management. I find enjoyable, and if you just remove the resource management element of the game, then I kind of lose interest in playing it.
Yeah, it's like, why play it?
Surely you can't be serious.
I am serious.
Let me turn you to a little Steam thread. Now, I didn't make this post, just to make this clear. I just noticed it and thought this is the perfect example of the problem.
Like Steam
where the
discussions.
poster here is voicing his
This is the
displeasure
worst
with
place
his
to go on the
choice,
internet
and
for game
look
discussion.
at the reaction he gets. It is instantly dismissed as him telling other people how to play their game. And I agree, this random guy on Steam should not be telling you how to play your game. But you know who should be telling you how to play your game? Capcom should. If the developers abandon this responsibility, it becomes immediate chaos. Because who's to say?
You control the buttons you pressed.
There it is.
It's like, I understand the logic. It's like basically criticizing players for not having self-restraint. Like, if this is such a problem, just don't use the item. Like, what's the problem? Don't use this weapon if it's such an issue. But that's where we kind of argue, like, but the game developer could also just take that option away from us. Force us to have to overcome it. I don't know.
Particularly attached to playing with infinite ammo Requiem throughout the game, and that's how I want to play. And the fact that Capcom are now acknowledging this as valid is just a dream come true. And for that guy, congratulations.
Congratulations!
But I have to point out, if we're going to have discussions about the depth of the game's combat or strategies for how to play the game, honestly, because of this oversight, the correct answer is grind standard mode until you unlock infinite ammo, and then blow the shit out of everything, because the actual skill of this game has nothing to do with combat, has nothing to do with survival horror. The actual skill is grinding. And that is actually what unrestrained meta progression systems test. Now compare this to another thread on Steam of the original Resident Evil 4, where someone is asking if there is meta progression with the New Game Plus, and look at the attitude of the commenters. Complete 180 polar opposite, where they're all saying that would be lame, this is about skill, that would undermine the balance of the game. And the reason is because the developer leads the attitude with their structure, with what they allow and what they don't allow. And even though I think the New Game Plus structure is far from perfect, it still enforces the idea of the game having an intended balance. Whereas with meta progression,
it's like, I think it's fine to have like infinite ammo as an option or a cheat in the game, basically. But I don't think it should also score you the same way if you're going for like some sort of like, you know, scoring system in the game, S+ runs or whatever. I think like infinite ammo should basically count against like you know, getting that type of run, basically, because to me it just feels like you're basically cheating to get it.
I think Resident Evil 2, like classic Resident Evil 2 actually does that. Like it can detect if you're using the infinite machine gun, and it will make it to where you cannot get any higher than like B or something.
Yeah, like it limits or like deducts like score, basically. Kind of like how it's like, you know, you play Bayonetta or Devil May Cry or whatever, and it's like if you use like the revive items or the healing items or whatever, it's like it deducts score against you, basically. And so it's like, and it's like I guess the issue is that it's like you can get these like challenges or achievements or whatever in the game in the new one, but you can also just use infinite ammo and still gain this like, you know, same achievement or challenge or whatever.
Fire Source asked, so wait, is he saying New Game Plus is a waste of time?
I'm not sure if that's, I don't know if he's saying that exactly, but I think he's just criticizing like the New Game Plus like system, how it is like in these games, basically, where it's like it had like in the new games, the New Game Plus basically is like the carryover mode, basically, and you can't play the game and have like a clean run in the new ones.
Wait, if we reinterpret the question, does that mean that you just shouldn't play these games on New Game Plus? That like the better thing to do with modern Resident Evil is just to always create a fresh save, maybe?
It's like I guess the only difference is like, is there even new game? Does the new ones have new game plus?
I mean, I guess
I don't even know if they do.
not officially, but I think Electric Underground is arguing that your power-ups carry over. I don't know if your weapons carry over, but
like, even
stuff
if
that you buy with the what is that word that the CP
completion points.
Oh, completion points, right.
Like if you buy
points.
shit with the completion points and then you start a new game,
it
it's
carries
like
over.
you have the post game content even in like new fresh runs in the game, basically.
Right. But I don't think the weapons carry over, but I guess Electric Underground is saying that's still an issue that those carry over.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna resume play. I like the red screen. It's very beautiful.
Game plus.
Oh, Capcom points. That's actually cute. Capcom points.
Structure is far from perfect. It still enforces the idea of the game having an intended balance, whereas with meta progression, the players define their own balance, and from what we're seeing, that seems to heavily favor the path of least resistance.
So wait, Imik said, I'll defend ease of access, but there's no way to balance against able-bodied players. What does that mean exactly? Just like, defend ease of access. What does that mean, Mina?
Yeah, I'm not sure what he's responding to.
Can you reiterate, Imik? I'm hungry. I'm so hungry. I'm gonna let the video play. Beep.
Okay.
I fucking hate inertia. That's what I felt like a bitch complaining about that when I'm playing the game. But like, I know sometimes the controller it's broken. I didn't fuck up. It was the controller. But there's these times to where I'm in this tight situation and the enemy's to my left. I want to go to my right. But then my character's like, all right, let me do like a whole body turn. It's like, motherfucker, just go right. And then I get grabbed or hit or something. Like, it's not very snappy. Like old video games, it would look a little bit jank, but you hold forward, and then as soon as you press back, boom, your character's immediately pressing back. But games don't really want to do that anymore because it doesn't look as realistic and natural. So now things are kind of sluggish and like realistic kind of. Animations over controls, yeah. And I guess it's like, oh, well, it makes you more vulnerable. Ooh, survival horror. And it's like, yeah, all right. I guess so.
So I have intentionally saved the combat analysis for the end of the video because I think it's really important to point out all of these structural issues first, because if you have a combat system and none of the surrounding game enforces it or makes it meaningful, what's the point? Does having wall contextual executions actually mean anything?
Imik said, ease of access is making things easier, but a lot of those approaches are also easy to exploit because they're meant to augment a person's personal failings beyond their control. Looks at you, Mina. That's too smart. That's too smart. What does that mean?
Basically just talking about, so accessibility features in games is stuff like colorblind mode, or like stuff like that, or the Silent Hill 2 remake, where it's like you can make it where like enemies kind of like glow and are like really easy to read and stuff like that. Basically, like those are what I see as like accessibility features, and it's basically meant to aid people who have like trouble or like disabilities or whatever, to like sort of like aid them in the game. And it's like, I feel like it's like fair to have those, but it's like, I guess the argument is like people who don't need to use the accessibility issues, or not issues, but features, will still like abuse them and like use them even though they don't really need to use them, basically.
Is that what they're talking about?
I was talking about infinite ammo. I don't think I would consider infinite ammo an accessibility feature. I just think that's a cheat code, basically.
I don't think they're talking about disability type stuff, though. Or at least I'm assuming they're
saying accessibility features.
Ease of access. Like, I'm responding to Imik. Because, like, we asked what Imik meant earlier, and so Imik reiterated on what they meant, and then Rasira answered for them?
Yeah, ease of access, accessibility. I was seeing those like as kind of one and the same.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. So Rasir, that's just your interpretation, right? Like the Fortnite setting that lets you see the direction a sound effect is coming from. It's meant for deaf people, but non-deaf players use it for extra intel and abuse it. I don't know, was Electric Underground really talking about that? Because what kind of feature is like that in Requiem exactly? Are there colorblind? What's going on?
Your phone alarm is going off. Sorry.
I thought the house alarm was going off. I thought I was
No,
gonna get killed.
What did you say?
Oh, I was just saying that I don't really know what accessibility features are even in Requiem, so I don't really think that Electric Underground was like factoring in that.
Yeah, I don't think he was really talking about that. He was talking about like the infinite ammo like post game like unlock that you can get if you you're basically saying like that, like I guess to make the game easier to get like the max run or whatever like that, you can basically grind out normal mode and get infinite ammo and then just play the game on insanity mode with an infinite ammo to just make it super easy and then complete the challenge basically.
Hold on. So they're meant to augment a person's personal failings beyond their control. Okay. So kind of like getting into how a game has to have it to where you can only get so far with exploits and stuff like infinite ammo, that essentially there are some challenges that require you to actually have some kind of skill and failings beyond like something like that. I'm gonna resume.
Go ahead. I think that's what he's arguing, that like I think he thinks it's lame that you basically have like meta progression of like, oh, you want to beat the game on this certain challenge mode or whatever, but you're sort of like, you're actually encouraged to, instead of just play the game on like a clean slate like run, that you're encouraged to grind out the completion points and then unlock the stuff that will basically bolster how powerful you are and then play through the game on that basically.
Right. Is that what, are you saying that's what Imic might mean, or are you saying what Electric Underground's meaning?
That's what Electric Underground is basically saying.
Got you. Okay.
That's what he's arguing about, yeah.
Okay. Gonna resume. Beep.
To use them? I would argue to some degree, no. But even in isolation, I'm not a huge fan of this combat system. So let's begin with a question. Why does Leon have a crouch walk? Why can Leon do stealth kills for free, whereas with Grace, she needs to use a limited resource? How does this make sense? If you have a game where you're supposed
I think
to
Leon's
have
insta kills are too easy.
character archetypes,
I do like that Grace has to use a resource for it.
Right.
Different play styles. Why can Leon not only play Grace's playstyle,
because he's a
but
god,
arguably do it better than her?
Because he's a god. He's supposed to make all the systems inconsequential and have his own new unique systems. I think that's literally the logic.
This isn't a question of distinct playstyles, like Leon from Resident Evil 4 and Solid Snake from Metal Gear Solid 2, where if you put them in each other's levels, it would be incoherent. Instead, it's just a question of power scaling. Leon is Mewtwo, Grace is Caterpie. That's why it's funny that people talk about how perfectly integrated the two styles of play are, because Grace is not classic Resi, she's just nerfed action Resi. And the irony is that as an action Resi guy, you'd probably assume that I think the Leon style is like the real game and superior, and the Grace style is garbage. But I think it's actually reversed. The Grace style, because there is some sense of limitation, because there are at least minor stakes to the way she plays, is far more interesting than the Leon style. Like, for example...
And I think, again, I think he's saying this because it's not that... I think he's kind of made it clear that he doesn't think Requiem is as good, like the Leon parts of Requiem are as good of an action game as classic Resident Evil 4. Resident Evil 4 feels more interesting to play despite you being an overpowered character, but Requiem doesn't do it the right way for Leon to, in Requiem to make it interesting, so he's more interested in Grace because there's more at risk, you had to play more smartly, etc.
Yeah.
The melee combat, where Leon not only has one giant-ass window of a parry that puts the enemies in a very convenient frame disadvantage, if that's not good enough, he also has the perfect parry that gives him a finisher. And what I find funny about perfect parry is that parry windows are getting so wide and lenient now that they need to essentially make another layer of parry to somewhat replicate what parries used to be. So it's like, okay, parry is now just this insanely OP block with meter, and then perfect parry is more of a traditional parry. But
because now parries are in like everything, and you know they want to appeal to a mass amount of people, so a lot of people are like sluggish and stupid with parry, like me, so they make it to where anybody can parry, but then they got the special parry
really,
for the Minas.
Yeah, they make it like the window's super fucking huge basically, but like the perfect parry is there for the people that get it like frame perfect basically, but otherwise it's still like a really strong ability that just makes you not take damage basically.
Just nullifying attacks and giving a bunch of frame advantage isn't enough of a reward anymore, even though it's insanely OP just on that basis alone, like I talked about earlier. Now you gotta set up for the instant kill. And if your pesky meter runs out, even on Insanity, don't you worry, because they give the stun enough time for you to resharpen your axe and complete the finisher, because of course they do.
Yeah.
What is the fucking axe sharpening stuff? Why do they even bother? Dude, I would forget that it even has a sharpening system, and I just, this entire, like, today, did you see me sharpen at all? Because I didn't sharpen, because why the fuck would I? You, like, if you get your prompt to instantly kill an enemy, boom, they're dead. I don't understand.
I see the concept of the sharpening there being like some sort of like, you know, limitation so that you can't like
it has potential
parry all the time, or like, you know, use the axe and like occasionally you have to like sharpen it. But the problem like is that like the fact that you can like move around and sharpen it, and also like the down state of the enemies lasts so long that like if you like parry something and then your durability breaks on the parry, that they stay down for so long, that you can just basically sharpen it and then still do the finisher anyway. And it's like, I think it would have been interesting if the sharpening took so long or required you to like stand still or something, some sort of limitation with it, that like sharpening is like an actual like risk basically.
What if they did something like make it to where you can't do finisher like context QTEs unless it's sharpened?
Maybe like Monster Hunter, where it has like different tiers of like sharpness level or some shit like that basically.
I
like
mean,
it's like,
it's kind of already like that, it's just not as like detailed as Monster Hunter. But what about my idea? You ignored my idea because I'm a woman.
I didn't say that.
You ignored my idea because I'm a woman. What do you think of my awesome idea?
I feel like anything would be better than like how they did it.
What about specifically the idea that I proposed?
I feel like that would probably be fine.
Okay.
I was gonna say though, like the part that really stood out to me was like when I did the Tyrant boss fight, and
the sleep fight.
Yeah, I remember I like parried his attack. I think like I did like a perfect parry, or I downed him or something like that. And then like I'm like, oh fuck, my axe is broken. I can't do the finisher on him. So I just sit there and I'm like, oh wait, let me just sharpen it. And I sharpen it, do the whole animation, and then do the finisher on him. And I'm thinking, I'm like, why is there even a sharpening meter in the game? Because it's like,
there you have to have it sharpened to do a finisher?
I believe so, yeah.
Wait, so then my genius idea is already in the game?
Like if your durability is at 0, then you can't do like a finisher move. Like you have to sharpen it. But
wait, but I didn't sharpen at all today, and I was like doing finishers on like grunt enemies at least.
You probably just didn't let it get to 0.
But I never sharpened it. Not at all today, not a single time.
Did you switch between?
They're saying I didn't use the axe enough. Oh, so wait.
You have to.
If you use the axe on context sensitive but in QTs only, does it affect your durability, or does only like free slashes affect your durability?
I think the finishers don't really if it does, it consumes very, very, very little. Where most of your durability dies is from parries. Parries is what mostly kills your durability.
Shit, I never do those. But also, they're saying the axe durability is long. I forgot we upgraded it too. We would upgrade the durability of the axe. Oh, so that must be it. No, I don't think I upgraded it at all today. I think I finished
Did you
upgrading the axe previous.
did you also like jump between using Hunk's axe and your axe as well?
I
'Cause
never
you
used
might have like
Hunk's
split
axe.
some of
I
the.
sold it and made
Okay.
everybody
Oh,
very,
okay.
very angry. But I wanted the money. And I
Okay.
don't want a weaker axe to have better parry window frames. I didn't even need to use parry. Oh, wait. Could I
Okay.
have used parry on the Nemesis?
Yes. Yeah, you can parry the Nemesis.
That would be so much
Like
easier because
the final boss. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you can parry him.
whenever they do that like slam down attack, God, I wish I had the Resident Evil 6 dive. That would be so sick. Okay, I'm gonna resume the video.
Okay. Yeah, like literally this.
But getting back to Grace, why her style is more interesting is because since she's supposed to be weak and helpless, by modern balance standards, that means she's just slightly OP in this janky way. For example, if you're coming up against a zombie with your knife, if they are a grabbing type of zombie, especially on Insanity, getting around their tracking is very unreliable. Now with Leon, you don't need to worry about this, you just parry. But with Grace,
Yeah, turn the
this
rubber
is
band onto
legitimately
you
a
a
tricky
lot.
situation. And so what
That's what modern Resident Evil. You kind of describe it as these modern games. They want you to view zombies as like such a danger zone that if you get even within a little bit of their circle, that boom, it counts as a grab.
Yeah, they have like a huge radius.
And they just don't want you to get close to them. Whereas in classic Resident Evil, even 4 to an extent, it's a lot easier to kind of like juke and weave around them. But in modern Resident Evil, they want you to like really think twice before doing that, which frustrates me because I do like weaving, I do like kiting a bit.
What I ended up discovering for myself, I'm sure other players are aware of this, is that when you do the initial slash with Grace, or that lunging attack, there is a window there where you avoid the grab somehow. I don't know technically what's happening, but
Stuff like that I think is cool because it's not like a mechanic that they teach you in the tutorial. There's no button press, it's not a parry, it's not a dodge, it's just literally timing your animation against their animation and kind of like winning by like who stroke first at the right time. I like that kind of stuff in games because it feels more. It feels like you're almost breaking the game, or you're like really like figuring it out in a way that maybe they didn't intend for you.
It's like how in System Shock 2, you can technically block or parry the attacks of the pipe hybrids because your wrench has a hitbox and their pipe has a hitbox, and if you swing at the same time and collide the two hitboxes together, that you actually cancel each other's attacks out. It's very, very, very specific and difficult to do, but you can do it.
I wonder, like, is that stuff usually accidental or intentional? And do game developers like not try to do that kind of stuff much because maybe they think players won't do it, assuming it is intentional?
They probably don't. A lot of games just don't do it because it's probably such a small minor detail that nobody's going to notice it, basically. And if nobody's going to notice it, then it's kind of questionable if you should even put it in the game, type of thing.
Yeah. All right. Press and play.
it does work. And so if you carefully time the slash or the lunge, you'll be able to prevent the grab. And this setup and window is way more funky than Leon's parry.
And it's
if you
risky.
miss it,
yeah.
Like, that's a real punishment. That's cool. Like, literally
Yeah.
seeing her with him that close in that mid-lunge while going for that attack, it almost looks like it wouldn't work, but the fact that it does is really cool.
Yeah.
And, at least early on, before
The best stock
crafting breaks
scream.
the save ribbon system, death has some consequences because you have to run it back. You actually have to start routing out Grace's encounters, at least initially, before the resource overflow. And because her...
He's also saying this with the ink ribbon system in mind, because again, that's only
Yes.
in the hardcore
Yep.
difficulty. I'll also mention that typically when he talks about these games, I think he's like generally a pretty high skill level gamer. So for the most part, when he plays a game, he really gets a grasp on the more advanced ways to play. So I think he usually
Yeah.
comes from that perspective, because he might make complaints that cover things that, well, I didn't play the game that way. I didn't even know you could do that. But I do think that it's like a good talking point. Like, sometimes it's good to hear what the higher skill level players think of a game. It can help with balancing and stuff. I think games that you like FPS multiplayer games, have to like do that kind of thing where how do I word it? Mina, help me out here.
Yeah, they basically will sometimes balance games around like there's a subsect of like higher skill level players, and then also like the general audience who is not going to be in the top like 10% of players basically playing it. So it's like there's usually they usually make compromises and balances between those two like groups of players.
I play.
Movement system is so funky, and we'll get to that next. It ends up being weirdly technical. Like I was mentioning earlier, one strategy is to keep jumping in and out of windows. But in order to prevent yourself from not accidentally jumping in or out of the window when you don't want to, you have to go into knife stance to prevent the context-sensitive jump.
I love shit like that. It feels like kind of jank because it's like, I don't personally like if you hold forward, you automatically go through the window. It's like, what's wrong with just giving me the X button? Or do they do it because they're worried about like you're trying to aim your gun and then you press X to shoot or however you shoot, and then they're worried about you accidentally choosing to jump over the window? Or
a lot of games try to minimize player button inputs as much as possible when they don't have to. Stuff kind of like like, oh, here's a vent in a game, like Half-Life or something like that. And a lot of games will make it where like the player will just sort of auto crouch into the vent because they don't want to force players to have to like do an extra input to just do like a kind of basic movement option, basically. I notice that's just a modern kind of game trend.
To me though, like to add into the point from earlier, it's like, okay, you want to do this cheesy tactic, but you don't want to accidentally jump over the window by being too close to it and holding forward. What do? Oh, we'll just be in knife stance and then it won't happen. It's like, it feels
be in aiming mode.
It feels kind of like, I don't know, it just feels like figuring out the game too much in like a positive, endearing way.
Or if you're fighting against enemies that are armed with weapons, I can't confirm this because I don't actually know what's going on with the frame data, but it seems that the lunging strat is a lot less reliable against them, but the tracking on the physical weapons is than the grabs, so you end up doing this really janky Souls-style combat where you're trying to walk on their side with the weakest tracking so that after they attack, you end up behind them and you can get the knife string.
What about janky soul style combat like a fucking Silent Hill F?
Is
any play this game like
well
it's fucking Silent Hill F?
No. But it is a dynamic that if the developer...
Here he seems to be complaining over something that's not an issue here. Do you agree, Amina, that there's no issue?
I don't think he's really complaining here. I think he's just saying this is just kind of how playing this is, basically. I feel like he kind of likes this.
Yeah, he's actually like saying that he likes Grace's section more than Leon.
Realized was interesting.
I think he's basically just explaining how the system works. Like, here's an exploit that you can do. Here's the limitations. You're not able to do it on the chef enemies, which is completely fair. If you're able to use a cheese tactic on every archetype of enemy, then it's a little bit too OP. So I think it's actually fair. Like, I don't know. He seems fine.
They could build upon and actually create a cool combat
That's a
system.
thing that something about Electric Underground, I guess it's his confidence. People sometimes think that if somebody acts overly confident, that they're an arrogant person and that they must be hating or being negative or something. So maybe that's kind of it, because that usually happens whenever we host Electric Underground videos, is that a lot of people misunderstand what he's saying, kind of. No, don't worry. It's some psychological thing, because it's not just you. It's like a lot of different people. And I have friends who just hate him for no reason, even though it's like putting a mirror up to my friends. Love Knife, you are like this guy. God damn it.
I feel like it's just his manner of speaking. I feel like
Love Knife.
the way he talks. I feel like makes it sound like that he's like mad or complaining about a lot of things, basically, and it's not always true. Like he complains about some things.
I feel like I deal with that too. Or at least I assume that people think that I'm like an asshole even when I'm not, although I am one. And then that happened to our friend Barley, to where people like want to argue with him and think that he's like, he's not, but he does have a certain kind of voice.
Even if like you're agreeing with him, like people will get mad at him because they think they're arguing, even though they're agreeing.
Oh, Under the Mayo. I do like a lot of Under the Mayo's takes, but not all of them. I thought that his Resident Evil ones that I mostly saw were fair, and I thought his Bayonetta review was fair, even though his conclusion was, hey, this isn't for me, but I see why people like it. And he was able to explain why it wasn't for him, and I thought that it was fair. I'm like, oh, you don't like that? That's fine. But what is it? Like, there's one take that... Isn't he, like, super pro Resident Evil 4 Remake?
Yeah, he was.
We can't have that now.
It's it's funny because he hates like all modern Resident Evil, but he loves the RE4 remake, which is a little bit interesting.
That's what makes Resident Evil such a fascinating IP in the fan base, is that it's just, you're not typically gonna find somebody who perfectly aligns. Like, you know, like, oh yeah, I hated the RE2 remake. Oh yeah, but I love RE3 remake. And it's like, what? There's so many different varieties of people to where it's like, it's just interesting watching, for example,
Yeah.
the tier lists. It's like everyone's just going to be a little bit different from each other, and there's always going to be one placement that everybody does where you're like, what the fuck is that placement? But anyway, I'm a
Yeah,
resume.
the anomaly outlier.
I'm a resume.
But with no dodge roll, and the enemies have grabs that they can mix in with physical melee strikes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So that's Grace. Because of her built-in limitations, there is some interesting dynamics happening, but they never get a chance to develop. But before we move on to Leon, we have to stop and talk a moment about this game's movement inertia, because this is getting out of hand. AAA games are all about the movement inertia, and they've been in them for quite a while, but it seems like it just keeps escalating more and more. And by the time we hit Resident Evil 9, we have gone full Euro inertia. And when I say full Euro, I'm not referring to Euro shmups, who are infamous for their inertia. Oh no, we're beyond that now. I'm referring to Euro Truck Simulator. We've gone car game territory. The character's movement in this game is so...
And it's funny because people are always like, you know, like, they're mad, like, what the fuck? Why did tank controls, like, why do they move like vehicles? They're supposed to be like people. But now they actually move like less efficient than how they used to, in my opinion. But it's whatever.
Sluggish to start up or change direction. It feels like you're driving a semi-truck. And you can definitely see its effects not only in the enemy interaction, but also in the boss fight.
Is there even quick turn in Requiem? I've never even accidentally done it.
Look how
think there
sluggish
is.
and basic the boss
But I
attacks
just never use
are.
it, yeah.
The final boss is the perfect example of this, because the complexity of the limb attacks themselves could not be more basic, but because the inertia is so high, you still have to turn long before the hitbox is near you. And the difference between movement inertia and something like tank controls is that tank controls are a clean state-based limitation. You can't turn and move at the same time. You must choose one or the other, which I do think is particularly fitting to...
I will mention though, like, watching Riot or skilled players playing this on PC with PC controls, it looks a little bit, it's like a weird in-between of Resident Evil 4 and modern Resident Evil. It's like, you know what I'm talking about? Like, you're able to, like...
You're very snappy with, like, the movement and aim on, like, mouse keyboard.
Yeah, it's like the turning isn't as quickly.
Yeah.
Is it that mechanic that you do on controller? Or is it PC control only? You know what I'm talking about? How
No, you can do it on controller, where you...
So it's the same thing.
So, yeah, it's the same concept. You can look left and right without turning the character, but if you aim while turning your camera to the left or right, he will snap to that direction, which I think is a really fucking cool... I don't know if it's an intended mechanic or not, but I think it's great because you can turn and do like quick shots, like very, very snappy, utilizing that.
But it's also like not the easiest thing to get a handle on in terms of like...
Yes, it's kind of like an advanced like tech type of thing.
Yeah, but do you do it a lot? Because like it's like, uh-oh, wait a second, Mina, you're breaking Resident Evil 4 and making it more like modern slop. What the...
I mean, I can do it on controller. Yeah, I actually utilize that a bit.
Yeah. All right.
Resident Evil style because of that disconnection between the enemies being melee based and the player having a ranged weapon, where you'll notice in a lot of games when you have melee based enemies and then the player has ranged weapons, one of the most persistent issues, and it's definitely in Resident Evil 9, is circle strafing, because that allows the player to constantly move at an evasive angle that subverts the enemy tracking. But by putting in that disjoint between turning and moving, that creates weak points in the player's movement that enemies can capitalize on. Like if you're cornered, you have to decide preemptively what is probably the safest direction to move in, and then commit to moving in that direction. But if it turns out you need to adjust the angle of your movement, that's going to cost you some time. And during those adjustments in angles, that's where the enemies have their opportunities. That's where they can pin you and strike. That movement limitation is what gives the enemies a game plan. But it's clear, it's accurate, it's precise. Both you and the enemies know what your movement can do and what it cannot do. And so mitigating this limitation is what creates skill distinction between players. Contrast this with movement inertia. Movement inertia is not a clear limitation. It doesn't actually prevent you from doing any specific strategy. In fact, you still can do all of the OP stuff. You can circle strafe, you can change angles, you can move while firing, you can move while reloading, you can move while sharpening your axe, you can parry while moving. There isn't any defined limitation happening. Instead, inertia just tries to evoke the feeling of limitation by making your movement imprecise and unreliable. In other words, it's an artificial filter you place over basic gameplay to make it seem more complicated than it actually is. You could do this with any game, like Pac-Man or Mega Man or Minecraft. It's just an obnoxious surface modifier. It's the mechanical equivalent to yellow paint.
Oh, no.
For example, if you take away the tank controls from Resident Evil 4, it is not Resident Evil 4. If you take away the inertia from Resident Evil 9, it's the same game, just more tolerable to play.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
inertia
with
is
the
just,
inclusion
it's
of the-
basically just, you're playing the game, but you have, yeah, this layer of like sluggishness just kind of added over to the game movement basically. And I feel like the inertia is there for two reasons. One is animation, that everything is tied to having to play out the animation of like, you need to wait, wait for the character to change directions. You have to wait for them to finish their little animation before the game then permits you to, okay, you can start moving that way or whatever. So it's like they put it there because it looks smooth, basically. If you didn't have the inertia and the like animation tied movement, it would look like old game where it's kind of like a janky, characters sort of like snapping to animations where it would cancel, if you want to go one direction, move the other, you see the character go boop, boop, back, left and right, like instantly. And it looks funny from like, I guess, visual cinematic standpoint of the game. They want games to look and feel very like immersive and realistic and cinematic and stuff like that. So it's like it makes your game look gamey basically. And then the other reason too,
it could also make it so where you could juke enemies too easily. Like that's the reason why if you play Resident Evil 1 Remake with the free controls, the Resident Evil 1 Remake remaster that came out like 10 years ago, if you play that with the free controls, you can literally exploit the zombie AI in a way that you were never supposed to. You're able to just like immediately bait them and then run away. Whereas if you're doing tank controls, you just can't do that. So I personally don't recommend using free controls for RE1 Remake.
Yeah. The second thing that it's there for too, I might have mentioned this earlier too, is I think the inertia is there along with stuff like the aim sway and like bullet bloom deviation, randomization and whatnot, to sort of disempower the player a little bit too, to keep them from being too powerful, where it's like if there's no inertia, you would be able to easily juke enemies. You could, if you have like full free reign control over the character, in all of your motions are instantly responsive as you do them, that it would just basically make the game like, one, it would probably feel like, but like it would it would make the game easier. Basically, the inertia adds this like weird weighted kind of like unsureness and impreciseness to your movement now that adds a layer of like having to now predict and like weigh in like, okay, well, I want to move this direction, but I have to know that my character is going to take a little bit to like move that way. Whereas like with tank controls and the old RE4 movement is like the movement is precise, but it's limited. That like if you want to turn the direction, you have to manually rotate your character that direction a bit and precisely get them that way. Whereas now you can snap your character 90 degrees, but you have to sit and wait for your character to rotate on like a animation timer. Basically, kind of think about how like Helldivers 2 aiming is, where in Helldivers, if I move my gun that's heavy 90 degrees, that the gun will not immediately snap to where I'm aiming. I have to wait for my character to turn 90 degrees over a period of like a second and a half, basically. And so it's like they put it there because we don't use like paint controls anymore. Basically, you have full free range of movement. You can run and turn your camera around and look at the enemy behind you as you're running away, as opposed to tank controls RE4 where it's enemies behind you. It's like you can't just turn your camera and look at them while you're running away, basically. So I feel like that's the two reasons why it's there, and I think it's kind of like partially necessary evil for how the games are balanced and designed now. But I also think they kind of feel like shit too at the same time. So I don't know.
You're talking about where you understand the logic and you can see like how it's
Yes.
actually deep down a good thing, but it still feels like shit. What feels like shit feels like shit. Yeah, like it makes it to where like you're a little bit more vulnerable. You just can't move as like quickly as you want to. It's just frustrating. It just is frustrating. But I also wanted to respond to Frozen. Some people don't like how the camera works as they play with free controls. Yeah, that's the downside with classic Resident Evil is people either hate fixed camera or they hate tank controls or they hate both of them combined. I think typically
Names of a
thank you so
friend.
much for the follow. I think typically people like a lot of people just hate both of them, whether they're combined or not. And it's funny, like they'll play with free controls, and then they'll run into problems because of that. And you'll deal with that in games that were meant to be that way, like Devil May Cry. Every now and then you'll be like, oh, I'm trying to hold forward, but then the camera cuts, and then suddenly your character goes like back and forth suddenly, and you have to course correct.
Yeah.
I don't mind it. Like I can deal with it. It's a thing that you'll run into every now and then. So, for classic Resident Evil, tank controls and fixed camera are just a perfect combination. I guess Devil May Cry could work with tank controls, but I feel like I prefer it with free controls.
I think Devil May Cry would be very awkward with tank controls because that's a game I feel like that like really utilizes the free controls and range of motion in that game. Even though like it has fixed camera, it's a little bit awkward. But it's a game where you're like grouping enemies up and you're doing jumps and like the enemies are pretty fast as well in the game. I feel like if you had tank controls, I feel like Devil May Cry wouldn't work quite the same.
Yeah, it's about you want to be overpowered, you want to be slick and fast. All right, I'm gonna resume. Boop.
Axe and its rechargeable parry, its manually striking attacks, and its execution finishes, the days of Resident Evil 4 are long behind us. And that's not very surprising given how mechanically incompatible this third-person shooter style of the new Resident Evil games are with action-oriented Resi, like 4, or even like 5, honestly. So 6 being an inspiration, I'm assuming it must be, makes some sense. But what's funny about that,
everything was an inspiration for this fucking game.
Yeah,
is that basically
this is the kitchen sink Resident Evil game.
It tamps down on the more technical, crazy aspects of Resident Evil 6 that makes it a favorite of action game players, especially in Mercs mode, but manages to maintain all of its balance problems. So basically, you inherit the worst of Resident Evil 6, but without all the fun, crazy. And the worst aspects of Resident Evil 6 are going to sound familiar because they are 1, overpowered movement, which we just talked about, though at least Resi 6 feels good as you're abusing the movement. 2, overpowered guns, which thanks to meta progression is an issue that Resi 9 shares. And then 3, the almighty parry overwhelming the natural combat mechanics. The only news here is maybe some people don't know that Resi 6 has an overpowered parry, truly ahead of its time in the modern game design world. And I mean that half ironically, but also half seriously as well. So since we've talked about the other two, let's talk about one remaining aspect of the parry that I want to highlight. So I've already talked about the parry and perfect parry and the way they override the game's natural combat dynamics throughout the video, so we won't need to revisit that. But let's talk about the sharpening, because I guess the idea would be, well, there is one form of limitation, which is having to take the time to charge your meter, so that if you're in a combat scenario, you're going to have to tactically decide when you recharge the meter. Except that's not much of a limitation because the enemy design is not programmed to exploit this weakness. If the game had a dynamic that when your axe meter was low, enemies would aggressively charge your ass to try to attack you before you could recharge your parry, that would be interesting at the very least. But they don't. They don't really react to what's going on with your meter. And so what that means is that when your meter is getting low, what do? You just run away and recharge. And like I pointed out earlier in the video, the game's combat encounters and level design don't trap you or corner you effectively. So even in that first street fight with the blister heads, where your axe is at its lowest durability and everything, even
Resident Evil 6 movement, it does have the turn-in inertia. I think it does have a quick turn, though. But it does have the turn-in inertia, like most modern games. But it has more, like, movement controls. It has diving forward, diving to the side, diving backwards. It has, like, this, like, roll thing.
Roll, yeah.
So it just has a lot of mechanics to it. The guns sound like shit. The guns feel like shit. But in terms of your actual movement, pretty good. I didn't like its melee. I didn't like how it felt. You played more Mercenaries. Do you like it? Like the melee? I don't like it.
I like the 6 Mercenaries. I think the only thing that I don't know, I would say the movement's pretty precise in 6, and yeah, it's very technical where you have to do a lot of like weird kind of like button combinations to do like dives and rolls and shit like that. The guns feel kind of wet noodle-ish, basically, but they are consistent, at least. Like, if you headshot enemies and shit like that, they usually will stagger. I think the melees are, like, they're kind of fine. I don't think they feel as good as, like, RE4, but they're fine, basically. But it is limited, too. Like, you can't melee, like, too much in RE6. There is, like, a meter that you have to, like, manage as well, too.
Yeah, it basically, the reason why I hate it is because it doesn't let me spam it. It's like, oh, you want to spam melee? Okay, you do know you have stamina, right? And like,
yeah. Which you can manage it a bit. Like if you eat like a Tic Tac, then you like get your stamina back too, which I would do sometimes.
Observing your axe sharpness is an unrealistic ask, but sharpening aggro would be fine. Oh, yeah, I right. Know. Like, I think, didn't Electric Underground say that when you're sharpening that they should start charging you or something?
He thinks that the enemies should, like, react to your durability level on your axe to some degree. Basically, like, when it starts getting low, that maybe up their aggressiveness or do something about that. Like whenever your, axe is getting low on durability or whenever it does eventually break. But they don't react to anything, it seems like.
DS3?
I feel like
Is that Dark Souls 3?
Some Dark Souls 3.
Okay. What were you gonna say, Mina?
I was gonna say, like, I feel like the game should have something like when you have to repair your axe, I feel like it should have been like you cannot repair your axe and like move at the same time. You have to like do some sort of like, like in Monster Hunter where you kind of like crouch in and like sharpen it. So you only do it like in situations where you're safe or where you have like enough spacing to like be able to fit it in, basically.
Maybe they're scared to do it because Resident Evil fans will complain and whine. Why can't I do everything ever in the world while moving? Why can't I shoot while running at top speed like I can in real life?
Yeah, that's right.
They just it's the kind of what we got into. Like, I think a lot of people, something feels bad to them, and so they just say it feels bad, that it's bad. But it's like, no, you're looking at it the wrong way. There's a positive way to look at it. And they're like, okay, like they can maybe even concede, like, I get what you're saying, Pumpkin and Mina. The movement in Resident Evil 4 and other Resident Evils are good, but I don't like it and it doesn't feel good. It's like, I get it. You're wrong, but I do get it.
There, if you want, you can just bait the perfect parry, and then if you miss it, run away, recharge, try again. The Blisterheads can't outrun Leon. They can't chase you down. If you keep moving evasively, and movement inertia isn't going to stop this, it is simple to recharge that meter.
Feels like a punishment for losing durability in a fight? Huh? I mean, I think Electric Underground is saying that there should be a... Well, not necessarily a punishment for losing durability, but an incentive to some system that you have to balance to make the game more interesting.
Yeah, I think there should be some incentive for like there being more risk to sharpening your weapon, basically, because in this it just feels like when it breaks, it's just kind of like, oh, let me just kind of move around and circle strafe it while sharpening it.
Yeah.
And of course, as durability increases over the course of the run, this becomes less of a dynamic anyway, and then even if you get in a small-ish combat arena, like the final boss fight, then maybe there sharpening could have been a factor, except they allow you to move while you sharpen. So rather than being a limitation to constantly circle strafing and outmaneuvering the enemies, instead it's an extra chore in your flowchart. So rather than being this high pressure situation of, ooh, I've got to get the axe sharpened, oh, they're coming, hurry, hurry. Instead it becomes, oh, did you remember to brush your teeth today? Did you remember to sharpen your axe? It seems like in modern combat design, the only punishment they can bring themselves to deliver to the player is just tedium. And this is one of those mechanics where on paper, you could describe its use tactically. You could say, oh, well, you're going to get in situations where you're really going to have to choose between taking the risk of recharging it or using it offensively, even if it breaks. But the way everything is balanced, this is much more of a theory crafting type of situation rather than a consistent gameplay dynamic. Because how often is it a bad idea to run away and charge? Almost never, right?
Is it really that tedious? It's like, I think it's tedious because to him, they didn't make it interesting. I think that if it was an interesting system to balance, that maybe he would like it more. But because it's not interesting and because it's so easy, it just feels like this menial task you have to do.
It feels like it's kind of arbitrarily put there for some reason, I guess.
It's like, if it's there, why don't you make it interesting? Why don't you make it more difficult? Why don't you make it towards, like, risky? It's like, I always praise, especially, like, classic Resident Evil 4, because, it's more combat-oriented, but, you have to be very, for example, very methodical on when you want to reload your gun, or when to stand your ground, plant yourself, and then start aiming at enemies, and because you're in a vulnerable state in that moment, you are not able to move. You then have to make the decision on when to unplant yourself and to relocate, to kind of like create distance. It's like that's not tedious. I feel that is a very interesting system. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Oh, did we find it tedious? I just forgot it existed. So not tedious. I just didn't. I forgot it.
I don't know if I would say it's tedious, but it just felt like I don't know why this is even here. Where it's kind of like I guess that's tedious. Like in the situations like when I fucking parry the tyrant and then he's stunned, and then it's like, oh, my axe is broken here. Let me just sharpen it real quick and then do the finisher, basically. And it's like there's no penalty. It's just the penalty is, well, I had to wait 2 seconds before doing the finisher, basically, as opposed to like completely missing the ability to do the finisher because I mismanaged my like parry axe durability, basically. So it's like, yeah, I don't know if I guess it's tedious, but it's more of a like, I think this is kind of a gameplay balance thing that's not very well thought
Is
out,
it is it
basically.
an overcorrection because everybody was so pissed off about the knife in RE4 remake, which I didn't hate the knife in RE4 remake. Like, I mean, obviously you get spoiled with the knife in classic Resident Evils or Resident Evil 4 especially, but they had like a more, I guess, risk system, but I guess they give you like little knives constantly all the time, so you always do have
Yeah.
a knife, but I felt like it was more interesting, more
And
thinking involved
there
on
was
do
it
you
was
want to
more of
finish off
a
the enemy or do you want to use it as a
yeah.
parry? And by finish off enemy, I mean finish off an enemy before they can become like a Plagas variant and this and that. There's like more decisions to it, whereas in the knife in Requiem is like you want to sharpen it so it's like a little bit better. Like, oh, you could do it however you want, whenever you want. It's easy. Oh, that guy, like you just stun him. Yeah, you got time. It's all good.
Yeah, the 4 remake, at least it was like an actual like resource that you managed where if you want to repair the knife, you got to go to the merchant, and you're not going to have the merchant conveniently at every location. And then you have like little other knives that will, break once you use them, basically. So yeah, I feel like in the 4 remake, it's like there's more. It's more interesting. It's like you could argue that's more tedious because the knives break and then you lose them and then you don't have the ability to like use them anymore. But I feel like it's at least like interesting there. Whereas here it's like it's less tedious, I guess, but it's also less interesting, basically.
Yeah.
Even the final boss fight on Insanity, if you decide, I'm gonna take my time, I'm just gonna slowly run away and recharge, not only is that a safe strategy, that is an effective strategy. And I really want to point that out because how a mechanic functions on paper doesn't really matter if the surrounding design elements don't capitalize
It's
on it,
PumpkinSynth
which doesn't
gameplay right here
happen for
today.
the sharpening system,
Getting
and it
kicked
doesn't
all the
happen
time?
for the stun system.
Or
No,
actually
getting those
parrying
parries
for
done.
once. Finally.
Yeah.
Serious question. How does
Like,
all
stun
the
in
bosses are
Resident
too easy
Evil
in this
9
Way too easy. Way too easy.
work? If I were to Pepsi challenge 100 players and ask them to explain what is going on with stun, how many would be able to? I know I personally found it vague and confusing, and I had to download a mod for the review to try to get to the bottom of what its behavior is doing, or at least the best that I can. And I'm not going to get into the minutia of it all, but the bottom line is that the stun system uses stats. You can see this in the overlay mod. It's referred to as wins. And you can see the numbers drastically change from standard to insanity.
That's interesting and relevant to anybody.
That's why the enemies are so tanky. And also there's built-in variation of the stun's behavior. So sometimes it will take different numbers of attacks to get the stun state. The variance is
I think they do that also in modern Resident Evil in general, is that they do not want you to be able to control things as much as maybe you could in like classic Resident Evil 4 in a way. They always want this little dice roll element to keep you on your toes and to hinder you, basically. It's like a debuff you have to deal with.
isn't massive usually, but it's just enough to be unreliable. So that's already an issue with stun. Core mechanics should be intuitive and self-revealing to the player. That way the player can use them proactively. In Resident Evil 4, that is how stun worked. You understood that if you hit the enemy where you need to hit them, you're gonna get the result, and if you don't, that's down to your own error of execution. Whereas in Resident Evil 9, because of the way the stun system works, it's a mistake to play too proactively, because even if you do everything right, the RNG may not be in your favor. And so
In the classic
instead
Resident
what
Evil
you do
games, you
is
cannot precisely aim on the enemies, that you aim in a general direction, and then you kind of roll the dice when you fire. It's like you kind of play a more like positioning game in the original games than you do, I would say, in like RE4, where it's less about the precision aiming and it's more about where you're standing at the time you engage the enemy. And there is random stun in those games. But those are also horror games as opposed to RE4 going into the more like action route too.
Like, yeah.
play reactively. And there is a really easy way to tell the difference. In reactive play, you are hanging back and waiting for an opportunity to come in safely. In proactive play...
That's how you play Resident Evil 4 Remake, and that's what you don't like. It's where you
Back-
have to be
you
so
back up.
passive. And it's like,
Yeah.
you don't like it as you don't like the the inconsistent hit stunts. You don't even like it in RE2 Remake, but you have to concede that it's better in RE2 Remake than in RE4 Remake.
It makes more sense in the RE2 Remake to me.
Making enemies tankier was also... It's not that the enemies are tankier, it's that the consistency is... There is no consistency, and it's just too vague, I guess. But they do it because they don't want you to be a god in the RE4 Remake, so they just want to kind of throw in dice rolls to where you're always on your toes. And I feel like I understand it, and I think it's fair, but... You know, that's why we like a classic RE4 more. But classic RE4 wants to fully embrace being an arcade action-y game, and the RE4 Remake is like, yes, but also no, but mostly yes. It's like interesting. It's a very fascinating game.
You are holding forward. You are moving towards the enemy before they attack. You are overcommitting with confidence.
It also kind of makes me think of this point. Makes me think of like the kind of like why you like boomer shooters is that boomer shooters are about being aggressive and like pushing forward, whereas eventually shooters would kind of go into the cover shooter direction, and that's about being passive and hiding behind corners and then peeking out and kind of taking turns doing that. And I'm pretty sure you're not a big fan of that genre. Not that you don't respect it, but not your favorite evolution, I guess.
Yeah.
And if you make a mistake, you will pay for it.
I got numbers on the...
Oh! Yo, did he just walk up slowly and down smash?
He did.
So in Resident Evil 4, you will find yourself running towards enemies without your gun drawn so that you are in a more advantageous position after you get the shot into stun. And the better the player you are, the more consistent proactive play becomes. But if you introduce variation into a mechanic, that diminishes its proactive value. Now, the tricky part about this with Resident Evil 9, and why I led with all of the analysis earlier, is that risk detachment makes this kind of meaningless, right? Because in practice, none of this matters, because if you run up and try to do a headshot into stun and it doesn't work, you literally can just reset and it doesn't really matter. So I'm speaking more hypothetically, like if they made a mercenaries mode with much more intense high-stakes combat, and funnily enough, when Resident Evil 4 Remake introduced its mercenaries mode, which isn't necessarily that intense, they did actually adjust to have the headshots and stun be reliable.
And it's, of course, good that they did that, because even they understood how mercenaries should flow, and that mercenaries would probably be a huge drag if it played like the campaign. So Capcom is very clearly aware of the power of the hit stun. Very, very much so.
Probably because of this problem. And that is a shorthand for how you can identify what mechanics in modern games are the primary mechanics. What are the mechanics that are reliable? So if you think about Souls, what was the controversial mechanic nobody wanted touched or messed with?
The dodge roll.
People are precious about dodge roll because they rely on it. Now compare the reliability of stun with the reliability of parry in Resident Evil 9. If you are a high-skill player in this game, you'd be able to set yourself apart by getting perfect parry every single time. Perfect execution equals perfect consistency. But since stun has built-in variation, this just is not possible. And so what you naturally...
Is that Requiem, and is that a missile?
Yeah, because Gideon at the end, he fires a rocket launcher at you and you can parry it, which is kind of funny.
I didn't even realize that. I thought he just threw like electric shots at you. My favorite boomer shooter is Dusk. What's yours? Oh, have a good night. And thank you so much for coming. Okay.
We say boomer shooter, are we talking about new generation of boomer shooter? Are we talking about like 90s?
Right, like are we going authentic or like retro derivative? You can give two different answers if you want.
Anything? Very hard one. That's a mood kind of question for me, basically. Uh, but I kind of lean toward Quake, Unreal, Half-Life,
I like that's fair.
Doom 2, all those.
Begin to do is you start to deprioritize it as a primary focus of your combat and instead treat it as a secondary reactive element. And
Hi,
you can see
Mod.
this shift in mentality reflected in player behavior.
I did finish Requiem, and my thoughts haven't changed much. It's like a 7 out of 10 or something to me. It's like, all right. We've been watching Electric Underground's review of the game, kind of like picking apart his arguments, seeing like where we align. I think for the most part we either align pretty well, or some things that he's passionate about I might be a little bit more neutral on, kind of. But ultimately, I would say that I think his video is pretty good.
Where you'll notice a lot of times when players are going for stun headshots, they're not moving towards the zombie, they're backing away from it. Just in case the shots don't get the stun, they keep out of counterattack range.
Yes, Pragmatic next. And I'm gonna make Mina play it too. It's sick, Mina. It's awesome.
Yeah, I did like the demo when I played of it.
And so it's the low commitment of the game's moveset that masks how janky the unreliable stun is. Because imagine the stun mechanic, but you can't move while shooting, and the stun window is really short. It's not a coincidence that the stun window in Resident Evil 9 is enormous. It's that long to cover over the fact that the stun is unreliable. Because if the stun window was really short, that would make hit confirming at a long range unviable. So then you'd have to move closer. But then the closer you move,
Yeah, it's like,
the
so
more
it's like 5
reliable you're
seconds
going to
long,
expect
which is
the
pretty
stun
fucking
to be.
huge.
Because now you're opening yourself up to counterattack. And so you can see how all of these elements impact the game's feel, where the stun is unreliable, so then you need to play reactively to confirm the stun. But if you're confirming the stun, then the stun window needs to be long. And also, since your movement is so slow in Euro, they have to make...
So that's why they do that. I always notice that sometimes when you shoot the blister heads, even with a shotgun, they don't always stagger and they don't always care. And I think it has to be when they're specifically in their wild swinging state. And it's like, oh, right, it's trying to pressure you to do the damn parry. But I never use the damn parry.
Get even longer to account for that, and then it gets to the point where is even approaching stunned enemies really that worth it? Because you're getting a lot of mileage just leaving them stunned. That's why, for example, the basement meat grinder encounter for Grace is so easily exploited. It's because after you put the zombies in stun, they want you to run over and take the risk of pushing them, but you can just leave them in stun state and safely keep your distance. And so
it's like, I showed what happens if you take a risk. You just have to be very careful how close you happen to be there. Otherwise, you get magnetically pulled in. But,
yeah, it's better to just stun them and just let them stay down.
I was sad because I thought, like, this encounter was, like, I already knew, like, before you go drop down, you can tell what's about to happen. It's like, wait, there's, like, spinning blades, there's a bunch of dead, presumably dead enemies. Okay, this floor is gonna move, isn't it? We've seen this before, Resident Evil 5 did it. But when I actually did it, it's like, wait, this is like nothing. It's not even moving that fast. It's like, that's all I needed to do. Adjust the floor speed, essentially. So it's like, oh, what a waste of a possibly really cool encounter. You could have made this like really scary, but it's all bark, no bite.
So even though the stun system has similar mechanics as Resident Evil 6, with the wall executions and everything, it doesn't have nearly the same dynamics. And the difference, put simply, is in Resident Evil 9, you hold back. In Resident Evil 6, you hold forward. So that's my problem with the stun system in terms of feel. Now let's talk about its issues in terms of balance. So I hinted about this before when I talked about the professional mode of Resident Evil 4 and how it scales very nicely because the same strategies that you use in normal difficulty translate over to professional. It's just that you need to play more consistently, essentially. One big reason for that is because it uses this clean state-based stun, where if you do a headshot in normal, you do a headshot in professional, you're going to get the same result. Now contrast this with the behavior of stun in standard versus insanity, especially at the beginning of the run, which I mentioned in the resource overflow section. What's a big problem with using stat-based stun, especially in a game with progression leveling up mechanics, as well as dynamic difficulty, is that the balance of the stun becomes this constant moving target that, at best, adjusts itself to be somewhat reliable, similar to state-based stun, but at worst becomes complete garbage where the enemies are not reacting to stun. Meanwhile, one perfect parry solved. And this doesn't just affect the handguns, it also affects your manual axe swings, which feel like in Insanity because the enemies aren't responding to the attack, and you don't know when they will. Because
I noticed that too. Like, I stopped even liking to use the swing because it's like they
don't
kind
really
of
respond
don't
to
they
getting
don't
hit.
respond, and they could just grab you anyway, which is probably good in that if they did respond, wouldn't the axe be even more overpowered? But why do they even give you the
Yeah.
swing anyway?
stun is this mysterious variable that you need to get.
I mean, I guess with it, you could say, like, with the grace thing with the knife, is that if you do it at the right moment, you can, like, cancel the enemy's animation, like, interrupt it. So maybe it's supposed to be like that.
PhD.
It's like that, but it's also like, why even use these attacks when you can just wait for the enemy to attack first and parry it and then do a finisher on them, basically.
Yeah.
It's more efficient and effective to do that.
Right.
Manual axe swings, which feel like.
So wait, are you basically saying, like, a way to paraphrase it? Are you saying that you have multiple systems going on in the game, but there's clearly a superior system to work with, so why even have the other one?
Basically, yeah, there's not much incentive to use, like, the normal axe swing attacks, basically.
Right.
In Insanity, because the enemies aren't responding to the attack, and you don't know when they will, because stun is this mysterious variable that you need to get a PhD in to understand how to even utilize. There's this great term in pinball called chopping wood. That is the manual melee attacks of Resident Evil 9.
Chopping wood.
This is why Sekiro added the posture meter, because if you're going to use this stat-based flinch stagger thing, at least communicate what effect you're having underneath the hood back to the player, because otherwise the melee attacks often
feel like a frame trap
more so than a combat tool. And here's a question: what is the best difficulty of Resident Evil 9 gameplay wise? The answer should be Insanity, because standard is baby mode easy, but because of this scaling issue with the stun.
In what way, Mog? What exactly about him did you not vibe with? I personally preferred Grace's, like, play style in general.
Sanity feels like garbage to play until you get your weapons more powered up, either through meta progression or through just the in-game progression system later in the campaign. But then once you get your weapons powered up, because Insanity mode is relying mostly on stats to create its sense of difficulty, it just goes back down to being similar to standard mode. How could you make this game harder in this paradigm? What if you did a double Insanity? So you took the slider values of Insanity and then doubled them. What about tripled them? Notice in this style of enemy scaling, as you increase the stats, their behavior becomes more static rather than more dynamic.
Mina, you got compared to the cool character from Citadel. Mina's inspo for their outfit was actually the Ghost in the Shell artist. They like to draw lots of, like, hot, sexy babes having nice things happening to them, and this is based on some of the costume designs that he did. We were just really in love with it. But Citadel's so cool. I need to play that. I genuinely need to play it. You've been such a big fan of that game forever now.
Mm-hmm. That and Beyond Citadel are both very good.
I thought you said Beyonce for a second, and I'm like, hell yeah. Yeah, like, Mog, like, the video kind of talked about it, but there's, like, a movement inertia. The melee, I don't know if I really had an issue with it, unless you just mean the slashing. What about the aiming? Aiming and Leon, what was wrong with the aiming? And yeah, Shiro.
Is why placing so much of your core balance on statistical values like this is not a good idea.
Unfortunately, we're not able to have it as Gooner as it's supposed to be. We have a Gooner version that's more, well, like, hold on, let me move Mina up. All right, so imagine that the thigh part was cut off and it was just bare skin instead. And then you just have like that V shape, almost like a bathing suit. It's supposed to be like that, but we have to have like a perfect censor version for Twitch. God damn to hell.
It is what it is.
Yeah. Instead, what the developer should do if they want to scale up the difficulty is introduce natural counters to stun, like having the enemies wear helmets that have only a small hittable area, or giving them physical shields that block small arms fire, or
did he just use the shield, or did he just use the knife on the shield in the perfect spot?
Yes.
Okay, because when I do it sometimes, I swear it's not that good, but he just immediately, like, breaks it. But I guess that's because he aimed for the head. This is the censored version. The uncensored would show the bare thighs.
or having certain enemy types that are only vulnerable from their back. Wait, that's what Resident Evil 4 does, and it works so much better because let's say you wanted to make an ultra difficulty for Resident Evil 4, what you could do is not only make the changes.
I thought it's so funny because it's like they look like they would be so heavy and have so much weight to them, but they go flying like little dolls.
They go flying like the normal Ganados. It's so funny.
That professional mode does, you could add in these enemy types in dangerous combinations earlier into the game. You could redesign the campaign to be more dense and aggressive, like Master Ninja. That is proper difficulty scaling, and it's going to be a mess to do if you tie a core fundamental aspect of enemy design, like stun, to a stat system. It needs to be
see, that's how it
reliable.
normally goes for me.
Naturally connect together to the rest of the combat system. Otherwise, you're constantly chasing this balance.
He's in love with Ninja Gaiden. This guy is very into shmups, Ninja Gaiden, and generally character action games. So he kind of comes to most games with that kind of mindset, within reason. He's not asking for grace to be like Ninja Gaiden 2 or anything like that, but because Leon is clearly trying to be an action game, he's trying to basically dissect it as an action game and say, here's how you can make it a better action game. Here are things that you would need to address. And so, like, I think... Does he like Resident Evil 6? I think he does like Resident Evil 6, but
I think he likes the Mercs mode to a degree, but I think he thinks the campaigns suck.
And it does. I think that's usually the consensus, is that fix the things that suck about the campaign and just take the control system from 6, and you can have a pretty good game. But that's kind of like why he's so harsh on the Leon campaign. Is like, you're an action game. You're overpowered. You can literally parry chainsaws and shit. You don't have any durability, like a serious durability to your hatchet or whatever. But you're still not as good as Resident Evil 6 in terms of being an action game in ways.
Curve. But I also want to point out where Resident Evil 9's mechanics feel weirdly natural, in a way that, if you think about it, they shouldn't, which is in the lab section when they bring in all the gun-wielding SWAT enemies. That should be awkward and unnatural.
You could have just done that, but I guess he's probably like New Game Plus, so he like already knows position and where it is, but he just literally poked out and boom.
That's when I played this. I just had the sniper rifle, and I just like sniped like all of them from this angle that he's at, basically.
How painful was it watching me like be super stubborn?
I was watching you you kept trying to go up the catwalk where, like, when I did the catwalk part, the first 2 times I went up there, they just like instantly shot and killed me. So I'm like, okay, I don't think you go that way. So I just hung back and just sniped them from down here.
I was doing that whole definition of insanity thing. But you gotta admit, the fact that I'm
Eventually
able to shoot...
you got a different result. Eventually you did get a different result somehow.
You have to admit, the fact that I'm able to shoot through the little holes through the grate, or like little cracks through whatever you call those boxes or whatever. The fact that they were not invisible hitboxes or invisible walls. Like, I can shoot through a tiny grate. I did not expect that. So that was really cool.
Because of all the mechanical limitation, like Resident Evil 4, but it doesn't.
Also, for the record, that has to be intentional. You don't just accidentally have, like, hitboxes through, like, little hole openings, unless you're able to shoot through even the solid of the grate and it works. I don't really know.
Yeah.
But still.
It feels right. It's like the mechanics found their home. They're like...
I like how you have the high skill level player being like, yeah, this part was easy and awesome, and I had no problem with it. And then I'm just like, oh But I know that was a skill issue. I never thought this part was bad. It's just like, oh, fuck. You're suddenly demanding something from me? You don't do that, Requiem.
I'm in the correct game. Wait a second here. My crouch walk makes sense. My ability to move and aim makes sense. The emphasis on shooting makes sense. Even the parry makes some sense, because with the standard enemies throwing projectiles, like I talked about in Resident Evil 4 Remake, that's completely pointless because you can just parry them, and it's like a very easy parry challenge. But you know what you can't parry? Bullets, motherfucker. And so when you're fighting the gun enemies and they're shooting you, you have to start to take the space more seriously.
You can parry bullets in the I didn't know you could do that.
Even the parry.
It's like the you could do that in like in the Lord of the Rings for GameCube. You just hold up on the C stick and you just parry infinitely arrows. It was always like so silly. It looks like that. I didn't remember that being a thing. That's insane.
With the standard enemies throwing
projectiles,
bro, that's gonna be RE5 remake, parrying the bullets.
That's completely pointless because you can just parry.
Oh,
them,
dude, we should make it to where we can parry and walk at the same time.
But you know what you can't parry? Bullets, motherfucker. And so when you're fighting the gun enemies, and they're
you
shooting
can technically
you have
parry
to start to take the space
projectiles by pulling out the
seriously,
knife and swinging it.
It's so hard. I would do it accidentally a lot. Or no,
now, this
I would
dynamic
shoot
barely
projectiles
lasts
accidentally a
because
lot.
Resident 9 is so underdeveloped, but it's enough of a preview to see this is what the game wants to be. But you know what you can't parry? Bullets, motherfucker. And so when you're fighting the gun enemies and they're shooting you, you have to start to take the space more seriously, and you have to play somewhat proactively, right? Because you have to commit to running for cover. Now this dynamic barely lasts because Resi 9 is so underdeveloped, but it's enough of a preview to see this is what the game wants to be. Even if Capcom might not want that, because of the mechanical influences they're pulling from, which are tactical stealth cover shooters, it makes sense that the enemies are playing the game too. You can't circle strafe high-speed bullets. And speaking of the scalability issue that I was just talking about, there was one moment of hope in Insanity where in that first warehouse encounter where they bring in the extra gun enemy spawns. That was a moment where I was like, okay, Capcom, I see what you're gonna do. You get it. You understand that real enemies in this game are gun-wielding enemies. And so what you're going to do, and it makes complete sense, is you're going to have them be a constant presence in Insanity mode. So as you go through all the encounters, there's going to be these backup gun enemies enforcing the level design a little bit. Nope, that was just a coincidence, because in the very next section, blister heads. So where Leon finds himself combat design wise in Resident Evil 9 is at this weird crossroads where he's way too overpowered for the standard melee based zombie enemies at this point. Clearly, there just are not enough limitations to make that style of gameplay interesting. So in a more hopeful AAA landscape, I could charitably conclude that Resident Evil 9, as underdeveloped as it is just the story of a team finding their footing, and in the follow-up games, they're going to try to build and develop these elements more. But this team has been around for quite a while now. They done found their footing. And I get the sense that the fact that Leon is so clearly overpowered is kind of the point, and that the encounters are static and easily solvable is the point, and that this is not considered underdeveloped, but rather properly developed by current AAA standards.
I was waiting for an opportunity to do that. I was gonna, like, because I remember I watched this review before I did the final section of Grace, because I was just like, I don't fucking care. I don't fucking care. Tell me what you think, bitter man. And then I'm like, oh yeah, right. I wanna like do that to all liquors, and I'm like, I couldn't figure out how to do it. Like, I didn't do something right.
And so when I think about Resident Evil 9's design philosophy overall, the term that comes to mind is risk aversion, both in a macro sense and in a micro sense. In the macro sense, that they wanted to include as much variety as possible to try to appeal to the widest audience as possible, even if that means sacrificing focus and development on the most interesting elements of the apparent goal structure, which I would argue is the Grace campaign. And like I said earlier, it feels like they just dropped her off the edge of a cliff and then focused much more time and attention on Leon, because it is a glaring omission that Leon intercuts with Grace's care center, but Grace does not intercut with Leon's Raccoon City. there's no reason why they couldn't have made really interesting encounters for her in that area as well. But it comes across, and I can't prove this or anything, just how it comes across is that basically they started with the Grace campaign and they felt, we don't know how this is going to do, this may not perform super well, or we're not sure where to go with this, so call in the assist, here comes Leon. The remakes sell like hotcakes, and while we're at it, give him a God of War axe, and we're going to get those action game bros as well. Now, I'm not saying that it necessarily happened like this or anything, but that is how it comes across structurally, with how lopsided and weird it is. Because if, let's say, there were two halves of the game's design, and they were sort of both trying to equally represent inclusion in the game, wouldn't someone point out how insane it is that Grace doesn't have proper boss fights, really? And the save ribbon system just stops mattering? All of these clear design overlap opportunities are just tossed away.
Why isn't it possible? It's just not. Why not, you stupid?
And the lab seems thrown together in a hurry. Same thing with Leon's bosses. I actually was shocked when I beat the final boss, and then that was it. It didn't feel like the game came to a climax. It feels like it just sort of trails off by the end. And it's not about runtime. I want to make that clear. It's about development. It's the difference between watching a limited series like Succession with a fully developed arc and structure, and then watching two canceled TV shows back to back. The length is there, but it's not a holistic experience. So that's the macro side. And then on the micro side, in terms of the enemy design, the level design, the encounters, the boss fights, the resource management, the difficulty, the meta progression, basically all of the in-game moment-to-moment elements, everything is so mild and subdued. And if any gameplay element threatens to get interesting, like Grace's combat, that gets hammered down before it's too late.
Yes, I want to report a murder. No murders.
Yeah, I thought the glass section was
What I think the
cool.
game
It's like
really
I wanted
leans
more
on
stuff like that.
Right?
Is its production value. Because I will say that the strongest element of Requiem, obviously, is its production values. And I do think deep down,
And that's what's most important, Mina.
Yep.
and that is one reason why
How-
Capcom get away with as
how
much
cool
as they
the game
do.
looks.
Like
It's the most
Grace,
important
for
thing.
example. They did a great job on Grace as a character. She's really cool and pretty distinctive. And so when they have level design that equals run down hall, run up staircase, cross flat surface, the model, the animations, the voice acting are all hard carrying what is nothing gameplay wise. And that I find even more frustrating, because if I start to end up liking Grace as a character, you kind of want her to be in a real game at some point rather than just
a glorified demo.
And you get this with Leon as well, like the bike chase section. I feel bad for the artists that put all of
That's
that
hard.
effort and work into the bike chase section, and the gameplay is borderline a QTE. It's not impossible that Capcom could have used this opportunity to make a cool little rail shooter section or something, but the irony of games like Resident Evil 9 that have really nice production
used to see this game
is
in the
that AAA
arcades.
developers seem to feel now that quality gameplay is like a nuisance to their production values, like it gets in the way of them, whereas I feel the opposite, where great production values should be honored with great gameplay. It's kind of a funny paradox if you think about it. And overall, I think that is a fitting assessment of Resident Evil 9, where Capcom wants to deliver this giant, epic experience, but gameplay, difficulty, long-term consequences, those are a barrier that needs to be bypassed, rather than a pillar of what the game is trying to achieve.
Fulfill your destiny, and all will be forgiven.
And so, if you enjoyed this review, please like, subscribe, tell all your friends, and support me on
And then there's Electric Underground that's
Patreon,
pinned, and there's his
because giant
Patreon as
reviews
well if
like
you want to
this
support
just
him.
could not be financially viable without the support of the patrons, so thank you. And also check out my Mercenaries tier list video, because Mercenaries
Yeah, if you like Resident Evil, or if you like dissecting game mechanics and stuff like that, he does really quality essay videos, and he's like a nice balance of, he doesn't deliver too many uploads too frequently, but he's not too slow either. He kind of has like a really good balance of giving enough content so I don't starve.
awesome, and I think it perfectly complements this review. Adios, everyone.
So I'm just, every game, regardless of if it turns out great, good, bad, terrible, I think there's always something that gets cut in the development process. Like, I'm sure that most games are never fully what the developers wanted it to be. They needed more money, they needed more time, or some hindsight kind of issue. But with that said, I'm just curious, is this, how much of the vision that they truly had for this game realized in the final product of Requiem? Is this close to what they wanted, or did something happen? Like, he showed one article for a second where the title of the article seemed to imply that it was a messy development. So what's the deal? Like, what was this game supposed to be?
It's like, I don't really know fully, but like, if I was to make an assumption, is that I feel like this game probably went through like some experimental phases of development, and they probably made different kind of like vertical slices in the game, and then sort of like weren't really sure like what to do with all of them, which one to commit to, so they kind of like threw them all together. That's what it kind of feels like to me.
Are we sure that that was true, or was that just a rumor? Because I know there was a rumor that there was going to be a co-op game. There was also a rumor that it was going to be like in South America or something like cool, like a neat location, like Vietnam or
Singapore or something like that. I remember hearing about that. I also heard it being like an open world game.
Yeah, we heard that too. And it was open world, kinda. With Leon, kinda. Actually,
yeah,
pretty still limited, but it's like a lot of boring, empty, open space.
Yeah.
But,
and then there's like the article thing it showed where it said that like they actually wanted the game to be, it was just going to be like a Leon game. It was going to be predominantly horror, but they thought it was weird, like, Leon
cool.
playing and being timid
which is dumb.
be
like
strange.
it's like you don't like, oh man, we can't have a horror game unless our character audibly and visibly shivers. Like,
yeah,
it's like just this stupid logic. Like, you can have an action kind of hero be in a horror tense situation. Like, I always like point to Leon in Resident Evil 2. He's a cop. He's like a cop character, and he's really strong, and he's not crying. He's not huddling into a corner. He's not overly like emotional or anything like that, but he works fine as a horror protag, because Resident Evil 2 in tone is technically kind of action horror in terms of its tone. It's like inspired by Terminator and Terminator 2, which is action horror. But I just don't like this whole logic of like, if we put Leon in a game, he has to play this way. It's like, you're making it that way. Granted, if they limit Leon too much and make it to where he's more like RE2 Remake Leon, like if Resident Evil 10 comes out and it plays like RE2 Remake Leon, but it's supposed to be like after RE4 or something in the timeline, people will never be quiet about, this doesn't add up. Like, he used to be able to flip kick. Why can't he do it anymore? And it's like,
yeah,
who cares?
It's probably like that, where it's like, you know, they want to make sections like the Grace sections of like sneaking around like a big giant like monster type of thing, and then, you know, I guess they feel like, well, if Leon was in these situations with the big giant stalker monster, he would just fucking, you know, shoot it or blow it up or kick it to death or whatever, basically. So they're like, oh, we can't have Leon be this type of horror protag in a game where we want the character to be scared, basically.
You know, it's funny. It's like, I should be on board with this. I'll be like, oh, yeah, any excuse to have new fucking characters. Stop using Leon and Claire and Chris and Jill and this and that. Like, let's move on. Like, it's like, we don't need to be tied to these people's bloodlines forever. Like, just do a game that has similar kind of mechanics to where you can kind of justify why it's called Resident Evil, similar to how Resident Evil 7 was able to justify why it's called Resident Evil, despite not mostly being related to previous canon, except it was in the end. But you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You need to have a good logic for why you're doing it. We're moving on from Leon because he can't be in a horror game. Well, now I have to fight for Milady because that's not right, dude. But ultimately, this IP has gone on for so long. I just feel so weird because you bring back the IP from Rowan, essentially. You remake it. You're kind of redoing the timeline. You're retconning things. You're redoing the timeline, and then you're just so quick to throw Leon and them all away, like you're you're trying to start anew, which I admire, but I'm just surprised that they're not being more soulless corpo about it. Like, wait, why aren't you doing like after the events of Raccoon City, Claire ran into her own solo trouble in this new game, this new sequel to Resident Evil 2. It's called Resident Evil. I can't.
Resident Evil X.
Resident Evil Redemption. Isn't that a movie? I can't think of a stupid title.
Probably one of the Paul W. Sanderson ones or something.
Resident Evil.
Retribution. Retribution. That's it. That's it.
Resident Evil Devastation, starring Claire Redfield. Claire Redfield is in Canada, and they have an outbreak at the Tim Hortons, and Claire's got to fight through it, and Claire is still young. She's 25 in this game. But now the next time we see Claire, she's going to be 85. So, I mean, if Capcom wants to do that, if Capcom wants to, like, move on from the past and just evolve the series, I'm down. But can you evolve the gameplay? Or can you rather de-evolve the gameplay and go back to how the games used to be when they were good? Because the way you've evolved them is making them kind of like meh, kind of meh, kind of meh.
It's like Resident Evil is like the video game equivalent of cinematic Terminator series, where you have like Terminator Genesis now or whatever, where you have old man Arnold and Linda Hamilton is still being.
Dude, we're gonna make a new Alien, and Ripley's back. She's coming back because the xenomorph. I mean, the concept that this xenomorph alien that is really deadly and is kind of like a hive, and they bleed acid, and I mean, you need like the 30-year-old woman specifically to be involved. Like, how can you even work with that concept without her? Just crazy. They gotta clone her. What is it? Alien Resurrection. Okay, so we understand that we killed her in the third movie, but hear us out. What if the xenomorph in her DNA were like together and it's like a clone and she plays basketball? And Winona Ryder is there. We are getting a sequel to Alien Isolation, and I want to get to Alien Isolation and play it and stream it. But as much as I want to keep yapping, this has been a very long stream.
You said you were hungry like 4 hours ago.
I did, but I knew that I wanted this to all be in one concise package. Is like I finished Requiem. We're watching the Electric Underground video. That's a whole fucking hour. Let's just have it all be done in this. And now I'm moving on. I'm not even gonna play Leon Must Die because I don't care. Mina, you play it. You stream it. I don't want to play it. You play it for me. And I'm gonna play. No. Leon Must Die. Look at this guy not listening to me. It's because I'm a girl, isn't it?
No, it's because I'm thinking about food.
Same, bestie. But I play Pragmata next, and I'm so excited. And when I'm done, well, Mina, you're gonna have to buy it on Steam because you can't use the PS5.
Fine.
Why the hell couldn't we have bought that 2 times? Why the fuck did we buy Requiem 2 times?
Thank you for your copy of Resident Evil Requiem. I played once and will not play again.
Capcom, that was like a secret review copy, so you gotta send me my check now for both of the games. But whatever, I'm happy to move on from Requiem. I'm happy that we can be a part of the conversation of the IP for a while longer until the next game, and then we have to decide if we're gonna get it or not. Will I ever learn my lesson? Give me hecking nice vibes. If Resident Evil 10 gets announced and a trailer is shown and I look at the trailer and I go, hey, that looks cool, I like the vibe, where are we going this time? We're going to Canada.
Then we're gonna buy it. It's gonna, I mean, I will say, like, of all the new Resident Evil games, it's like not every single one of them have been duds for me exactly. It's like I liked Village enough, I liked 7 enough, I liked 2 Remake enough.
And I mean, you liked Requiem enough. And I guess I did
enough for
too.
one playthrough.
Yeah.
Enough for one playthrough, I guess.
But I kept pressuring Mina, and because I was asking myself do I like Requiem? It's like, it's so easy to say, do you like the game? Is it good? Yeah, it's fine. It's like, no. clear-cut answers. Do you like the thing, yes or no? And Requiem feels like a no. It's like, no, I don't.
Feels like a not really to me.
Look at it. Look at this guy, like, dancing around. Not really. Why are you gentlifying it? Stop gentlifying it. Your maternal nature is taken. What?
You gave the game a 7 out of 10. I gave the game like a 6 out of 10. But
I meant 6. I meant I'll give it a 6 too. Wait, does that mean I'm a nicer person than you?
I'm saying like
what do you think
I
about me being a nicer person? I'm so sweet.
You're giving the game a higher score than me, but like you act like you hate it more than me.
Well, I try to kind of like be a little bit objective and subjective. I do it like a weird concoction mixture. Like, you can understand if I'm trying to be subjective that I don't want to be too mean, right? I don't know. Like, Resident Evil 3 makes 0 out of 10, and that's subjective and objective. Requiem, like, I was thinking earlier, I don't know if you were paying attention, but I was trying to rank all the modern Resident Evils and like where I would like score them, and none of them get to a 9 for me. So it's kind of like hard balancing that, but I felt like Requiem was kind of like lower than all of them, at least, because like RE2 remake 8.5, RE4 remake 8.5, Resident Evil Village 8, Resident Evil 7 7.5, and Requiem 7 or 6. And you know what's funny? If anybody actually rewinds to when I first went through those, I probably gave slightly different numbers, because I'm not really that great with numbers. I prefer to just dissect and talk about the game rather than just give a number, because the number can be too vague.
Yeah.
And a number doesn't always dictate how much I like or dislike the game in a way. Like, if a game is just really jank and just whack as fuck, like, I love Illblade, I'm not gonna give Illblade a 9 out of 10. Like, I know that it's like a 7, but I fucking love that 7.
People like numbers, but I feel like people could also fixate on the numbers that you give to things, because not everything will line up or be consistent between scores of games. You'll give like a game like a 6 and be like, yeah, I kind of like it, but it's a mess. And then you'll give a game like a 7 and be like, this game kind of sucks, basically. And it's like, wait, why is your tone of the 7, meaner than the game on the 6, And it's like, then you get into like, well, you try to argue like subjective things versus like
complex individuals.
Yeah, it gets into mental gymnastics, basically, is what it does.
Yeah. Oh my god, I can't wait to eat. But everybody, I wanted to thank you all so much for coming and chilling. I had so much fun talking about my ultimate fixation of all time. There is nothing else I am more annoying and passionate about than Resident Evil. So whenever I can kind of unleash into my full autism, it is most fun. And I do appreciate you, Mina, coming on and helping me a bit, because again, I think that you do have slightly better analytical skills than me, so sometimes when my brain starts getting a little bit scrambled, I feel like you're kind of able to help me kind of like understand, like, oh, that's what he's saying. And also, I like having somebody to bounce off of. And you and me, I mean, I've groomed you into being like a proper Resident Evil fan. So you're kind of like a creation of mine. So you're like an extension of me. You validate me. You agree with me about everything. So pretty cool. I like having yes men. You know what I don't like though? Guess. No men. That's right. Don't tell me no ever. But everybody, thank you guys for coming.
Give me time to guess.
Mina. When are you gonna stream next? What is your current?
Oh,
thank you so much for the follow.
Playing Ground Zero.
I was about to say, dude, how dare you attack me? I was about to say, I remember, but then I was thanking somebody for the follow. You mean girl. Remember, everybody, I'm nicer than Mina. But yeah, Mina, Ground Zero, I can't wait for you to play that. You know what? Why don't you do that tomorrow or something? Because, like, I would be curious. You need a good lawn session at that.
Yeah, I didn't really get my time slots this week, or last week.
I am nice, Rami. What? You challenging me? But yeah, so if anybody liked Mina over here, here is Mina Crow. They stream... They're kind of like Gorilla Stream, but for the most part, they do tend to stream consistently on Thursday and Friday, but I mean, technically they can stream whenever the hell they want. Sometimes weekend streams, and they like to dissect games like I do, and they don't play survival horror as much as I do. They kind of focus on shooting games, but they're a pretty good variety show too, yeah? What do you say? Wait a second! When the fuck are you getting back to Neo 3?
Yeah, it's also like on the back burner. I just haven't been driven to play it.
That's fair enough. You know what? Maybe just that wasn't the right time for you. But yeah, so Mina will probably stream sometime soon. For anybody who liked me, here's my Discord, which Mina also resides in. Mina doesn't really have a personal Discord. They kind of share mine. This is my Discord where you can be notified if you want whenever I go live or whenever we do game and movie nights. Here is my website. I have 2 websites because I have a Moe form gimmick set that I have where I stream kind of like more relaxy games or like simulation games and other stuff. I like to kind of balance different projects and themes. And then here is my Twitter, same deal. I have the Twitter separated for the Moe kind of cutesy content and then my normal content. And I post my stream announcements and thumbnails there. And again, thank you guys so much for coming. The next time that I play something on stream, it will either be Mud Runner again, or because I didn't really get to have a real session before my PC crashed, or I will play Pragmata. But Pragmata is definitely going to happen. I sometimes juggle multiple games at once. So with that said, let's go ahead and look for a raid target. This is kind of like an odd time for us to get off, because it's like, damn,
You're the only one online on my end of the internet.
Yeah, there's like not a lot of people on my end to raid either.
It's because it's Monday morning.
Yeah. So it's like, I don't know who to raid, actually. Let me see if there's anybody that maybe I don't know. Like, hold on, let me like skim around. You don't see anybody on your end?
Nope, I got nobody on my end.
Damn. Let me see if anybody else is playing Requiem. But it's gotta be a VTuber. Preferably.
That's right.
Yeah, we don't like fleshies. Look at all these fleshies. I don't know who to pick. This is hard. Ugh. I always hate when I take 10 minutes to get off because I'm trying to decide who to raid. I think this person's playing Leon Must Die or something. He has like some weird purple thing over his head, or is that like some kind of skin? Oh yeah, it's like a police siren cap thing. I see. Let me investigate them. They don't seem to be a VTuber. They're kind of like a game-only person. Let's just raid them. Just pick somebody randomly. Okay. Sorry for taking so long. Alright. Alright. Goodbye, everybody. See you guys later. Goodbye. They disabled raids. Fine. Fine. Somebody else then. Damn it.
Oh.
What?
They're unraidable. Damn.
I know. What the hell? They have anti-raid panties on, dude. What about this person? They're a VTuber. Let me see. Yeah, let's raid them. Cute girl. Okay. Now we totally leave? Okay, yeah, we actually leave. Okay, for real. Bye-bye.
Good night.